The mayor's not here as of yet. He's on his way in. So we'll go ahead and get the workshop started. And tonight we go directly into our presentation on the comprehensive plan and major thoroughfare plan by Kending Keys Collaborative. If y'all want to come on up and
good evening. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight for the third workshop in the series for the draft plans for the comprehensive plan and thoroughfare plan. I'm Jennifer Mack. I'm an architect and urban designer with Kending Keys Collaborative. With me here I have Gary Mitchell, the president and project manager. Just wanted to recap on some of the key process steps that have occurred thus far. On the left there, you might recognize that cover that was from the Manvel 2045 strategic plan that was adopted earlier this year in February. And then since then, from February to August, we've had a series of workshops with the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission to refine the draft future land use and character map, as well as the proposed new major thoroughfare plan map. Before we get started on the bulk of the content today, just wanted to touch on some of the materials that are in the packet. We're not going over everything today. We're going to mostly focus on the maps for both the future land use as well as the major thoroughfare plan. But in your packet, you'll see the introduction section of the plan. So that entails the purpose, why plan, the use of the plan, the planning authority, the geographic coverage and context, the process, all the engagement activities that have occurred thus far, and then the plan focus areas, which you see there on the right, as well as a description of the 5 action types. So on the plan focus areas, there's 6 of them there, and then tonight we're really going to be focusing mainly on that transportation and the land use and community character section. And then in a second workshop, we'll go ahead and cover the environment, growth capacity, economic development, and then recreation and amenities. And that's because there was so much content that we thought it would be better to go ahead and split them into 2. One of the other things that I'm sorry I forgot to mention in the beginning is even though we're kind of doing this as a presentation style, it is a workshop. So please, if you have any questions along the way, don't hesitate to chime in. This graphic is from the introduction section of the plan. As I mentioned earlier, from February of this year, how we completed the strategic plan. That's more of the aspirational document with the vision and mission. So now transitioning into that comprehensive plan where we're really focusing on the concepts and the options, the how, the when, and who, as well as, and drilling down into the specifics, such as the thoroughfare plan. Other items in your packet is the narratives for the land use and community character section, as well as the transportation section. The way that these are all laid out, each section has the topics below, so each one describes why it's important for, that section is important for Manvel, legacy of past planning projects, the accomplishments, the key planning issues and considerations that we've heard throughout the public engagement, as well as meetings with staff, council, and commission, the goals, and then strategic actions, and as well as the map narrative. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Gary to do a deeper dive into the major thoroughfare plan.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening, everyone. We know you've been looking forward to seeing these maps for a long time, and we've been working, as Jennifer said, with your Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission and staff. And so these maps have had things taken off of them, added to them. So everything we're showing tonight remains draft, written material, and the maps until we get to the finish line on these plans. So as Jennifer said, please stop us along the way. We're going to go down and kind of tour around the specifics of the maps, but overall, the lines on the thoroughfare plan map are the same as the previous versions that you've had, where Highway 288, of course, is a limited access highway, a freeway. the one that's designated that way. Major thoroughfare is just Highway 6. That's the one that is in that designation. Then all the rest get down into your more local roadways, parkways being the highest level local roadway meant to carry more volume typically. Typically, they're more continuous. They go across the city and into the ETJ and get you to bigger destinations, perhaps, and outside the city. And then the next level down, arterials, is also roads that are meant to get you places from point A to point B. Sometimes it's a matter of speeds or the design of the road. It's kind of a progression downward. And then your collector roadways are the ones that really get you into and out of specific neighborhoods or parts of the city, not all the way down to a local street, but kind of that next level up that connects you to the major roadway network, ultimately to things like freeways. So all those designations are the same. The right-of-way desired widths are the same. So just going to tour around the map, like I say, and we're going to start on the north and kind of go clockwise. And I'll just point out what's changed from the city's current adopted MTP map. On the north side, we actually looked at some of the roadways up there in South Fork and Pomona. They're functioning as collectors in the way that they, as I described, kind of distribute traffic or collect traffic from neighborhoods. So on South Fork Parkway, Orchard Park Lane, and then Croy Parkway, we added those as collectors. So they are existing roadways, but serving that function. Kirby Drive, we've had a lot of discussion about. We actually brought that designation down from Parkway, the highest level, as I mentioned, local roadway, to arterial, next level down. That's partly for right-of-way considerations, but we also talked about it's relatively close to Airline Road. It's good to have a thoroughfare network that gives you options, different ways to get places for emergency vehicles to reach places, but it is fairly close to Airline. That's one reason to take it down. But with development in that area, we know there's some tight areas where the right-of-way may be a challenge anyway. So now kind of going to the east and northeast part of the city. So starting with Old Massey Ranch Road, you know, the current thoroughfare plan, and of course some of this goes back to the 2015 timeframe. A lot of these lines on the map make perfect sense as far as connecting dots, getting you from point A to point B. But in the meantime, there's people's property. There's property lines to consider. There's constraints like floodplain, crossing creeks, crossing Mustang Bayou. So this is a good example where, you know, on paper, Old Massey Ranch Road was shown as a nice, smooth line. At the end of the day, we decided to go back to the existing alignment. Existing roads are where they are for good reasons often. They've been there a long time, and they wrap around properties. It may not be the ideal situation, but in this case, with Old Massey, we thought it was good to go back to the existing roadway as the ongoing alignment versus a line that was nice and smooth but cuts through a lot of properties, doesn't follow property lines. That's going to come up in other cases. And actually, the very next one, if you can picture Croy Road coming east from 288, there was a line on the current map that really goes all the way across the east part of the city and the ETJ, all the way to the east ETJ line. Again, a nice smooth line, but it cuts through various properties. There's, of course, some floodplain to cross there. There's a Mustang Bayou crossing on that one. So there, we actually just took that alignment off of the map. And so Croy would end where it does today at Del Bello. The next one, Patterson, and I should have mentioned, on all these slides, the current map will always be on the left. The potential new map, the draft map, is on the right. So with Patterson, on the previous map, there was a line that was, I guess, coming up from the south, and, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong line. It was McCoy, the extension of McCoy North was shown tying into Patterson, and then ultimately connecting up north of the city, up in the Pearland direction. So there, we went back to the original Patterson alignment. And what we're showing on the map is at the north end of Patterson, where it's a dashed line, the possibility for that to just continue straight north and meet up with Old Massey Ranch Road on the north. if you're not familiar with that area, there's actually a little stub of Patterson Road up at Old Massey. So that's the potential connection, and it's shown as a collector on the new map, where before that was shown as a parkway level road, the highest level local designation on the map. So that's a possibility there to show that connectivity. Again, in all these areas we're looking at, you're aiming for a network of some parallel roads, different ways to get places. If, in a flood situation, whatever the situation is, that there's different ways for emergency vehicles to reach places, and also to kind of distribute traffic across your local roadway system. Del Bella Boulevard, so if you can picture coming to where it does now toward Pollard, but on the map it was continuing across and tying into Del Bella Road. So on the left, you can see, and using the numbers, number 4, it was kind of, Del Bella Boulevard was kind of curving a little bit south and then tying into Del Bella Road. What we've shown is the idea of instead turning it a bit northward and tying into Lyra Road. The thought there is to have some continuity of connection, and that's one that could potentially tie up to Cullen up at the north ETJ line. And so between Del Bella Boulevard coming east-west, then starting to turn, connecting to Lyra, there's a Mustang Bayou crossing there, of course, that would have to happen, not there today. And then Old Chocolate Bayou Road is on the north side of Mustang Bayou, and then connecting up to Cullen. So we have arterial on that line, but again, this is one that wasn't on the previous map. So it's kind of that combination of Patterson, bringing that back down to a collector, and then having Masters to the east of there, and then having the potential Lyra, Old Chocolate connection up to Cullen. So that's the concept there. And then going a bit more to the east, on the very east side of the city in ETJ, the first one on the current map, there was a connection from Old Oil Field tying into Masters and connecting to Old Chocolate Bayou, the portion of Old Chocolate that kind of runs east-west between Patterson and Masters. I know I'm throwing out a lot of names, but bear with us. So looking at that connection, it's another situation where we thought it might be a better opportunity to follow some existing alignments or possible alignments, routes that have been used in a more rural area. So we followed the Scopo Road alignment. So on the map on the right, it's the yellow line toward the top of the map. So there'd be a collector connection from Old Oil Field across to Belcher, and then Belcher, of course, ties into Masters. All right. Thought the laptop was about to do an update. Sorry. So then our next one there is, and I realize we've got some incorrect text here that carried over from the last slide. The second one is not Croy Road. It's actually Del Bello Road coming across. So Del Bello comes to Masters, and then if you're coming from the Belcher Road connection, again, there was a line on the current map where we have number 2 there on the map. And so it was cutting through some of that floodplain area, another Mustang Bayou crossing, so that's a consideration. Again, we kind of look at these as, yes, ideally you'd like to have a nice connection like that goes all the way across the community. In reality, some constraints there. We thought this was another case where we might just go back to the existing Belcher Road alignment where that already ties into Masters Road. So that's the thought there. The third one is actually Cemetery Road coming north. And we had discussion with Planning Development Zoning Commission about on the current map, Cemetery Road was continuing all the way up, or an alignment from that road was continuing all the way up to the north ETJ limits. Because of the cemetery there and some other considerations, we decided to stop the Cemetery Road alignment basically about where the cemetery is. Some of these lines that we've either gone back to the existing roadways or we've taken some segments off the map in this northeast area, the east side of the city and the ETJ. When we get to the land use map, what you'll see is we're going to talk about the desire to preserve some rural character and rural atmosphere in Manvel. That's the reason some of these lines have come off or changed, is to kind of match that idea on the east, northeast area, to not have some of the roadway alignments come through this area with the idea that it's going to remain lower key, not be developing as quickly as maybe some of the other parts of the city. Number 4, Lewis Lane, it was shown on the current map as extending past Masters and coming across, and that's the Markham Road alignment where it connects. We took that one off. Again, some areas where there's existing residential homes in that area, we thought that was a tough connection. And again, thinking about floodplain in some areas, if we went all the way to connect to County Road 95 to get down to Highway 6, we're always looking for parallel roadways to something like Highway 6. We just see some constraints in some of these areas, and with Lewis Lane going through some areas where homes front on that roadway. So that's the thinking there. And then Markham Road, of course, Markham Road is only a small portion, the existing road, but this alignment that has been on the map in the past from the north ETJ all the way south, we didn't change that alignment at all. We made some adjustments on the south side, but we did, it's at the north end where we did make one change, and that was to stop the Markham Road alignment at Oilfield Road on the north side versus going all the way to the ETJ line. And again, when you see the future land use map, we have rural preservation up in that northeast area. So that was part of the thinking, to not take the road all the way up to the ETJ line. All right, now we're getting more toward the east-southeast part of the city in ETJ. The first one there is just on Pearland Sites Road. Pearland Sites, of course, is the ETJ boundary. On the current map, when you get down to the south end, it was kind of curving to the southeast more toward Alvin. We have put it on the ETJ line, just keeping it as a straight line there on the boundary. And also, we took it down from Parkway designation. Again, that's the highest level local road designation. We took it down to arterial. On the next one is, again, it's the Markham Road alignment, but south of Highway 6. This one is also where we took it down from Parkway to arterial. Again, when you see the future land use map, this southeast area is shown as rural for the future land use. Cemetery Road, this is a new line. On the current map, Cemetery Road, of course, stops at State Highway 6. So on the new map, it would be from the cemetery vicinity on the north side of Highway 6, comes down to the Highway 6 intersection. On the new map, we're showing it continuing. So even though we're showing rural down in this area, we've heard some conversations about development possibilities down in that area. Thoroughfare plan map is always trying to get ahead of that type of outcome. If there were significant development in an area, you'd want some connectivity, a way to connect up to Highway 6 to move traffic in this area. If nothing happens, nothing happens. It's just a line on the map. We know that a consideration here is another railroad crossing. You've got the Meridiana overpass, which is a big accomplishment, very difficult to go over roadways. But of course, it's very difficult to have multiple rail crossings in a relatively small distance. So even having said that, we think it's worthwhile having that possibility on the map. I can always say, I've gotten to a point in my career where it's never say never. You know, it may look like something that can never happen. You never know. And if there were significant development down in that area, there's got to be a way to get down in there. The Markham Road alignment was already crossing Highway 6 and the railroad. So that's the thinking there of bringing cemetery down into that area. The last one there is, again, a new line that isn't on the current map. As part of bringing Cemetery Road south, we also put a new collector line between that Cemetery Road extension over to Masters Road. So that's the number 4 item on that slide, or the clip on the right. And then at the very far south, just one quick addition here down the Meridiana area, Cumulus, because it's already been developed there, and with the subdivision activity there, it is a good connection now between Meridiana Parkway down to Masters, so we went ahead and added that as a collector roadway. And now getting over toward the southwest part of the city, one there is the Kirby Drive alignment. We know there's some history here. It's been, I wish I had a pointer, that rectangle that's just south of Rodeo Palms Parkway, kind of the ETJ hole that's there where the number 1 arrow is pointing. At times, that alignment of Kirby has been right on that left edge of that ETJ box, the property line. At other times, it's kind of come down the middle. So on the current map, we have it kind of matching an alignment that's been discussed in some development planning for that area. But that's a line, for example, that we have moved multiple times as we've gone through this process. The next one is Rodeo Palms Parkway itself. On the current map, it comes straight across the extension to Old Airline, just coming into Old Airline at a straight T intersection. Some more recent discussion, I guess, is to curve it a little bit north when it gets to Old Airline, and I've lost the name of the street on the other side, but just outside your ETJ, there's an existing local street on the other side of Old Airline, so that way those will line up versus having an offset intersection there. Number 3, this is something that we brought up. Iowa Lane on the current map stops at State Highway 6. Of course, we have our floodplain area in that area. And again, on the future land use map, the area south of State Highway 6 there, we are showing as rural. But if that area were to develop, our thought was to extend Iowa Lane south of State Highway 6 just a bit, down to the Stevens Road, Alleluia Lane vicinity, and make that connection. Again, if nothing happens there in terms of development, nothing happens, no roadway. But, and again, complication, another rail crossing. So, we realize that's a constraint that's always there, but if these areas develop, people have to get in and out of that area. So that's the thinking of the potential Iowa Lane extension there. Final one, on the MTP. On the current map, there was a line where Pollard Boulevard coming up north would eventually curve south of Croy Road and come across Croy at Del Bello Road. So again, this was a situation where if you look at the map, it's kind of cutting across properties by making that curve where the arrow is on the left map. Our thinking was just take Pollard straight north with the city center project at some point happening there and other potential development in this area. Thought it was good to just follow property lines and go straight north. And of course, Dolores Martin Park up on the north side. So those are all the specifics. Thank you for bearing with me as we kind of toured around the map. Certainly open to discussion on all these. As I say, we've had a lot of back and forth along the way.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll hand this over to you in a second, but I'm going to go ahead and keep it. So I would like to go ahead and discuss Patterson Road.
Yes, sir.
So you want to change that to a collector from a current street?
And I'll get that back up on the screen so we're all looking at it. There we go. That was the thinking. Because on the current map, it was at the highest level of Parkway.
Understood, yeah.
And so that was part of the thinking, bring it back to closer to a local street. Of course, on all these situations, we're thinking long-term. If this area develops, if not much happens in that area, there's a fair amount of larger lot development, people living in that area, then the situation really doesn't change too much. But that's the thinking of over the longer term, if there is a need to move more people through this area, that's the rest.
Have you driven down Patterson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've probably seen our trees along the road.
Yes, sir.
Which they would go away with the collector. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to preserve history for Manvel, and these trees are history. Councilman Garrett Knox, he lives at the end of Matt Patterson. He wrote a book and has all the historic trees in Manvel in that book. I'm not sure that Mr. Knox would be pleased with the road increasing along right between his property. So my request, and I think I could probably have some council members agree with me, that I would like for Patterson to remain a street. There's a lot of great ideas here that I think could get from point A to point B, but my personal preference, and if I don't call it out, it never will get called out. But that is to remove Patterson from any change to any wider road than it is right now.
Yep.
Okay? And after that, I will hand it over to the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was listening on my drive. It's, ironic we're talking about thoroughfares, and I was navigating traffic on my way back to Houston. Got stuck in a little bit of it, but Mayor Pro Tem, you did great. Thank you for kicking the meeting off. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Council, up to this portion, any comments and/or questions? Councilman Bonner.
So, looking at that situation right there, right now you've got Lyra designated as what?
Lyra is shown as arterial, the red color.
Which is below,
It's between Parkway and Collector. It's and because it's shown connecting from Del Bello Boulevard coming across east-west, which of course connects to Rodeo Palms Parkway, and then turning northeast, ultimately Old Chocolate to Cullen.
I'm just wondering why we need two that close together. Seems like Lyra would alleviate any problems we would have with future growth out there.
Relative to Patterson
Yes.
being close,
Yeah.
that's the difference in the designations, and Patterson only going, well, it connects to McCoy, but stopping up at Old Massey Ranch Road. That is putting the red line and the connectivity on Lyra is looking down the road. It's looking to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm more in favor of that becoming more of a major road than Patterson. Because you're kind of going in between Lyra and Masters for travel, unless I'm just not understanding red.
Yeah, and I think with Patterson, the reality is it's existing somewhat developed area. Unless it's a city project to widen or improve that road, it's probably not going to happen on the development side. So it's a fairly local decision of whether you proceed with that. In all these discussions, as I may have mentioned earlier, you're kind of looking at today's situation versus where are we going to be long-term? And that's the discomfort, is people that live there today, and we've worked with a lot of cities in your situation that have grown from a fairly rural place, grown rapidly into a much different place with more people and more need to get around. That's what changes over time. And so it's ultimately, we've had the discussion on the staff side and with PDZ that some of these are technical considerations, cost of crossing Mustang Bayou, floodplain considerations. Other, it's what you value in your area, it's history, but it's ultimately will to put a line on the map and then to build a road. So that's where these decisions ultimately come down. I'm saying all that because it's not really a technical recommendation from us. It's more what you see as best for your community at this point to show on the map.
Any other comments, Councilman Bonner? Councilman Rossi Knox?
I'll comment on this since I live at the end of that street.
And that's Patterson?
Correct.
Yep.
Can you tell me, what is as I don't see it on my packet here, a collector, can you describe, is that 2 lanes, 4 lanes? What does it look like? New ditches?
Actually,
I don't see it. Are y'all seeing it?
yeah, I don't think we have that on the slides. There's some new, as part of this effort, and I should have introduced Alfonso Morales with the consort. who has been our sub-support on the MTP. They prepared a new set of cross-section illustrations, which are in the transportation section of the plan in the packet. But a collector roadway typically is still the same two-lane cross-section as a local street, but a little bit wider right-of-way, because usually there might be a wider sidewalk or shared use path along there. That's the reason for the additional width, not usually width of roadway or number of lanes.
Okay, yeah, I definitely don't know if there'll be any development down there in the future. We own, can you go back to that?
Yes.
Slide?
Hey, Councilman, real quick, Manager Dan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in your packet, the very last item says Comp Plan Transportation Draft. If you open that one up and go to about page 23, you'll start seeing the different street sections. If y'all want to take a look at the differences between.
Transportation draft, the last one?
Yes, exactly. Attachment number 5. Mhm.
Yeah, my family owns basically where that 3 arrow is,
Right,
all the way
right.
up to the road, both sides.
That extension?
So we've been in the family for 100 years, and it'll be in there for another 100. But we'll definitely look at Patterson for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Manager Dan, how would you guys, if we have additional comments, suggestions, recommendations, because this is just a draft being presented for feedback and consideration, not adopting right now, would you like us to send that to you and
Yes.
Joe's? That way you guys can kind of process that and work with
That'd be-
the Keating Keys team?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Council, any other comments or questions? And we have not covered the comp plan yet, just the thoroughfare plan so far?
Right, not the future land use. And yes, our next step from here, we need to come back to another workshop to show you the rest of the plan. We wanted to focus on land use and transportation tonight. But the next step after that would be potentially taking it out to the community as a draft plan, but then public hearings after that to consider adoption, which can lead to further changes. It's still a draft.
Absolutely. Council, any other? Mayor Pro Tem?
Joe's, did the staff and P&Z, they sign off on this? 100%?
We've had discussions on it, and like Gary mentioned, these are some of the, this is a proposal to the council based on some technical aspects, some aspects of mobility, and it also ties into what we are, what Kentucky is recommending or proposing in terms of land use for the future. So there's multiple factors involved, and yeah, staff has been in discussion with it. PD&Z was in discussion, and this is a point where we get input from the city council. And at the next version would reflect all the input we get as part of this workshop.
Okay. All right, well,
And some of it, like Gary said, it's putting possibilities on the map for the community's consideration,
understand.
which would be staff, PD&Z, council, and even residents when we have open houses and when we push the draft out on the online platform as well, to get the input. And we're putting it on the map based on all these factors, all the possibilities that make sense right now.
right.
So, and it would get further refined when we get input.
Well, I understand that, and I appreciate that. But, you know, I myself have voiced my opinion over the past 6 years over our trees. And I'm a little out of sorts right now because I kind of feel like it didn't sink in. And I understand about the growth and everything else, but trust me, I understand more about my trees. And I understand just having something on a drawing as a possibility. But I know as a fact, in the past, when we've had people with their old thoroughfare plan, and they wanted to build a house on their property, and the city said, oh, no, you got to build way back because there may be a thoroughfare coming through here. And it affected people just because it was in the thoroughfare plan. And that's what we got to be careful with here, is if we say this may happen, or is it going to affect, are we going to put pressure on people down the road from building, and they have to be so much further off the road from their property that they hadn't built on yet? So that's something to consider and discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Manager Dan?
Yeah, if I could just, I would say that the concerns absolutely were heard, and that's why Lyra was added, because Lyra was never on the thoroughfare plan in the first place. So basically what has been proposed is that Patterson shifts to Lyra, right? So Patterson's still a road. I mean, it is a road. So I think it sounds like instead of dropping it down from being the thoroughfare that it was originally planned to be, dropping it down to a collector, now just leaving it as a local street is obviously where some of the council might want to go. So,
Yeah, if I may, I meant to go back to Councilmember Knox's question, because you asked about what a collector looks like in terms of lanes or width. From a map standpoint and road network standpoint, it's kind of a good example there that your major roadways, if we went with this approach on the north or northwest side, Lyra now potentially would be an arterial roadway, a more continuous roadway. Masters, of course, is what it is on the other side. So the old Chocolate Bayou segment that goes east-west and then Patterson are kind of more internal to that area, just distributing traffic to the bigger roads that frame the area, where before Patterson was the road, a parkway designation to go through that area. Absolutely hear you. It's just always that balancing of long-term thinking versus where we are today.
Well, I'll chime in here, and then I think we can move on unless council has any other comments or questions for this thoroughfare piece. I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem. In regards to Patterson, I think moving that just down to a residential street, just a smaller street, would represent the wishes of the community that they've expressed over the past few years. The one question that I had was looking at Charlotte specifically. I see that that's not going all the way through to 288. Was there a strategic decision made as to why that would not connect all the way through? Because I know that the developer for that area is looking to potentially start moving. And if we're talking about future development, this is very near development. So I wasn't sure if you had any, I know it's not on the previous thoroughfare plan, but we've been talking about it internally, so I would love to get your thoughts on that, Gary.
I was going to compare notes with Alfonso because from my recollection, I don't remember even talking about that westward extension of Charlotte. So
we've
think
had several discussions, and the procedure development that that's in the talks right now. We haven't received an application, or there is discussion on it, and that wasn't discussed at the earlier phase. So after this version, we'll make sure that's included based on whatever draft we have from them. We are yet to see like a concrete plan of the alignment for Charlotte, but we'll pursue that and make sure it's reflected.
Perfect. I love that. Thank you, Jose. And Gary, something you said that I think is extremely important is a lot of these potential roads in the future, instead of just going through somebody's property and possibly over their house or their barn or their pool, you worked hard to align it with property lines. Thank you for doing that. That is a concern that I know myself and others have heard in the past when they looked at the previous plan. It's going over my house. Does that mean the city's going to come and take my house or eminent domain me? And no, that's not the intention. So aligning it with the property lines I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you for doing that.
as much as you can.
Yes.
It's in this area, as much as a lot of areas, it's an interesting property pattern, and the way the whole pattern shifts at some places, the orientation. So it's hard not to go through properties in some places, but we have tried to, in some cases, literally punt and just go back to existing roadways like Belcher and Oilfield.
One final question. If we go down to the southeast corner
Yes, sir.
for Uzel, I know that there have been discussions in the past with the county to ensure that there's alignment between their proposed collector and the city's. Is that reflected here on this map, the alignment that the county has?
Is that, I'm not sure which one that we added.
So if you look on the map on the left, just right south of where that bottom arrow is, you have it. I'm trying to see if we line it up here.
It's so hard to see.
It's a little tough.
Are you talking about UZEV?
Yeah. So I think Dan, I think you guys know what I'm referring to. The county's map had it coming in at a different position than what the city's map did. So there was going to be this off connection of about 50 yards. Is this proposed map reflective of what the county's proposed alignment would be?
Bear with me, I'm not sure which alignment we're talking about. Because I meant to point out that where the number 4 is pointing on the left-hand map, that alignment we removed from the map.
Yeah, so if you look, and I don't have the best of visions, but, so picture on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Bottom left-hand corner, you see where there's the orange collector that comes at dead ends right there, right up to the city limits. I think Dan's going to point it out.
So that's what it was doing? You're talking about Joe Snyder's property, right?
Yeah, so I think we have it as a better alignment now.
We have it.
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
perfect. I just want to make sure, thank you.
Is that Uzel?
It is. I was farther north, sorry.
I was too. I was trying to squint and see with my good eye. All right. For the Thoroughfare Plan Council, any final comments and/or questions for Mr. Gary tonight while the conversation continues? Hearing none.
And
Gary,
as we
please
say,
proceed.
this will come back as a public hearing item, then it will come back for consideration, so more times to make adjustments. Okay, I will continue, and we know we're on the clock, and understand that there's an item on the regular agenda, so didn't know if you would treat that as just a continuation, or, okay, very good. So shifting to the land use side, and, going back to when we first looked at this project as consultants, the city's description was, at your point of growth and change, this discussion of where are we headed? Are we still going to be somewhat a semi-rural community? Are we going to be just the next suburban community in the region? And so this fits perfectly with how we look at land use and development. We think about this spectrum of community character from the most natural places to the most developed, most dense places like a downtown Houston. And then we, of course, think about where you are on this spectrum. The point being, we're not even talking about land uses yet as far as residential, commercial, industrial. They can happen all along this spectrum. There's very urban factories, there's business parks that are pretty suburban and rural, they're very green and landscape, so different land uses can happen all along this spectrum. We look at the landscape in terms of 3 factors: the amount of the land surface that's open space, relatively undisturbed, or through development is landscaped, open space, green space, versus building footprints, and then paved surfaces. That intermix of those 3 factors takes you along that spectrum to rural areas on the top left, that it's mostly about wide open spaces, not a whole lot of buildings, not a whole lot of pavement, individual homesteads, agricultural activities in some areas, et cetera. To suburban areas, as you get into more developed city situations, where it's still a pretty good balance. There's still a fair amount of green space in that upper right image, but you're seeing more buildings and parking lots starting to emerge, driveways with homes. On the bottom left, I'll talk more about this, but we use the term auto-urban, but let me skip over to urban. Urban, Manvel didn't have a traditional downtown historically like some of these communities that have a typical main street, but in true urban areas, even in a small town, you see in that image that a fair amount of the land is covered with buildings and parking, especially buildings. What's in between in suburban areas, we use the term auto-urban because it's mostly pavement. It's large, especially commercial development, could be churches, could be schools, areas that have a fair amount of the surface paved along with buildings. And what that gets to in an area like this is if your drainage is a major issue in an area, runoff impacts, certainly in our part of the world, heat impacts, and then just aesthetics is what comes up in a lot of areas. So we think about land use in these terms with the character frameworks. So with that in the background, and again, there's a narrative in the packet that backs up both of these maps, much more discussion about what these maps are about. My understanding is Manvel's never really had a true future land use map, so we kept it relatively simple. Some of these maps might have 10, 15 categories. We have 6 categories on the map. And so let me go through those. And as I said, from day one when we started this work, it was what's going to be that balance of rural and more suburban. Certainly we don't have that urban end of the spectrum in Manvel, but And I'll go through the big picture of what that map looks like, but we've got areas set aside in the darker green as rural preservation, areas that are still kind of that description, fairly wide open spaces. Estate residential really lines up with your open single-family zoning, the 1 acre minimum zoning. It's larger lot, people not living right on top of each other, but there's a fair amount of people, of course, out around the central area of Manvel, a fair amount of population living in those larger lot situations. And we certainly heard why people came here in the first place, looking for that atmosphere. Suburban residential is where you're getting into more typical subdivisions, people living in closer quarters, but still, as we mentioned, trying to have a pretty good balance of between yards and open space, kind of a green balance. Master plan development, a fair amount of the map is in that color. It's your Pomona, Sedona Lake, Rodeo Palms, all these larger master plan, larger scale developments that typically have open space set aside, stormwater detention that's used as focal points, and then amenities could be recreation centers, trails, so larger scale master plan development. If you're going to develop as a community, that's a good type of development to have versus more piecemeal, small subdivisions. Certainly your basic commercial designation along Highway 6 and elsewhere, and then industrial is only on the map down in the southeast area. I'll come back and talk about location here shortly. But as I say, in the text behind the map, it talks about the character objectives of each of these designations. Also, this is not the zoning map. This doesn't replace the zoning map. This resides behind your zoning map. It is broader brush. It's a more general look at what the future can look like in terms of your overall pattern of land use and development. But each of these categories is a predominant land use. It's typically residential in your suburban residential category, certainly commercial and industrial. And then there's other potential land uses. As we say, a number of land uses can happen in these categories. So big picture, the thing we were aiming for is keeping, and again, this is not a build-out map. This isn't what Manvel's going to look like 100 years from now. It's looking at the next 10, 20 years. So we're thinking about the next years ahead of development, trying to keep most of that toward the 288 corridor, toward the Highway 6 corridor, so that more of the edges and the ETJ can remain in that lighter or the darker green, rural preservation, or the lighter green, estate residential. As we talked about, master plan development has a lot of those good qualities for the areas that are developing at that scale. All that light green is the estate residential category, as I mentioned, kind of lines up in a lot of areas with your 1 acre minimum zoning. Those areas on the southeast, southwest, and northeast that are in that darker rural preservation, in some cases it's because it's floodplain to begin with, or it's areas that are the least developed of your entire city limits and ETJ. Certainly the commercial focus, trying to keep that around your major roadways as much as we can. Industrial is really only showing up in that southeast area between Highway 6 and the railroad where that activity is now. And we had some discussion about, do we see that anywhere else? Not really, keeping it in that location. And public facilities are not a category on the map. Instead, they're labeled on the map as where your different parks, police, fire, public facilities like that, City Hall are located. And just like with schools, churches, those are things that someday they can go away. A church may relocate. It may go to another site to expand. Some churches do just close, they go away. When those are on the land use map as a designation, it doesn't help us if they do change because the map says church or it says public facility. If it's on Highway 6, for example, we typically put it in the commercial category. That's likely a commercial property in the future. If it's in a more residential area, zoning typically allows churches in most residential areas. So we don't call those out on the map. We have an illustration separate from the future land use map itself that would be the adopted map, and kind of small on this screen, but it's those areas that are outlined and have kind of a crosshatch on them along some of the major roadways. Our thinking here is that at your stage of development, what we see in so many cases is that future land use maps and zoning maps have way too much commercial shown on them, more than the market could bear in the near term. And so we've shown the general broad brush future land use, but then we've called out on this illustration areas where we think that could be the next wave of where, as rooftops build up, as your roadways start to have more pass-by traffic that attracts retail, these are the locations that could have that type of next wave of development. And really, it's some of the locations that would be off of Highway 6, away from 288. They would be your more neighborhood-oriented, smaller shopping centers, commercial, things that people need closer to home, convenience, versus going all the way to town center for H-E-B and for Lowe's, things like that. So that's part of the thinking there. It's also at locations that are those future intersections on the major thoroughfare plan. So they may not happen anytime soon, but if and when they do, there's an illustration in your plan. It would be the basis for updating your future land use map over time, because we've kind of previewed where those things might happen. Typically, you know, we all know the phrase of retail follows rooftops, so that's part of this. It's along some of the roadway corridors, but it's also sending the message that not wanting to see commercial spread, you know, along entire corridors, trying to focus it around some of the key intersections over time, and that neighborhood function as well. So Mayor, I'm going to kind of do the same exercise and go around the map in smaller pieces, again, starting up at the north, so that the legend is always there to the bottom right. But that pinkish color is the master plan development. So of course, up in this part of the city, Pomona, Sedona Lakes, South Fork, all these areas that are existing master plan developments, we've designated those. Areas that are around them, in some cases, we have the suburban residential, the yellow. We have commercial along some of the corridors, and then at intersections at the 288 interchanges, and now with 288 being upgraded, there'll be better access to some of these properties. And the symbol there that you see in some locations with the flag, that's the typical school symbol. But again, some of those are in a residential area. Some of those are within the red commercial designation. As we say, most schools aren't going anywhere. My school that I graduated from in high school is gone. So that property is a commercial property now. It can transition over time. So, and then as we move farther south, actually I'll kind of do the same. Yeah, we're going down toward Highway 6 here in Kirby vicinity. So there's Manvel Town Center, of course, the interchange of Highway 6, State Highway 288, mostly commercial along that corridor. The future Presidio potential development is in master plan development already, so that entire large area there foreseen as master plan development. Suburban residential, more toward the area north of Manvel Town Center, up toward Rodeo Palms Parkway. On the south side of that map, you see that area of darker green. That's the rural preservation designation. So that's that area where I mentioned the potential extension of Iowa Lane south into that area. If nothing happens there, if it remains fairly rural, nothing happens. That's just the other ways to get into that area. All right, now we're in the more the northeast. So there's that whole swath from, basically we used Del Bella Road as our boundary, and that kind of following the pattern that's there. So everything more east and north of Del Bella Road is in the light green estate residential. So that's that Patterson Road area, as we've talked about, larger lot, people that are living in not shoulder to shoulder, more room up there. That's the idea of estate residential. And again, some of these areas are ETJ, so zoning doesn't apply. We're showing what Manvel as a community might prefer as its future growth area B. You don't have zoning to control that unless annexation were to happen. Sometimes some of that influence can happen through development agreements out in ETJ, but that is the purpose of the future land use map there. And then, again, as I go around the map, these areas that are in that darker crosshatch with the boundary around them, those are some of the potential commercial mixed-use potential that we're not showing on the map today but on a separate illustration showing where that could evolve over time. The Masters Road corridor, I kind of see that as your future Main Street. You've already got the nice progression of schools. You put your new public safety facility there, churches along there. So right now, it's in the suburban residential category on the map. But as you see in the text, a number of other uses can happen in that areas, but residential is the predominant use, big picture. And then some of those other boxes are, again, where future intersections could happen. McCoy and Del Bello is one, I believe, there, or Charlotte. And so that's what those are. But again, you kind of see that break point between rural up at the northeast corner, then an area of state residential, then suburban residential as you get more toward this area, Highway 6 and City Hall, the center of the city. And I know we need to wind it down here, Mayor. On the east side, again, a large area of state residential, and then the darker green, the rural preservation. All the way south, of course, we have Meridiana in the master plan development, but then down very south end of Masters and around Meridiana, we have estate residential. We have the rural preservation up toward Highway 6 north of Meridiana. And then in the southeast, where we talked just recently, another area of the darker green, rural preservation, the industrial along the Highway 6 area, the southeast city limits. And then there's the center of the city, kind of this old Manvel area, but we've got suburban residential on the south side of Highway 6 down toward Meridiana. We've already talked about that as Meridiana is doing some things outside of that original box, kind of the big rectangle, that we may show more master plan development coming up Meridiana Parkway. But there's that kind of mix. And again, Manvel High School, some of the other school campuses are in the red of commercial, but they are, public uses within that area. So Mayor, I think this may be a good place to stop and we can pick up on the regular agenda.
Perfect. Thank you, Gary.
Okay.
Dan, anything you'd like to add?
No, sir.
No? Joe, is anything from you, sir? No? All right, Council, we do have a regular agenda item where we will continue this discussion. But if you're good with it, we'll take a few-minute recess and then kick us off here. Let's aim for no later than 6:05 p.m. All right, thank you. I'd like to officially call this Manvel City Council meeting to order here at 6:09 p.m. We have 7 of 7 members present, and we're going to start off with the invocation. And Mr. Alfred Froberg, one of our drainage commissioners, is going to lead us in the invocation tonight. Mr. Froberg, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. Could everybody please bow? Heavenly Father, we ask that you look over this country in these trying times. There's so many good people here, and we really need your help and understanding. We ask that you look over this great city council, and everybody that's here. This great country, we ask you to look over the state. We also ask you to look over our first responders that keep us safe every day, and our military that protect us. We ask us all this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Froberg. Appreciate you. Okay, next we have the inspirational reading from myself. And so the quote that I have for tonight, it's one that challenges us to think about the responsibility that comes with leadership, the decisions that we make here about land use, development, infrastructure, community priorities. It absolutely needs to serve the people of Manvel today, but it also needs to serve the people of Manvel tomorrow. I look at many people out in this room tonight that have shaped Manvel in its past and are actively shaping it in the present for the future. And so this quote is from a former Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, and she is otherwise known as the mother of sustainable development. And this quote says, "Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs." So if you guys can, please stand and join me in saying the pledges. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. So we have a few presentations, recognitions, proclamations to do tonight. And we will start off first with our Director of Public Works, Mr. Robbie Hall. I believe you have a recognition tonight for Mr. Patrick Hernandez. Mr. Robbie?
You have a microphone? Small? Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Robbie Hall, the Public Works Director of City of Manvel. I have Patrick Hernandez standing here in front of me. He passed his certified public infrastructure inspector. So, Patrick, I want you to say a few words for the crowd.
How you doing? My name is Patrick Hernandez. I am the inspection supervisor. So I do all the civil site inspections, manage a few guys. This is actually a big accomplishment for me. It's something that come to Manvel 7 years ago. Didn't expect any of this to happen for me, but I guess Mr. Robbie granted me the opportunity to take this test. First time I didn't get so lucky, but this time I finally passed it with flying colors. So I'm very grateful to work here in Manvel, been here, and I plan on retiring. So hopefully I have many more after this.
All right, give us a minute here as we make our way to the front. So we are first going to begin. Oh, well, let's take a photo first. Absolutely. Hey, Council, we're going to be up here for a while, so make yourselves comfortable. All right, the first proclamation that we are going to issue tonight is for Fire Prevention Week, and I believe that we have our fire marshal here tonight. Ms. Shauna, if you could please come forward. Ms. Shauna is an incredible team member that helps keep our city safe along with her team, and so we are going to recognize this week, October 5th to 11th, 2025, as Fire Prevention Week in the city of Manvel. The Fire Prevention Week theme is Charge into Fire Safety, lithium-ion batteries in your home. This week serves to remind us of the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in our homes and our communities. And so, Shauna, we appreciate you. Can you share with us a little bit about fire safety?
Specifically on the topic of your lithium batteries, a lot of us don't know how to dispose of those batteries. You cannot throw them in the trash because they are known to cause fires. But we do have, Home Depot has a program. It's called Call to Recycle. So if you look up Call to Recycle, you can find the locations of Home Depot. Also, Office Depot, I believe, and one of the other office or electronic stores are part of this program. That program is free to you. They have drop boxes, and you can just drop their batteries there, and they will take them away. And there's also a recycling center in Pearland. So Brazoria County residents, including Manvel, can dispose of lithium batteries for free at the Stellar Roberts Recycling Center in Pearland. So if you want to know how to properly dispose of those, that's how you're going to do it. And just a quick word, the Fire Marshal's office is really pushing an emphasis on smoke detectors right now. A lot of our new codes, the new homes are built with smoke detectors, wired with battery backup. But for those of you who don't have those smoke detectors or who know someone who don't have those smoke detectors, there are some smoke detectors available in the back for free. There's also some smoke detector tips. We will be giving smoke detectors out October 24th at our trunk or treat, annual trunk or treat, and that's from 5 to 7. Or if you need smoke detectors, I will be willing to give them out until we run out of them. So you can contact Fire Marshal's office.
All right, thank you so much, Shauna. Here you go. This is for you. Then if you want to stand right here in the middle, we'll take a photo together. So next, we have a proclamation for National Community Planning Month. And so, Joes, if you can come around to the front with us. Caught you by surprise there. You didn't think you'd have to come forward. Hopefully, Dan told you got a speech. We need at least 5 minutes from you here. And then I think that you have some of your team members here as well. So, Ellie, you got to come forward here too. So, Joe's helps lead our development services department that helps us plan and prepare for the future, making sure that we have smart, sustainable development, not just for the here and now, but for the future. And I believe that this is the first time that we are proclaiming October as National Community Planning Month. And this is not just our city development services department, Dan, Ellie, and the team. This is also our planning, development, and zoning, and it's you as a community. When we have items that come before us, specific use permits, zoning requests, variances, us hearing from you, working with staff, working as a council, working with PD&Z, help us make sure that we're planning for the future. And so this proclamation encourages all residents in Manvel to recognize the dedicated service of our planners, engineers, and the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission, whose work helps guide the city towards a sustainable and prosperous future. So, Joes, a few words?
You said it all.
You got to say more than that. A little more. Careful, Robbie.
So one common thing between all great cities and communities is planning. And when I say planning, it's not just a bunch of professional planners drawing up a plan. It's about the residents, the community leaders, and citizens in general getting together, collaborating, and deciding for their future and building their community one piece at a time, one thing at a time, and making sure the community grows and flourishes with innovation and whatever other character qualities that the community needs to be. So let this month be a reminder that we all need to collaborate to make Manvel a great community.
All right, we'll gather. Do you want to say a few words, Ellie? Okay.
I want to say thank you, City Council's staff and citizens, to help us to help city grows in a right way.
Careful there. Look at that athleticism. I need you on my softball team. Next, we have a proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we have Miss Yolanda here tonight. Miss Yolanda is a breast cancer overcomer, and so we so much appreciate you, Miss Yolanda. We appreciate the joy and the laughter that you bring anytime you walk into a room. You light it up. And my mother, my grandmother, many people that all of us know in this room have been impacted by breast cancer. And so it is my privilege, with the authority that is vested in me as mayor of the city of Manvel, to proclaim October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Manvel. And I encourage all residents to join in activities that promote, educate, and also help with early detection and support for patients and families, that we may make continued progress towards the ending of this disease. And right now, some of the statistics is that there are more than 21,000 new cases amongst cancer in women, 3,500 related deaths estimated in 2024 by the Texas Department of State Health Services. And so you'll see many athletes throughout the month wearing pink to draw attention and awareness for breast cancer. And we are so happy to have you with us. And we're going to have you say a few words as well here.
Thank you. And I would just like to thank the council and the staff here, because going through what I went through, I didn't have to worry about my job, and that eased my mind. So I appreciate everything that everyone done for me.
We're doing pretty good at this, council, squeezing right back into the same spots. I like it. We found a groove. So next, we have a very, very special proclamation for Miss Abby. Miss Abby, can you come forward here? So at the remarkable age of 6, Miss Abby recognized that something as simple as a new pair of shoes restored dignity, confidence, and opportunity for children in need. That led her to starting Abby's Shoe Foundation, which is a charitable organization, and it has provided hundreds of children in our local community and around the world with new shoes, ensuring that no child is held back from walking into school, playing with friends, or pursuing their dreams. Now, we are honored to recognize Abby tonight because she was recognized recently through the prestigious first ever Youth Impact Award from the Community Assistance Providers of Pearland, honoring her pioneering efforts and far-reaching impact of her organization. And so, Abby, I would love to have you tell us a little bit about Abby's Shoes Foundation, and I encourage all of the residents of Manvel through this proclamation to celebrate her achievements and also to support her in the future as she raises more money to provide shoes to kids in need.
So, thank you. Okay. So I just wanted to say that I'm just super, super, super proud and just very thankful that our organization has come so far as in today. I am 13 years old, so we've been doing this for 7 years now. And my goal for Christmas is to get 1,000 kids a pair of shoes, which I know that's a lot, but if we start donating now and start doing the processes and everything that needs to go in to have shoes on Christmas Day, you can donate to abbyshoes.com. And yeah, and I love seeing the smiles on their faces when they open up a pair of shoes and they're like, oh my gosh, like I'm so excited to go to school. Like it gives them, it's like, I don't even know how to describe the feeling, but it's just so, I don't know how to explain it. It's just really nice. And I really love, and my mom always helps me. Come here. My mom always helps me with everything. and she also deserves this award because it's not just me, it's her too.
You're sweet. Thank you. That means she's.
How much money do you need to raise to provide 1,000 shoes?
A lot. Well, okay, we need so 1,000 pairs of shoes. Shoes are expensive also. They're not cheap. So maybe $3,000. We have an infinite goal, but it's $50 per shoe. So it's quite a bit. But yeah, thank you.
So basically, you're my boss.
Thank you so much, Abby. And something that I love that she didn't talk about is Abby and her foundation, their foundation, they don't just buy the cheapest shoes off the rack. They want these kids, when they open up their shoes, to be able to see name brand shoes, to see the Adidas, to see the Nikes, to take pride in what they wear. And I've seen videos when they bring shoes to some of these kids in Mexico, they put them on, and they'll take off sprinting around the room and playing outside. And you just see the joy that to us, something as simple as a pair of shoes seems insignificant, but to many it means so much. So Abby, thank you for what you do. We're excited for you. Let's take a photo here real quick. So if you want to go right here. She was going to say.
Go for it.
Also, thank you to all my donors and everyone who has sponsored the runs and who keep donating and to continue to donate.
And who are those people?
Mr. Dan and Mr. I say it, Boteo? Buenteo. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Abby. All right, council, we're almost there. We got a few more, but these are some very special recognitions that we're doing tonight. So for you, the community may not know, but a few council meetings ago, we went and named some of our different facilities in Manvel, our police station, our water tower, our building right over here to the right, where we'll be eventually holding court in the future. And one of the things that we like to do is when we name a facility after a family member, after an entire family, after an organization, we believe that it's important to show them respect and to honor them. And so we like to have a time to celebrate those individuals, those families, and those organizations. And so it is my honor and privilege tonight to recognize the contributions of our Director of Public Safety, Keith Traylor, in whom we have named our new police station after, which is now going to be called the Keith Traylor Criminal Justice Center. So Chief, if you can come forward, let's give him a round of applause.
Well, this is like I've said before, this is really an honor to have this building named after me. I can talk forever about it, but we got a long meeting, so I'm gonna keep it short. This was a 5-year project that we worked on, and it just wasn't me. It was a lot of my staff that helped me out as well. We had a lot of input from a lot of members of the police department that helped me really plan, organize, and build this facility. One thing I remember is when I presented the floor plans for the first time, one of the council members at the time pretty much told me, he says, we want this to be the premier building for the city of Manvel. And I think we did that. It's a magnificent building. It's a great structure. It's a 50-year building that's going to be here for quite a while, hopefully. But I just can't thank the council enough for allowing us to build this building. We were in dire need of it. We finally got rid of the trailer park. That went away last week, thank goodness, and we had a celebration out in the parking lot when those trailers rolled out. But council was very generous. They helped us with this. Not only this council, but the councils in the past. Mayor Martin was a big part of it. Back several years ago, they actually got the land that was donated to us for that. So I just want to thank everybody for it, thank my staff for helping out, and thank the citizens for believing in us.
Oh, Well, where's your wife at? Oh, all right, come on forward. Oh, hey. Yeah, you have to come forward. We got one more time here. The next recognition that we have is we are going to be honoring and recognizing the contributions of our first ever city judge, Mr. Michael Culling. And we are officially going to name this building right over here, which was a city hall, kind of is still a city hall, but this is the newer side of city hall. We are going to be repurposing that as our municipal court. And we are officially going to name it the Judge Michael Culling Municipal Court. Mr. Culling, if you could please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And I thank the family and all those who've shown up. Some of you know me, and my daughter, who's with me when I was first made a judge 50 years ago, and her present husband, who actually gave up a Chicago, whatever that team's name is, they're still in the playoffs, even though the Astros never made it. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Culling, I'll give that to you. Congratulations. This is Mr. Culling's better half. This is Mrs. Culling. Council, if you guys would come forward, we'll take the photo here. Would you guys like to be in it too? Yeah, come on. Round of applause for them, please. Congratulations. All right. So for many years, we always heard people not say that they live in Manvel, but say that they live in Pomona, Rodeo Palms, Lakeland, a street. They didn't necessarily recognize it with the city of Manvel. So when we built our first ever water tower and we worked on the design for it, it says Manvel, founded in 1857. And that was such an important design that was picked out. And I believe Alyssa was involved with that. We had Mayor Martin involved with that. I think Councilwoman Sarmiento was involved. And that was such an important thing. And my wife was involved too. Yes, absolutely, my wife. Thank you. Sorry, babe, if you're watching. So what was so important to us is that people knew when they were driving along 288 that they were in the city of Manvel. And there was a family that settled here back in July of 1857. And we could think of no better name to name this water tower after than the Booth family. So in honor and recognition of the legacy and contributions of the Booth family, whose ancestry settled in Manvel in 1857, the water tower is therefore named forward the Booth Water Tower. I believe we have Mr. Marvin Booth here with us tonight. So Mr. Booth, if you could come forward, sir, let's give him a round of applause.
Well, I appreciate this. This is one of the third, plaques I've been given here from the county and from the Lions Club. I feel good about that. And I've been here 81 years, and I'm in the same spot where my great-great-grandfather. And I live across the creek from my grandmother. My house is right in part of the old Booth community that used to be back there. And I know you know that. But anyway, it's been a long road. And Manvel's much different than it used to be. In fact, I remember our school bus driver, there's so many stories, but our school bus driver, when you got to Jordan Road on Masters, if it rained, he wouldn't go any further because he said he was going to run off the road, and we had to walk 1.5 miles to get to the deal. So me and a friend, there was 4 of us started the first grade, and boys. We commenced to start, we were riding our horses to school. And that's a true story. We drove anyway. But I appreciate it. And anybody wants to talk old times about Manvel, I'm good at talking. on a one-to-one basis. Thanks.
Take the microphone from there. The next recognition that we have for tonight, so right behind City Hall, we have roughly an acre of land. And a big component of that is we're going to be building in the future a dog park. And we could think of the committee that recommended it, council concurred, could think of no better individual or family to name it after than Manvel's first ever animal vet. And so we are officially naming the dog park at Heritage Park after the Leonarduzzi family. And we recognize their contributions, and specifically the contributions of Dr. Roland Leonarduzzi to the welfare of animals in the city of Manvel. So if you could come forward, sir. Did you make it here? I don't think the family members were able to make it. All right, we'll repeat this in the future, so we'll put that to the side for right now. Some people had to drive from all over the state to be here, and some weren't able to make it. So speaking of Heritage Park, the next item that we have is an honor and recognition of Ruth Dietz for her unwavering dedication, selfless service, and enduring love for the Manvel community. So Miss Ruth, can you please come forward? Please give her a round of applause. For many, many, many years, Miss Ruth and her team ran a food bank here in Manvel, a drive-through food bank. So many people were blessed by you, your family, and your volunteers in their greatest time of need. You guys were always a consistent presence there to help them, love them, and show them the love of Christ. So we will present this to you, and we would love to have you say a few words.
Just a few?
Just a few.
Well, this is such a great honor, and I miss helping the families in the community because that was, my heart. If there was ever a need, just call me, I'm there. But then, can I put this down? I can't talk without my hands. Anyway, but my greatest joy was my Thanksgiving feast that I started here for the community, and I was blessed to have the Knights of Columbus here on Highway 6 that opened up their doors for me to invite everyone. The whole community was invited to come in and have a sit-down meal, hot meal, and they could have, the kids had coloring books and crayons. We had Santa Claus that was a joy to all the kids, and pictures with Santa Claus. all for free. And that was my heart, to be able to have a room full of people, whether they needed the food or not, to come in and sit down and enjoy conversation, a new person, a neighbor, and just not have to worry about what's going on. It's all for free. And that was my heart. Would it be possible to get those that were a part of my life while I was here and did food pantry and just have them come stand up so that the community could see? Miss Martin, Teresa, Vanessa, Logan, of course. Is there anybody else here that volunteered at the food pantry or made donations to the food pantry? Because we certainly could not have operated and fed the community and did all the things that we have accomplished in this community without the love and the heart of the people that live in this community. They're the ones that made this all possible.
So how do you hold that? We'll come in behind you.
Can I get my son up here?
Absolutely, yeah, have your son come up.
Better be careful, Dolores is kissing babies.
We have one more. One more. Yes, we got all of our photos. We're good. We're good. We have one more. Okay. So before we have the final presentation tonight, I'm going to take a point of privilege, and I also want to celebrate a special ceremony that occurred recently at the end of September. Our very own Councilman Harry Oplager is now a married man to Miss Rosemary. So congratulations, guys. Let's see the ring. Let's see the ring. Where's the ring? Oh, look at that. If you like it, then you should put it in. Okay. So next we have Councilman Keith Bonner that is going to do our next presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank all of y'all for being here tonight. Every person that received one of the plaques tonight has received it because they've been a servant to the community. And I cannot think of a better presentation to give than the one we're fixing to do. Several months ago, I met with one of my neighbors, and he told me about a special person in his family's life that they wanted to honor. And so I'd like to bring the Buentello family up, Joe and everyone, and also Miss Phyllis Manson. So I was approached, and Joe had an idea that they wanted to take a piece of Manvel's history that was in decay, which was the gazebo out at Croy Park, and they wanted to know if they could fund redoing it to bring it back to its glory. And I said, well, sure, it's a gazebo. What, do y'all like to go to the park? And he said, yeah, we love the park, but we also love the person that loves the gazebo the most, and that's Phyllis. So they provided the funding, and I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but if you look at the pictures on the side, you can see what it used to look like, and in the lower right, you can see now what it looks like. And I hope you enjoy it. I thank your family for doing this, and once again, thank you all for being the servants that you all have been to the city of Manvel.
Well, just something real quick. I moved to Manvel approximately 8 years ago, and this is my home. You know, I grew up in LaPorte, and I get the same feel I got when I was, in high school living in LaPorte. I love the community, I love the people, I love the council, and everything that they stand for. So I'm proud to be living here in Manvel, and appreciate everything from the council and Keith for asking. And we look forward to helping do more things here. And Miss Phyllis, she's one of my dear friends, and I know this was going to make her real happy. So I'm glad we were able to do it.
Would you like to say something?
I just love Manvel. I'm fourth generation here, so it goes way back, and my heart is right out there. So, thank you, Joe.
We're gonna take a photo.
The heartbeat of our Manvel. Thank you, hug. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you do for us. And Miss Phyllis, thank you so much also. God bless you so much for everything you've done.
All right, that's the last one. Everyone, give us a moment to get settled, and we'll continue on with the agenda. All right. We have a few public hearings on the agenda, and so we're going to let staff give us a presentation on the public hearing items, and then we'll run through those. So, Joe's, Dan, and team, anything that you guys would like to present?
So the first public hearing that we have is for a request for a rezoning of the subject site, which is approximately 2.066 acres located at 7123 Gilbogue Avenue. Just a little background, the subject site is located south of Highway 6. It is approximately a block between Rogers Road and Gilbogue, which is an unimproved right-of-way. The subject site also has an existing house on it, but the house has lost its legal non-conformance several years ago, and the property is zoned light commercial. The applicant has owned that property for a few years now, and has been trying to use the existing house. However, he's not been able to. He's indicated that he's not been able to attract any kind of commercial uses for the property, and is making this request to use the existing house as a residence for one of his employee, and he owns a nursery business in Liverpool, Texas, and would like to have one of his staff members live there and also use the house as a small lab for tissue culture related to the nursery. And the request is to rezone this from light commercial to highway mixed-use district. And the reasoning that the applicant has provided is that the highway mixed-use district is very similar to light commercial in terms of the commercial allowance for it. The only difference is that the highway mixed-use district would also include allowance for single-family residents, and the tissue culture use, the home lab that is trying to include in there. Now, the intent and the purpose of the highway mixed-use district is for properties that are located along a major thoroughfare, like a state highway or a farm-to-market road. This particular property is not located along Highway 6 or a farm-to-market, but it is within the vicinity that the district requires it to be, which is like within 700 feet. So because it does not meet the locational criteria, staff is not able to recommend approval. However, the staff report includes our analysis, which calls out some of the unique circumstances associated with this property. There is an existing house on it, and there are surrounding properties which have legal non-conformance for residential use. So this proposal will not be introducing a new new use to the area. It doesn't have any impact on the density of the area. However, staff has also highlighted and noted that this would introduce a different zoning designation surrounded by the existing light commercial district. The applicant is here tonight. If you all have any questions for the applicant when we get to the regular agenda item. And the Planning Development and Zoning Commission is recommending approval and the motion passed with a vote of 6 yeas and 1 nay.
Thank you, Joes. So we will open up this public hearing. I will read out the public hearing item. Open it up to 3 calls for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. I'll have you come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then the floor will be yours. So this public hearing is to hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning ordinance of the city by changing the zoning classification of a certain tract of land being 2.066 acres located at 7123 Gilbo Ave, PID 228041 being Lot 1 through 12, Block 24 of DRAA Luther Subdivision of Manvel in Brazoria County, Texas, Volume 1, page 71 of the plat records of Brazoria County, Texas, from light commercial district to highway mixed use district, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability and providing a penalty in amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. We will now open it up to the first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. We have a hand raised. Pastor Stuart Martin, if you could come forward to state your name and address for the record, and the floor will be yours.
I'm not going to talk as fast as you did. You sounded like you was from New Jersey there for a minute, but you did good. I'm Stuart Martin. I live at 7516 Palmetto, adjacent right to that piece of property. Whenever the city of Manvel was in the zoning process, we stretched out papers all up and down the tables. And this was part that we zoned commercial because it was the downtown area, and they said, and we all agreed, most people there agreed that this would be that they wanted to revitalize the downtown area. And so if you start giving some of these zoning areas different things and different permission to do different things, I don't know whether it'll stay commercial or not. So, but in this area that we designed to be commercial, I'd like to see it stay commercial myself, to revitalize the area. And if you start letting people live in the house, well then, it would be a residence again. Whenever I called the city about it, because we thought about buying it, and they said, no, you can't, because I'm in the rental business. I had several rent houses, and they said, no, we're not going to allow, to be, a residence, and so you can't have it as a rental. And I said, well, okay, I'm out, because, it's not a rental piece of property no more because it's on commercial. And that was back in 2019, whenever the house went for sale for that. So unless things have changed and they're not going to revitalize, it could be another 10, 15 years before you ever get a chance to make this go commercial again. So I'd like to see it, stay the way it is. I know the guy personally, I talk to him all the time. It's nothing against him. It's just that if we don't keep the motion going, which you all know over the last 5, 6, 7 years, Manvel has changed drastically, and now we're, seeing a motel that wants to come in and, a hotel down the street on the same side of the street, but on down further. So if we give other permissions to do different stuff, I don't see how you're going to revitalize the downtown area. So I hope that you'll just, keep it commercial area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pastor Martin. Anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing? We have Ms. Pastor Martin. Thank you for being here, ma'am. If you could please state your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Betty Martin, 7516 Palmetto Street here in Manvel. That was my husband. This property is right by ours, and between our house and the Church of the Harvest. And our neighbor Bobby Schuler used to live there for years. My sister and I went to school with his kids, so he had lived there for 50 years, I know. And so he died in 2014, and Mr. Abraham bought it, or Mr. Muhammad bought it in 2019, I believe. So I just know it's taken a little longer for this part of Manvel, what we call the old part of Manvel, to develop, but, I mean, businesses are popping up everywhere, even here, so we just feel like it should stay the light commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing? Yes, sir. If you could please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours. How are you doing tonight?
Good evening, all. My name is Mohammed Alam. I live in 57 Atascadero Drive, Manvel, Texas. I've been living here almost 15 years now, since I, got back from Hawaii. Anyway, I'm the actual owner. So, actual owner, I should say the second owner, actually. Actual owner is my mother-in-law, who is around like 7 years old, 70. And, of course, obvious reason she cannot be here because of her health issue. I bought this property in 2019. So whatever I got the history from the previous owner, of course, it was after Mr. Bobby died and the house got affected by the Harvey, and they had to fix the house with a lot of help from the communities, including some of the staff from the city. And it was, they got ready for deceased person's wife, Bobby's wife, but some reason actually she was not able to move in. So they put in the market. And we bought it. Actually, our initial reason was to go back to for my mother-in-law to be, stay in the house. Of course, later on we come to know that it is not going to be the happen. It is commercial and going to leave it as commercial. So I speak to so many people since 2019. So right now, 2025, last 6 years. It has a nice house, 3-bedroom house. Because the location's kind of back, there was a signboard I put over there from the loopnet.com, put it for the commercial use. We did not get no response at all. And basically, people call us, hey, can we live there? We say, no, you cannot live there. It is commercial, basically. However, as you see, last 6 years, since the location of the house is not actually in the front, it's always the back, and accessibility also you have to go all the way to the back. It's like a small gravel road. And based on that, actually, I was not able to, use this house for the last 6 years. I'm maintaining it and taking care of the house. Matter of fact, I put some stuff inside the house, it always gets stolen. For cleaning, I lost 2 of my bicycles. 2 times they broke down the house. I have, reported twice, police departments. So since the place is kind of like empty, and as you understand that if you leave your home empty for next 6 months, you will not going to see this place the same way. So it is a property, but because of the city's requirement, we cannot use. I have total respect on the city's rules and regulation. Meantime, I was thinking actually how I can use this house. It's a property. I cannot just let it fall down and slowly after 10 years it's going to break down by itself. I have to use it for something. So recently, last year, I bought a nursery in Liverpool. It's a wholesale nursery. It's not like selling to the regular people. And so recent, our tariff issues to overseas, especially some of the plant, we cannot, if you bring it over here even, it's become very expensive. Give you a small example of the, desert rose. It's 100% come from most of them, I was 100%, like 50, more than 70, 80% come from Thailand. We used to buy like $10 a piece. Now it's almost like $15, $20 because of tariffs. So we're thinking to that, why we're going to import those things from the other country when we can do it in here ourselves. So I was thinking to do the small tissue culture thing. So tissue culture is the things that you have to do it in controlled environment, like temperature has to be maintained. So this place would be perfect for me because it's pretty close to, pretty much, I got the electricity is there, water is there, pretty much everything. So I was thinking that maybe this is the right place for, I just need to have one person to stay there to just keep monitoring that, basically. And so that's why I requested it. I spoke to, your city staffs, and they say, yeah, you can look for a, to me, actually doesn't concern it. Either it is a highway mixed use or it's just regular mixed use or something like that, at least. Or you can put me a condition even for this, that I can use especially only for this. And so that's the main reason actually I requested for this. Of course, I have total respect for my neighbors, and I know him, they're living there basically, and using it as a residential. And basically, I'm just looking to use this property. That's really basically. And I'm requesting you that for maybe like 1-2 years, maybe, as you said, Manvel is growing. So maybe we can look something better. I like to see this thing used as commercial, maybe make more money on that. But the place, maybe the time is not there yet. That's the whole reason actually I'm here right now, to requesting you that if you can approve me this one, so that will be at least used for some property, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here tonight. Anybody else wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing? We will now do the second call for anybody. Second call for anybody wishing to speak. Third call. All right, we will close this public hearing at 7 p.m. Staff presentation on the second public hearing item. We have Ms. Ellie.
Good evening again. This is a request to amend an existing specific use permit for a 1.24 acre tract of land located at 22303 Highway 6. Subject site currently zoned light commercial with Highway 6 overlay. The site is developed with 2 existing buildings and associated parking. In 2022, the property was rezoned to allow general automotive repair and body shop in the east building subject to conditions. The applicant now requests to amend the ordinance to also allow tire sales and installation as a supporting function of the existing auto repair business. No new development is proposed. Staff has reviewed the request against the comprehensive plan and the SUP approval criteria. The site is located along Highway 6. The use is compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses, and no impacts are anticipated on traffic, utilities, or nearby properties. At the September 22nd, 2025 Planning Development Zoning meeting, the Commission asked about the condition on outdoor tires storage and display. Staff explained it prevents statistic impacts and hazards. The applicant noted no outdoor storage is proposed. The Commission recommended approval with revised conditions: storage prohibited, display limited to 8 tires during business hours with proper setbacks. The motion passed 7-0, and staff supports the recommendation and happy to answer your questions at the regular agenda.
Great. Thank you, Ellie. We will now open up this public hearing, and I will read it out. This is to hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the specific use permit established by ordinance number 2022-0-14, allowing NAICS use number 811111, general automotive repair, and NAICS use number 811121, automotive body paint and interior paint and maintenance, with conditions to include allowance for NAICS use 441340. Tire dealers with conditions for an approximate 1.24 acre tract located at 22303 Highway 6, Manvel, Texas, PID 165646, being land situated in HT and BRR Company Survey, Abstract 231, Brazoria County, Texas, zone light commercial, State Highway 6 overlay district with specific use permit, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map and providing for severability and providing a penalty in amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. We will do the first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Second call and third call. All right, we will close the public hearing at 7:03 p.m. Our fastest agenda item tonight. Look at that. All right, agenda public hearing number 3. Ellie, she is back. What do you have for us?
This is a request for a specific use permit for a proposed car wash along Highway 6. The subject site is about 0.8 acre portion of 3.66 acre vacant tract located on the south side of Highway 6. It's directly across from Manvel Town Center HEB and just west of Chevron gas station. The site is currently zoned light commercial with Highway 6 overlay. The applicant with Whitewater Express Car Wash, representing the property owner, proposes to develop the site with car wash. The property will be subdivided into 5 reserves to accommodate both the car wash and a future retail development. The car wash requires a specific use permit in a light commercial district. Facility will operate daily from 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m., offering both car wash and vacuum services. Surrounding areas include Manvel Town Center to the north, HEB, a gas station and car wash. To the south and west are undeveloped parcels within the Manvel Town Center pod. And to the east is a vacant land and Chevron gas station. Other nearby car washes include HEB, Valero next to Sonic on Highway 6, Rich's Car Wash under construction near Starbucks, and a facility near Little Rascals Daycare on Highway 6. While staff monitor clustering of certain land uses, car washes currently do not have spacing requirements. Access to the site will be from Highway 6, pending TxDOT approval. A 25-foot public access easement is required along the north side of the site for shared access. Utilities will be extended from Manvel Town Center crossing Highway 6, and drainage will be served by an off-site detention pond approved in 2023. Sidewalks, landscaping, screening, parking, and lighting shall apply with city standards. Staff has reviewed the request and finds it consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the surrounding light commercial zoning district. Potential traffic impacts will be mitigated through TxDOT driveway permitting and compliance with the city access requirements. Staff recommendation was a conditional approval with the conditions listed in the staff report, including compliance with city codes, access easement, landscaping, fencing, and minimum of 18 parking spaces and light controls. At the September 22nd, 2025 PD&Z meeting, a public hearing was held, and the applicant presented the business, and the commission reviewed the use, site plan, and conditions. Planning and Development Zoning recommended approval of this requested SUP with conditions provided by staff. And applicant provided presentation. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer that. And also they're here at the regular agenda.
Perfect. Thank you, Ellie. We will now open up this public hearing to hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning classification of approximate 0.8275 acre tract of land out of and a part of a called 3.661 acre tract of record in the name of HJR Highway 6 LLC in Brazoria County Clerk's file number 2025100977 PID 167704, said 0.8275 acre tract being out of a part of tract 37 section 71 in Emigration Land Companies subdivision in book number 2 page 81 in the Brazoria County Plats record, generally located along the southern side of State Highway 6, the second parcel of land to the west of Chevron gas station located at 17230 Highway 6, Manvel, Texas, across from the Manvel Town Center, HEB, from Light Commercial District, State Highway 6 Overlay District to Light Commercial District, State Highway 6 Overlay District with specific use permit for the granting of a specific use permit with conditions to authorize the use of property for NAICS use 811192 car washes, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. We will open up this public hearing here at 7:08 and do the first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. You can please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Drew Donosky with Claymore Engineering, 3231 Harwood Road, Bedford, Texas. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Whitewater Car Wash, and I just wanted to let everyone know we have representatives here from Whitewater Car Wash, myself with the civil engineering firm, and the overall developer and landowner. We do have a presentation. I know that will wait, but we just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you and voice our support for the project. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing? We will do the second call and the third call. We will close the public hearing at 7:09 p.m. Ms. Alyssa, any public comments submitted? Okay, well, there is one, and we don't usually do this where we have, where we read off written comments, but we actually received a handwritten letter in the mail, and I wanted to take an opportunity just to recognize it. Our city manager provided this to me, where on September 8th, around 10 a.m., 3 ladies were heading to Gatesville, Texas, and they stopped at Velasquez Tire Shop on Highway 6 in Manvel. They had a low tire, and the gentleman greeted them, listened, stopped his other project, and took the tire off, found a large nail, and fixed the tire for them. He was courteous, professional, and had wonderful customer service, and they wanted to let all of us know what a blessing this wonderful business was to them, and what a great relief to know that there are still extraordinary people out there that are helping others, and they want to encourage all of Manvel to stop by and give Velasquez Tire Shop their business when it needed. So thank you for submitting this, and thank you, Velasquez Tire Shop, for being such a great Manvel business. It's a round of applause. It's really good to see. All right, city manager update. Mr. Dan, what do you have for us today?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. First, I just wanted to recognize Blake and Alyssa and Tammy for all the work that they did behind the scenes to prepare those proclamations and plaques and all of that. You know, I know it's sort of part of the job, but still it's a lot of work, and just literally the presentation of the presentations, how Alyssa did that tonight. So just really appreciate all the work that they did for that. Quick reminder, next Monday is Columbus Day, so City Hall will be closed coming up on Monday. And then that next Saturday, so on the 18th, that is the Fall Music Festival. So praying for good weather on that Saturday. It'll be from 11 to 5 p.m. Then the following Friday is Trunk or Treat. I think Shauna mentioned that earlier. Trunk or Treat will be, actually we're going to go ahead and be able to do it here at City Hall parking lot from 5 to 7. We thought we were going to have to move it, thinking that the City Hall West Wing expansion was going to be under construction. It's not. It's not going to be under construction just yet, but we have gone out for bids for that. It advertised for the first time yesterday, so that's exciting. So that also includes Heritage Park, of course. So looking forward to getting those numbers. The hope is that we could have good numbers from a contractor by your December 1st council meeting. That's what we're hoping for. And yeah, thank you, Blake. So he's got a map of the overall layout, and I think I sent that to y'all today. So that's what the Fall Music Festival is going to look like out at Croy. If you haven't checked it out yet, of course, we talked about the gazebo earlier, that's been refinished. We've got the folks that did the garden area. They're out there touching things up this week. And then, of course, the parking lot project is very accelerated. They're trying very hard to get that done. But if you haven't seen it, it's really amazing what 100 new parking places are going to add to the facility out there. Speaking of Public Works, so the Public Works facility is back under construction. So we had the pre-construction meeting last week. Flintco is the contractor, as you know, so that's very exciting. They're thinking about anticipating completion in May of next May. So I know Robbie and his team will be very excited to be moving into that facility. And then I guess the next thing, Joe's has an update on development services that's also in your packet.
So Mayor and Council, we've included the development updates that we provide to Planning Development and Zoning Commission regularly. And this is for the time period between August 22 and September 19th. We had a total of 5 pre-development meetings. One was with the group that wanted to do the Marriott, but this time they're considering across from Highway 6 based on the input that they got at the few public hearings that they had. It was like an initial meeting, getting their bearings right and all of that due diligence kind of meeting. Then we had Infinity Clinic on Masters, which met with us regarding expanding their business. We had a property owner near Valencia who's considering a 10-acre land and see what development options they had. Again, this is more like a due diligence kind of meeting. There was a applicant who was considering a concept for like outdoor sports and family fun kind of use for the Manvel mattress location. And then we also met with the group that is going to develop the C-store and gas station located at the property at the intersection of Jordan and Meridiana Parkway, and we do have an agenda item on tonight's agenda regarding a subdivision variance for that property. Then regarding certificate of occupancy that were approved, we did issue the certificate of occupancy for, I don't know how to pronounce it, Aki Steak and Sushi Restaurant, and no new commercial ground-up construction was approved during this period.
And then just the last two things. So if you hadn't noticed, I know there's a lot of construction on Jordan right now between Meridiana Parkway and Masters, but the kickoff was held last week with Sprint Sand and Clay, and so they have begun mobilizing for the Acre Lake project. Very exciting to see that under construction. And then the last one I wanted to mention, Mayor, was Almost Heaven, the walking trail that council approved in the budget. They're scheduled to begin later this week, I think on the 8th, right, Robbie? Yeah, and they're thinking only about 2 days or so. So that could be completed by this weekend.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Joe. Some great updates there. We now have the consent agenda. Council, any comments or questions about the consent agenda? Do we have a motion for the consent agenda? We have Councilman Oplager with the motion. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed, motion passes unanimously 7-0. No items have been removed from the consent agenda. Council, there is an item. With your consent, I would like to move up in the agenda. That way we can get this individual on his way, and that's agenda item number 14. Council, this is the item regarding Keep Pearland Beautiful. No need to make Mr. Adrian Hernandez sit through all those other agenda items. Are you guys good if we move that up?
Yeah.
All right. So we will move to item number 14, and then we'll get you guys with the audit up next. So agenda item number 14, this is consideration and possible action to direct staff on a contribution request to Keep Pearland Beautiful. Dan, if you can introduce this item for us, and then Mr. Adrian will have you, if you want to make your way up to the podium right now.
Sure. Mayor, this is obviously we've received an invoice from Keep Pearland Beautiful, and this was not something that came in during the budget process. So we just want to make sure, just like we've done with actions and with aims and all the other different things that council has been involved in, we just wanted to be make sure that we're all on the same page, and we thought if they were here to explain kind of where the funds would go to help out Manvel citizens, that would probably be a good idea.
All right, thank you, Dan. Mr. Adrian?
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Real quickly before I get into the subject matter, I wanted to turn back to one of the presentations earlier about the lithium batteries. And just real quickly, my staff and I attended the North American Hazardous Material Managers Association annual conference. It's called NAMA. And batteries were a really big topic this year. So just letting y'all know, not just the lithium batteries that you think of whenever you think of like from your phone or something like that, but the big issue that I think the industry has been dealing with are the batteries that you don't realize are in other things. And so those big things that are causing fires right now are the small button batteries in greeting cards, also candles like the kind that play music on your cakes. And then the other really big issue that we're dealing with as an industry right now are vapes, because they not only contain batteries and they have to be physically removed, they also contain potentially nicotine, which cannot go into landfills. It's considered a hazardous material, or potentially even THC, which is a controlled substance. So that also cannot go into landfills. It cannot be shipped across state lines, things like that. So we're working to improve our operations to deal with those items a little bit better, but we are definitely open to Manvel residents to bring any type of battery, things like that, that could potentially cause fires in the trucks that are running your collection routes here in the city, as well as landfills, things like that. So that is a really big issue. I just wanted to add that to the presentation real quickly. As far as the request that was put in, we have been open to the public since 2016. Keep Pearland Beautiful took over operation of the Stella Roberts Recycling Center from the city of Pearland in 2016. And because we are no longer operated by the city of Pearland, our doors are open to anyone who wants to come in. The point of differentiation is that depending on where you live, you may or may not incur a charge. And so the contribution the city of Manvel has made to our operations, $25,000 per year, does go a long way in covering a lot of the costs associated with Manvel residents coming to the facility. And I'm going to anticipate a question from you because I know we've talked about this previously. I did provide some reports for you. I'll just kind of give you an overview of 23, 24, and 25 to where we are now and the projections for the rest of this year. We currently don't have a very easy way to break that down into city limits and ETJ. So what you see there is all of the Manvel addresses that we collect. We are, however, continually improving our technology so that we can do a better job of being able to pull out, city limits versus ETJ. And for those listening who may not know what that is, extraterritorial jurisdiction are the people who have a Manvel address who may not live in the city limits, but they still have that address on their license. So as you can see from 23, 24, 25, we continually see an increase. And maybe another question that City Manager Johnson may have is, well, I thought it was $1.50 per pound because we've had this conversation before. The number that is on your paper there is $1.68 for the hazardous waste. And that is the new number. Every year we go back and we kind of recalculate what that number is based on the processing cost. We pay a flat blended rate for hazardous material management processing. That also includes supplies, logistics, labor, things like that. So that's actually significantly lower than if you were to go out and contract this on your own, if you were to do a one-day event. The average cost for a one-day event, something like that, last HGAC numbers that were out were like something between $4.50 to $7 a pound. So, I mean, we are significantly less than that. For auto fluids, we only pay for supplies and labor for that, so it's significantly lower, but we do serve as a collection point for those fluids. And then e-waste is the one that is the most difficult. And so we saw a slight decrease in the amount of e-waste, which includes televisions and printers and phones and things like that. All those things with the batteries we talked about earlier that come in, that number is kind of difficult for us to really break down because some of those items we do get a rebate for those items. The really big cost for us with these items is the logistics. It's the freight, it's the packaging and things like that. You've got to pack them all kind of independently and segregate the material and things like that and then actually get it to the processors. So that's the breakdown of those numbers. I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of that. But the projection that we have for this year, if we make it through to the end of the year, kind of on where we are right now, let's see, I've got it right here. So we currently are with hazardous materials. Let's see, we are at 10,549 as of the end of September. For all of last year, we were at 10,142. So if we continue, the projection is roughly 14,000 pounds of hazardous material from Manvel addresses. Auto fluid 733 and e-waste 45. If you use the numbers, the cost recovery figures that I provided, that's roughly 26,400 and some change that we're anticipating to incur in costs for processing material from City of Manvel. One final thing that I'll kind of add to this is that my staff is in the process of working with your staff. I cannot remember, it was driving me crazy, can't remember the name, but we are working with you to help you also with applying for grants. We're happy to provide that expertise for you and potentially also supporting future collection events here in the city of Manvel. So I know that's something that we talked about with the previous mayor about trying to do, and so we're happy to do that as well. We currently do that with the city of Angleton, and we do 2 events every single year. We have a partnership with them, and as a matter of fact, we just found out a few days ago that we won the Texas Environmental Leadership Award for the top environmental partnership in the state of Texas. So we're happy to bring that expertise here as well and work with you to provide grant support, bring in some free money. Well, it's not free, but give you some extra money and also provide you with support for your events. And I'll yield there. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Adrian. And can you just refresh us, this agreement with this contribution from the city has gone back a few years now, correct?
Yes,
When did it first
correct.
start?
I believe this would be the fourth year. It previously was a lesser amount. I believe it was 10,000 was where we started, and it increased as we were able to demonstrate that the city was actually using it.
Okay. Thank you, Adrian. Council, any comments and/or questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry, you may have hit the point when I was reading the chart here, but what about gallons of paint?
That's included in the HHW.
Okay.
So yeah, that's part of that projected 14,000.
So if I, like an individual, came up, is there a limit on how many gallons of paint you can drop off?
Currently, no. We're working through some of those items right now with some of our other partners. City of Brookside imposes a cap for their contribution. City of Pearland just implemented a cap for theirs. We've got a completely separate system that we use, City of Pearland, but definitely open to that. The difference is that because y'all's is a grant, we're not really tracking the amount that's coming in on behalf of Manvel, and then whenever we hit like a cap, we're shutting people off. Y'all's is a projection similar to what we do with Galveston County Water Conservation District number 1. They give us a grant based on anticipated volume every year, and while we do track it, if they hit that amount, we just kind of go out and we cover that, and then next year, whenever we go back and renegotiate, we include those figures in the following fiscal year.
But like the other cities, you said they have a cap. Is that like a daily cap on a citizen, or how do you? We're trying to work out. It's difficult for us to be able to impose, let's say, a daily cap because we don't have a system currently in place that allows us to bring up, let's say, your history. Mm-hmm.
But well, excuse me, I meant a monthly cap. But a daily cap we could do. So if they're coming in, we just wouldn't know if they came like the day before. But we do a fairly decent job of being able to discern if somebody's coming in and abusing the system.
Sure.
We've kind of learned, if they're a contractor or something like that.
Well, I think I hear what I'm saying is right now is the time for me to bring my paint up.
Yeah. We definitely welcome it. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Sarmiento?
Hi, Adrian.
Hello.
That baritone voice. Aren't you a singer?
It's not as good as Dan over here. He's, but,
I have a question about the e-waste. So when you guys collect all of the ancient televisions, are you guys recouping money from people that buy them so that they can use the scraps, or how are you guys, like how's it being funded?
No, televisions, we pay for those. There's really not a rebate available for television. Sometimes there are, the state of Texas does provide an extended producer responsibility program. It's extremely limited, however. And so those funds can go to the processors, and then they can use those to provide rebates. Typically, though, the rebates are basically free. So, I mean, we send the televisions and we don't have to pay for them. But when they're not available, we have to pay, it can be anywhere depending if it's a CRT or an LED, flat panel, 13 cents a pound, 30,
so
40
it's a
cents a
cost
pound.
that you're incurring to having to
Correct.
ship it to the facility that can break it down and do whatever they need to do with it.
Correct, yeah.
That is so interesting because I imagine you go to like thrifting, I like to thrift, there's hundreds of obsolete screens, TVs, so I'm sure there's somebody that can use them and recycle them, but maybe not?
Yeah, maybe not. We do have a resale program that we launched earlier this year. So if items come in and they're still working condition, we do list them on the website. And we just started conversations with a company called Donify as well, which is a platform. Oh my gosh, it's so difficult to explain, but it's meant for nonprofits and governments specifically to list items that may have some value. But it's dissimilar from like OfferUp and Marketplace in that it's specifically for like donations. So there's not a million people on there trying to like grab it. It's literally like a government can say, I want this to go to a nonprofit. I want to go to I should have pointed when I said police station, or a police station, or a fire department or something like that. It's a very like direct connection.
So they can pay to say, you've got TVs here, I'm going to pay for those and donate them to an organization.
No, what it is you can, so if I as a nonprofit said I have a need for a screen, so I've got a new program that I want to launch. So for instance, we do in-school education and scholarships and things, in the school districts here. So we work in Alvin ISD, Pearland ISD, and let's say that we wanted a screen for a presentation at one of those. We could then put it on the platform and say, hey, we have a need for a screen. Then City of Manvel says, we got this screen that we're replacing.
Okay.
Bam, it's going to notify us and say, hey, there's a screen. You want a screen, contact City of Manvel for the screen. And so, yeah, we're working through ways to try to divert more material so we don't have to process it. And one of the things that we've done, we just signed this MOU with TDCJ so that we're trying to work and get, TDCJ has a need for paint. We're trying to divert as much paint as we can to then reduce the cost.
There you go. Connection.
Yeah. So if that program comes online as reliably as I think they said that they're hoping it will be, it will reduce our overall operational cost very significantly. So we're working through a couple different things to try to manage our costs moving forward, because things are definitely not getting cheaper.
So that leads me to my other question. Just out of curiosity, how is it funded? How do you guys fund this massive project?
Well, through direct grants, like what we're discussing here. We also get grants from HGAC that we apply for equipment, things like that. We did also get a grant for an added employee last year to cover some of the additional materials coming in from South County. We also have these reimbursement agreements that we've got in place with other entities. And then for the City of Pearland, we also receive a 14% contribution from the franchise fee for the City of Pearland as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So how is that going to partner with Keep Manvel Beautiful?
We'll work on that. I'll have my people contact your people.
Okay. You
We
got
know
good
his people.
I know his people, yeah.
Thanks, Adrian. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So interesting. So I've got so many more questions. I'll hit you up afterwards.
I'll say that we are a very unique model. And being part of the Keep Beautiful system, every time we go to a conference, whether it's the NAMA conference or the Keep Beautiful conferences, or we were just at the National Recycling Congress, the model that we have and the participation that we have amongst the various city partners, county partners, and things like that it's so incredibly unique that there are a lot of other entities around the country. Actually, we had Cobb County come down and tour our facility to look at the model that we utilize. We've got King County now, I think, is going to come down and take a look. And so I think we're something very unique, very special group down here in Brazoria County. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments or questions, Council? All right, so Council, this is an item to provide direction to staff. Do I have a motion regarding possible direction to staff? Okay, so the motion made by Councilman Bonner is to direct staff to move forward with paying the $25,000 invoice. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Councilman Oplager beat you to it there, Councilwoman, so we'll give the second to Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Adrian. Appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you, Dan, for
Thank you for moving it up
on the agenda.
All right, y'all have a good evening.
You as well. Drive safe. One other question for the public. Is there anyone here from the Spartans Youth Rugby Club? No? Okay. We were going to move that item up if there was somebody that was here. But since they are not, we will now move back to the first item on our agenda, which is consideration and possible action to accept the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 audit. Dan, Rosie, do you guys want to introduce this item for us?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, the city's required to do a yearly audit, and this year our Crow Accounting was the one who did the audit. Present here today is Stephanie Harris and Ben Cohen to present the audit.
Well, good evening. I had a PowerPoint. Is that available to pull up, or if not, it's okay. I've got my slides.
We'll see if we
There it
can.
is.
We'll see if we can
Well, I
get
can
it up.
see it.
But we also have it in our packets here. If you want to start
Okay.
talking through, we'll see if we can get it on the screens.
Okay. Good evening. Again, my name is Stephanie Harris. I'm the engagement partner for the audit for the city of Manvel. With me tonight is also Mr. Ben Cohen, who led the city's audit this year. And let me turn here. Still not up, huh? All right. So the format this evening is just a little bit different. We'd like to just start with what our role as the auditor is and those of management. Generally, the audit process is split up within 3 phases. Our overall objective, obviously, is to issue an opinion on the city's financial statements. To do that, the first phase is planning, where we come in, we do some interviews, we get an understanding of the city's internal controls, and from there, we assess the risk of material misstatement to the city's financial statements. From there, based on that risk assessment, we plan our detailed procedures, perform those. At the conclusion of the overall engagement, or third phase, we look at the overall financial statements as prepared with the assistance of management in order to issue an opinion. Oh, you got it. Can I control it from here? No?
You can try. Try doing one of the arrows there, and we'll see if that works for you.
Yes.
There you go.
Excellent. All right. Also, these next few slides come from what's referred to as the required auditor communication letter. Here we're talking about corrected and uncorrected misstatements as a result of the audit process. Very pleased to say that we did not have any additional corrections outside of those that are used in the preparation of the city's financial statements. Additionally, there were no uncorrected or disputed adjustments as a result of the audit. Additional required items of communication to council. We did not encounter any difficulties with management. There were no disagreements. To our knowledge, management did not consult with other accountants as we were not contacted by any other firms. No significant or adverse events requiring your attention with the completion of the audit. Very pleased to say that we are issuing, as a result of all that work, an unmodified opinion on the city's financial statements. Again, unmodified is the highest level of assurance we can provide as your independent auditor that the financial statements are materially correct and that they were prepared in accordance with GAAP. We also relied on the use of specialists during the audit process, namely with the pension and OPEB plan benefits for those who separate from the city upon retirement, and you'll see several firms there in which prepared those estimates that are included in the statements. This next slide highlights some of the key factors as a result of the fiscal year 24 audit. Overall, the city saw an ending net position of a positive $31.5 million. If you were to break that out between governmental and business type activities, governmental did have a deficit this year. Business type was overall positive. In terms of just that overall ending net position, that does represent a $6.5 million decrease from the prior year. A big reason for that overall decrease was the issuance of debt. And again, these numbers are full accrual. You issued COs for various capital projects of $47.8 million during the year, as well as the South Manvel Development Authority, who issued approximately $17.7 million to reimburse a developer. My understanding is there's a developer reimbursement audit currently underway. The way that that impacted the financial statements is the primary reason for your governmental activities deficit position. However, upon completion of your developer reimbursement audit, the city will be able to recognize a contribution of those assets for infrastructure, which will overall eliminate or net with the debt. So you'll see positive numbers in the future. Additionally, the business type activities net position was an increase of approximately $5.3 million, due both to an increase in utility rates as well as governmental activities funding capital assets for your business type activities and contributing those over at the end of the year. In terms of your modified accrual statements or governmental funds, again, this would be the same basis by which you annually review and adopt the budget. You saw an overall ending fund balance approximately of $101.7 million. A lot of that was sitting within the Capital Projects Fund, who had an ending fund balance approximately of $84.9 million. Again, much of the reason for that increase was unspent bond proceeds at the end of the year. Your general fund is the one fund that is not restricted for a particular purpose going into your next fiscal year. Again, one of the benchmarks is to look at your unassigned fund balance in comparison with your expenditures. The benchmark is approximately 25%. Your ending fund balance represents approximately 53%, so well above the benchmark there at the end of the year. We did have one new accounting standard that impacted the financial statements this year, GASB 100, simply a presentation difference between the movement of funds. Next year, the city will be responsible for implementing GASB 101 for compensated absences. That concludes my remarks. One other thing just to note, as you were talking about grants, the item earlier, the threshold has now changed. You were currently under a $750,000 threshold for a single audit. That's now increased to $1 million for 2025.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Council, any comments and/or questions for Stephanie, Ben, or the team? Two quick questions, Stephanie. This may be for you. This may be for the team here. Looking at our debt load, how are we balancing capital investments with our long-term debt sustainability? And are we looking to prioritize debt repayment once the capital projects are complete? Doctor.
Currently, we rely on our financial advisor, Mr. Joe Morrow, to give us as far as how much we can take out on bonds. As far as prioritizing it, we can't because it would affect our M&O, or the operating account for the general fund, because if we pay more in debt, that rate for the M&O decreases. So we have to keep it as constant as possible.
Okay. Now, looking at the gap between restricted and unrestricted funds, it suggests limited flexibility in our operating cash. Is there any suggestions made, or maybe you guys from your experience have suggestions about ways that we can improve liquidity while maintaining compliance?
My just general comment, if you were to look back at the last several years of financial statements, Manvel has been steadily increasing your overall ending unrestricted fund balance within the general fund. Would really just kind of like to commend the city's efforts in monitoring and looking at discretionary ways to minimize the overall impact during the year. You also saw a significant increase in property tax rate or property taxes for revenue this year that contributed to the overall bottom line as a result of appraised value growth.
Well, that's a good thing to hear about the unrestricted funds increasing, because that gives us, as needs arise, then we can tap into that. So that's good to hear. One of the things that I'd love to see us, and maybe this would be partnering, Stephanie, with you, but also our city secretary's office and our public information officer, would be a simplified citizens report. We're always talking about how can we improve transparency and continue to build trust, and letting people know that we got a clean bill of health with the audit. We're doing really good, but in a way that is very simple and easy to understand, rather than reviewing, lots of pages of an audit. So if we can put some thought towards that, I think that would be a great accomplishment to highlight. And Stephanie, Ben, thank you for y'all's work on this. And Rosie, congratulations to you and the team. I know it was a lot of work to go through this audit.
And Mayor, I just would point out the 8 pages that we went through just now. That is the
simplified.
The report is 88 pages, so she could go through that. But I appreciate the 8 pages.
Yes, you did a great job, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you. I just also would like to recognize Rosie and her patience this year. We did have a new platform for the audit process, in which we did hear some complaints. Again, we're working through those. So we appreciate the patience this year. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Council, do I have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve from Councilman Bonner. We'll have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Ben. Drive safe. Agenda item number 2, discussion on comprehensive plan and major thoroughfare plan update. Mr. Gary, if you want to come back forward and wrap up your presentation from earlier, and then we'll open it up to council comments and questions.
I think it was around slide 27-ish. There, perfect.
Oh, look at
perfect.
that. Fancy.
As I was saying, sorry. Oh. Yep, I missed
Blake
that.
is awesome. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, totally missed that. Totally missed that. So we went through Dan got me there. We went through the map side of these plans. This is kind of transitioning to now the word side. The words are important because, as you heard on some of the zoning items tonight, staff will quote in accordance with the comprehensive plan or based on the comprehensive plan. On the transportation side, it could be the why behind pursuing funds, grant funds, a partnership effort. So on the future land use side, the narrative, these are some of the key points about, for a city that hasn't had a map like this in the past, you've certainly had a zoning map that changes very frequently at times, meeting to meeting. Future land use map, maybe not as much, but like your thoroughfare plan map, it does evolve over time. It's not set in concrete is the main point. Once you adopt it, as you see what's happening on the private side, what applications are coming to you. It's not the zoning map, as I mentioned earlier. It is an outlook for the next 10 plus years. It's not your ultimate build out. And so at the end of the day, you can look at this also as kind of a growth management tool that if something comes in and is proposed that doesn't exactly sync with what's on this map, then that's a starting point. Versus cities that don't have a map like this. They're just starting from nothing on paper. So consider it, and as you would at any time, based on your utilities, road access, traffic considerations, drainage, all these factors, and then just in general, not just whether it's compatible for its location, but does it fit what you're trying to accomplish within the bigger comprehensive plan? In a city that's growing as rapidly as you are, this is a map that does need to be revisited. We do recommend in the comprehensive plan annual reporting and updates, monitoring the plan. So that is an opportunity to update this map as well. So I'm not going to go through all these words, but in both of these sections, transportation and land use, there are a series of goals, and we're doing some wordsmithing probably just based on discussions with staff. But each of these tries to capture a theme, whether it's safety or connectivity of your roadway network, maintaining what you have, and then certainly the partnership aspect in Goal 5. It talks about the different regional and state federal agencies that are involved in transportation. Under each of the sections, under their goals, we try to identify just a short list of things to focus on in the years ahead. We've highlighted some items that we think are potentially the most important on the thoroughfare plan map. Basically, it's the area around 288, east-west connections, north-south, parallel roadways, multiple ways to get around. That's a major focus there. If the 90-degree turns in Quarry Road can be smoothed out, that would be a great thing with the development and volume of traffic in the area. So there's also.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I lost you. You're going really fast for me. Where are we on the slides here? Or is this separate from what we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is in the transportation section.
Okay.
The written section that goes along
There's like
with
5 different packets here.
Oh, yes,
and
ma'am.
I thought we were looking at a map earlier for the thoroughfare, and so did we change?
The thoroughfare plan map will be in the transportation section of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so the draft, so it's the last one. Okay.
So this is now the transportation section that goes along with the map.
Okay.
And so in this section and in the future land use section, which I'll get to
The
shortly.
32-page one?
Yes.
And which page are we on?
Oh, these are just clips. I'm trying to kind of boil down
Okay.
versus
So your
going through.
high-level overview, so
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
not what we have here.
That is for your reading pleasure and ultimately what would be put out.
That's why I
for-
can't keep up, because I'm like, where is that? It's not on here.
It's page 8.
Okay.
Page 8 of the
Page
32
8?
page. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I like to follow along.
And thank you for being in the details of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes,
Sorry
so as I say, the first priority under transportation is some potential things to focus on the thoroughfare plan implementation. Certainly, some of that is driven by the development that comes to you, that's proposed. The next item, the second priority there, as you are already doing, you devoted a good amount of resources to street paving and maintenance. So we talk about that in the comprehensive plan, reinforcing that. The third one it's this concept of transportation system management. It's when you, in an era of limited resources and trying to protect what you have in your existing roadway network, just all the ways from maintaining it to focusing on intersections. In some cases, it's technology, traffic signals, things like that, that maintain traffic flow. So that's what's under that strategic priority. And then, as we talked about earlier, Consor, our subconsultant, did prepare a new series of cross-section illustrations for all the different designations that are on the thoroughfare plan map. So it's partly about number of lanes, whether there's a median, whether there's shared use paths along. So on one, this is just a couple of examples, but on the left are the Parkway, that largest local street designation, versus your 288 and Highway 6. On the right side of the slide is down to the local street level. And we did prepare a new illustration there, or Consor did, where there are situations where there still would be open ditch, but over time where there might be situations with sidewalk there as well, or shared use path. So yes, I am breezing through. Council member, I appreciate the feedback.
I just couldn't keep up. I'm like, where are we? I felt really lost.
I'm going to try and get to the mayor's pace, not there yet. On the land use side, similarly, goals for land use that touch on just some of the things you're trying to accomplish. And I should mention, these are meant to tie into goals that will show up under economic development, under parks, so connecting the dots between all these community objectives. On the land use side, and I put this slide in because this is a discussion that we had with PD&Z. We raised the question of whether it's not today, at some point in the future, do you see more of that housing mix come along? In the text of the land use section, it talks about, based on those discussions, that apartments are only seen, multifamily residential are only seen within master plan developments for the foreseeable future, not elsewhere, not standalone elsewhere in the city. But in between single-family homes and apartments, are there possibilities for things like two-family, townhomes, other types of housing that are ownership and that are other formats of housing? So we discuss in the text that could be on the zoning side, that can be done through specific or special use approval and review. So it's location specific. In some cities, there's locational criteria that more dense housing should be closer to major roadways, or maybe as a transition from commercial areas to residential, to single-family residential. So there's discussion about this on the plan, but I just wanted to highlight on the multifamily side, what PD&Z recommended to include in the draft is that a multifamily would only be preferred within master plan developments. So it's part of that larger planned area. Some of the action items under land use and development or land use community character, we list some specific observations that we made looking at today's zoning ordinance, recognizing that it was a first-time ordinance and trying to get the basics of zoning in place. And examples are, I talked earlier about how the character approach focuses on what happens on the land surface. In today's zoning ordinance, unlike some other cities, the parameter of how much coverage you can put on a site is not addressed in the Manvel ordinance. In some cities, the zoning ordinance says you can cover a property with this much building, this much paving, but the rest needs to be left open. You do have landscaping regulations, you have setbacks from property lines, So that's a consideration, whether to have a maximum coverage parameter near zoning. Some other observations are, we noticed there's a commercial zoning district today that is pretty wide-ranging from your most intensive industrial uses, paper mills, things of that nature, to daycare and restaurants. It's pretty wide-ranging. So because we have a designation on the map for industrial, it might be a time to think about breaking into a few different zoning districts that are more specific and include or separate out uses that are so different in intensity. On that same slide, just as a side note, we've noted that, cities in the Houston area, but across Texas and the country, have gone toward what's called a unified development ordinance or unified code. Pearland did that some years ago. Richmond, where Joe's was before, Magnolia on the north side of Houston. So there's cities like that that are growing. You may not be at that stage yet, but it's kind of a seed that's in the comprehensive plan. It brings together, basically under one roof, everything related to development. Your subdivision, your zoning, your, think about landscaping, signs, all the things that need to be considered for development. So it's typically a benefit in-house, but also for your development community to have that all in one place. There's the theme of rural preservation in the land use section of the plan. So we've got some items there, recommendations beyond just zoning of how to try and preserve rural over time. Even from a design standpoint, we work with other communities that even in their commercial development kind of try and maintain a rural theme in some of the shopping centers and things like that. The final item there, similar to transportation, is some best practices for guiding your land use and development. So things that we see in other communities and that we recommend. Final slide. I know this has been a topic of conversation, but whether it's along Highway 6 or in other parts of the community where commercial development is emerging, can you pick and choose, or can you be more selective in the types of businesses that come forward? And, we heard this plenty in our early public outreach, and certainly fast food always gets hammered, but donuts, whatever. So I've got some images here. The quick answer, there's no silver bullet. We have our zoning that zones for things like restaurants or retail, but typically you can't pick and choose which ones you want. So what we talk about in the text here, and this is in the land use section as a side item, is, it ties into your economic development. You got to go out and get the stuff you want, the things that your residents would like to see, whether it's more sit-down restaurants or things like that. It takes time, but you're reaching that point where you've got the rooftops, you've got the income, the numbers are there. It's a recruiting item, not just reacting to what comes in. Under your zoning, you can use, again, the special use permit process to look case by case, location specific, what's appropriate. You've certainly used the minimum distancing for certain uses of concern. But the other discussion item there is, yes, you can raise the bar. We can't, of course, deal with building materials in Texas anymore, but you can raise the bar in terms of building design and not just corporate architecture, franchise architecture. So we've got some side-by-side images of what you can get. You got the nice Shipley's version as one example. But it is tricky to limit fast food. They're drawn here for a reason. The numbers are there that they look for. And the message there is, when you raise the bar, trying to keep some of that out, the national folks, the franchises, deal with that everywhere. They're used to it. It may be your local folks that you're trying to encourage, local restaurants, local businesses. They may be the ones that have a hard time dealing with some of the standards. So you've got your Highway 6 overlay that has raised the bar there. In the comprehensive plan, we talk about raise the bar across the board, 288 corridor, anywhere that commercial development may emerge. So, Mayor, I'm going to stop there. And again, intended as highlights tonight, but when we get to the open house stage for the public, the full draft plan would be available to look through and give us their feedback.
Great. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. I think Councilman Bonner, you want to kick us off here?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
So I understand. On the map where we designated roads, thoroughfares, streets, I notice in the streets, you don't really designate which type of street. who does that? Is that once we get to a planning stage later down the line, or do y'all ever look at the type, I think it was type, what, A, B, and C, or 1, 2, and 3?
In the transportation section, there's a table that goes with the map, and it has those designations.
But on the map that we see, we don't see it as on the thoroughfare plan, it doesn't say this is going to be a street type such and such. It just says street, correct?
Right, and the map and the section and the table would be used together. So even on today's map, I believe, it doesn't have those called out on the map or.
Well, on the map, it'll show if it's a collector or an arterial or a thoroughfare, just like yours does, yeah. But then and I think it's a solid line if it's there, dash line if it's proposed ultimately. But yeah, you do have to work tandem with the table to go see if it's an M1 or a P1 or whatever.
That's what I was getting at.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I guess if there was room, I guess if we could figure out a way to put the table, I don't know if it would fit on the map.
It probably wouldn't. It would be tiny. Yeah, the 2015 map, I believe, had those letters on the map.
Yeah.
I found it very difficult to interpret. So the table and the map are meant to go together.
So all of the existing roads that are there, and then you hit a dotted line for future growth, will have to match what the M designation was currently.
Yes, sir. Yes,
now, can you go bigger? Say you're looking at the smallest 2-lane street. There was one there that had different examples of medians, side distances. Can you go bigger at any time, or does it have to be for the whole road?
You can. I know Valencia is probably a good example where they needed to deviate slightly from the major thoroughfare plan, and so of course we brought that to council, and that was part of their PUD and everything. So, as an example, we were talking about Patterson a while ago. There's would have been an 80-foot right of way, and there's 3 different configurations that could fit in an 80-foot right of way. So, yeah, you'd have to work through that. I suppose if a developer owned on both sides of the road and they wanted to go wider, certainly.
Okay.
If they only owned on one side, it might make it a little tricky for the future developer on the other side, though.
And in the plan and in the city's engineering criteria, those are stated as minimum right-of-way requirements.
Absolutely.
I understood that. What was my other one? There was one till I didn't understand. It was MTB. It was in one of the last slides you had where it talked about land use transportation coordination, inducement of desired, undesired land use, MTP consistency.
Oh, and major thoroughfare plan is the MTP. Yep.
I'm sorry. Just trying to make sure I can go back and read all these and know what I'm looking at. I think that was that's the only 2 questions I have. I did agree with your statement that I believe at some point and we're starting to reach that now, it's going to be very important to try and give EDC the right tools or work with them to figure out how they get the right tools to bring some of the things that we desire to have here versus the standard cookie cutter stuff. And I think that's the only way we get those is to try and figure out that piece of the puzzle.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilman. Council comments, questions?
I do. Just
Councilwoman?
about the road. I know Councilman Lands expressed immense disdain for Patterson being a possible thoroughfare. And I just wanted to on the record say I as well I support nixing that from the thoroughfare. If there's anything that we can do to preserve that, I'm all for progress and growth and having an open mind, because that's the theme that I heard all of tonight is we have to prepare for the future, and if it doesn't work this way, well, that's just a possibility. And so that's a lot of the theming that I heard. And I can be open to a lot, but there are some things that need to be preserved, and I'm on board with that. I think Patterson needs to be off limits. We can move those, which I heard there was those options. And then I know that that's something that you feel strongly about as well. So I just wanted to make sure that it's on the record that I will support that.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Gary, appreciate this overview. As I looked through this, where my mind goes to is making sure that we're understanding, traffic and congestion, that as we look to see Manvel as it develops more residentially and commercially, making sure that we're not sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic everywhere that we go. It's also important to have diversity of businesses. Over the past 2.5 years, we've added 23 new businesses employing over 600 people. But a lot of these are fast food, they're retail shopping, some of them aren't necessarily livable wages. So I liked how on the east side of town, south of Highway 6 is where we had the more industrial. That might provide a career growth and some of those livable wages is what you hear people talk about. One thing I'll add, and while I understand where PD&Z is coming from, we had a recent election here where one of our council members ran on 3 things: protecting trees, not raising taxes, and no apartments. And the people overwhelmingly elected that council member over somebody that was very pro-apartments. So even in master plan communities, I'll go on the record and say that I would not support apartments. I think the strain and the stress that it puts on all of our city resources, the value that you get through the taxable value, there's plenty of other cities that have beautiful apartments, and I think those are the places for people that need to live in apartments like myself. I used to live in an apartment and I benefited from it, but not here in Manvel. There's other ways that we can make housing attainable through what you've presented rather than just going the quick and easy way, which is apartment complexes. You spoke to one of my questions, which was regarding ways to prevent over-commercialization of Highway 6. We're starting to see that specifically at the Highway 6-288 intersection. That's becoming a traffic nightmare now. So you spoke to things such as, and looking through the report, hearing you tonight, signage limits, landscaping, distance requirements, building placements. Those are important. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we give council and PD&Z city staff the tools there. But one item I was curious about in the document, it highlights rural preservation. And as a strategic priority, it would be encouraging cluster or conservation style developments. Can you speak to how you've seen that work in practice, and what are things that we could do as a city to encourage landowners and property owners to go that route rather than just the traditional 60-foot standard subdivision route?
It's in the zoning observations that when we work on zoning ordinances, we try to have a zoning district where there are multiple options permitted by right and incentivized even, that if it's an area where you're trying to preserve significant open space and you do a clustered approach, and it really lines up with what a lot of the development community in some locations is looking for, smaller lots. And then the trade-off is, okay, smaller lots, but open space set aside in your environment here. That's great for drainage purposes, of course, but also park needs, open space needs. So in a zoning ordinance, it would be a permitted by right option that if we allow you to reduce your lot size and cluster that footprint of homes in a certain part of the property, then other areas of the development site need to be preserved long-term. And you might even get a density bonus. You might be allowed even more lots than you would have under standard permitting or zoning requirements to incentivize going that approach versus what you would get with a standard layout, a typical subdivision layout. So it can be done on the zoning side. In the text, we also talk about there's certainly conservation easements, land trust models, things that property owners on their own can do that have tax benefits, and there's nonprofits you can work with. In the Houston area, there's the Houston Wilderness Organization, others like that work with property owners. So there's zoning approaches, there's private property partnership approaches, but in general, trying to lay out that a certain area on the future land use map is shown, at least for the next 10 years plus. That's the preference. That's the one thing I forgot to mention on the slide that had the takeaways from the text, is in talking about it being also a growth management tool, is that it's conveying where we're trying to encourage development more to the west side, 288 corridor, Highway 6, that area, but it's also conveying these are the areas where we don't want to see as much development, intensive development, and the thoroughfare plan goes along with that by not showing as many connections or roadway extensions into that area. So I know that was a long answer, Mayor, but appreciate the opportunity.
That was a great answer, and the colors on the map really helped it depict that, how it shifts and centralizes to our major thoroughfares. One of the best things that TxDOT did many, many years ago was expanding Highway 6 to be 3 lanes both ways. When you look at some of the challenges in other cities where it's a state highway or state-controlled road that wasn't built wide enough, now businesses are losing parking lots, and some businesses are having to close because of traffic and congestion. You need the additional roadways. So having the growth along those is key, while also making sure we maintain and retain what has made Manvel so special. We don't just want to grow for the sake of growth. We don't want to be blinded by money and property tax revenue or sales tax revenue. We want to make sure that it's something we're proud to pass to the next generation. So appreciate all that insight. What would you say? So the next step from here is doing some public input sessions. So what would you say is the timeline for that coming from tonight?
Our next step is actually to come back to you again to present the other sections of the plan.
Okay.
And we're talking with staff, whether that's mid-November, your November meeting, or we'll see if we can get there. Then we would do an open house and present the draft plan with the idea that that's informal before we ask people to come to a podium and make formal public comments. So.
And would we be looking to do that in 2025, that open house, or would that kind of seep into 26?
Realistically, we're probably looking at January, February to do public and then potential adoption. Just it's tricky to do stuff during that holiday time frame.
Absolutely. So. Perfect. Thank you, Gary. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to add a couple more comments, if you don't mind. I'm looking, if you could bring that map back up.
Is it the thoroughfare plan map, sir?
The overall, yes, sir.
Bear with me, it's back there a ways. Almost there. There we go.
Okay. I guess can't zoom in too much.
Is it?
I'm looking at Cemetery Road and Markham Lane.
Okay.
As they cross Highway 6. And then they go on down south of Bissell. These two kind of catch my eyes. I'm not quite sure about these two broad swaths of roads coming through there. I mean, that's a lot of undeveloped land down there on Cemetery Road. And for that to be developed like that, to me, a developer would probably have to come in and buy that whole area of land. And that's just cutting right through the center of all those tracts. I don't know if those are 10-acre tracts, 20-acre, whatever size of tract that is. But that's going right through the center of those undeveloped tracts. And I'm really not wild about Cemetery and Markham on the south side of Highway 6 being shown like that. For the concern of future homeowners, because I know, like I said earlier, we've had issues before where someone wanted to build a home or something other, and then because of something that's on a thoroughfare plan, we've limited that homeowner. So with this being shown, if we walk away today and this is on here or with our final plan, this is left on there, a year from now, 5 years from now, if someone comes up and wants to build a house, Joe's and Dan, can you tell me that we're not going to say, oh, well, this thoroughfare plan is dotted on your property, so no, you can't build a house right there. You got to move your house to the back. So that's what I'm not wanting future growth of these individual lots to be hampered by a maybe, a what if.
Yeah, we hear your point, but there's also a flip side to it. In the future, if there's a developer who acquires all of that area and comes in front of the city council for development, and we are not able to have a basis for the connectivity requirement, then it becomes a challenge as well. So I think there's that component as well, where just to make sure that we are able to have future connectivity, the major thoroughfare plan shows some of those connections. But if the council feels that the concern that was provided, that this particular section of the street doesn't make sense, that's something we can definitely change and include on the map.
That's a pretty large section of land down through Manvel, a lot of lots. I understand the connectability of roads, I get that. But I am not in favor of cutting right through the center of, 10 different parcels of land to connect down to the very south corner of Manvel down here. I think we'd take a little bit more look at that.
And Dan, Joes, if we could just kind of get some feedback on that. I know 1128 Masters, a lot of developers are looking at it both north and south right now. And I know there is a thoroughfare modification request process that property owners could go through. So if we could get some information about what that process might look like, because then maybe there's a way to balance the needs of the individual while also protecting overall mobility for the future.
And just piggybacking on that point, so whenever we have a situation like you mentioned, the scenario that we have a major thoroughfare, proposed major thoroughfare going through a certain tract or along the property line, and there is either right-of-way dedication or some sort of a requirement of setback based on that major thoroughfare plan, we always also advise that there is this process to change or amend or make adjustments to the major thoroughfare plan. And it's a simple process, just like most of our applications here. It comes to the city council, and the city council decides whether it's a reasonable change or unreasonable, or would you rather have connectivity over development of a single lot. So it's the council that decides on that.
Okay, so
Unlike when there is no.
what you just said is connectivity over the development of a single lot. So what you just said was if this red line is left on there like that, that gives the city the power to say, sorry, sir, you can't build a house on that lot because we're going to expect connectivity and we're going to override your desire to have a house on your land.
Partly, yes, based on the thoroughfare plan that is adopted. However, there is an option to reconsider and take a look if the assumptions made on the thoroughfare plan has changed now, and it comes back to the city council to make a determination whether that connectivity is still valid, so to speak. But if we don't have that connectivity, tomorrow if the city needs connectivity, we have to go out, acquire the land for the road, and then build the road.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm sorry I'm still not 100% in agreement, because I know people's going to walk in that door to get a permit to build a home, and from getting to that door to this change is monumental task, because I've heard it from our citizens. So I want to stop beating my dead horse right now, but I do not think these two south dotted lines should be on there.
Just one more clarification. So there was a point when it was a little more time consuming when we did not have in-house engineering and we had limited staff. So that process used to be a little more expensive and a little more time consuming. But now where we are at with in-house engineers and planners and processes in place, it's slightly easier.
Thanks, Jose.
And Joe's, for the application process, if we could just get a follow-up, Dan, maybe from you and Joe's, about just, what that process looks like, what the cost is to the applicants, and that way as we review this and discuss it further, we have that information. Gary, if to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, if we could just get some information about why the recommendation was to have those roads for the connectivity, the validity of those roads with how we see Manvel growing over the next 5 years, because I know there's active conversations every day. That will help us make an educated decision moving forward. And then Mayor Pro Tem, they'll give you some more information to have future discussions on.
Yeah. Just wanted to emphasize one more time, outside of this workshop, if there's any comment, any concerns, or any questions that pop up, feel free to contact the city manager or myself, and we'll either respond or run it by our consulting group and then respond to your concerns.
And if I may, on a big picture level, looking back to the 2015 map, where it was updated in 2021, this draft map right now, this south area is a pretty wide open area right now, but other wide open areas of the ETJ or edges of the city limits, things that were on the 2015 map are long gone. The 2021 map has completely changed in some places from this map. So these maps evolve, and in a wide open area like this south area, my experience is if somebody does assemble a large area of land to take a more master planned approach, that's when there's going to be a conversation of what the actual layout of the road network may be there. In the meantime, what this map is trying to convey is we need connections and up into the center of the city, multiple ways to get across Highway 6 potentially. So that's at this stage of where that area is, that's mainly what the map is trying to convey is we're trying to get a road network, and the Cemetery Road extension is to have between Masters and potentially the Markham alignment, Pearland sites, a series of roads that come north and south, and then the one that's swinging up along that cemetery alignment, again, like I say, is to get back up more toward the center of the city. So, but that's the main thing I wanted to leave behind is at this stage of where that area is, it's an ongoing conversation. But there is something on the map in the meantime to start the conversation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate you bringing that up. Any other comments or questions from council? Councilwoman?
Can you just help me understand how this exact map came to be? Who sat around the table and drew what?
A lot of back and forth between us thinking about it from the future land use standpoint as well, but we have Consor Engineering on our team, more from a transportation standpoint, so thinking about land use and transportation together, feedback from staff, Planning Development and Zoning Commission, and then just in more general terms, when we had our early conversations with residents and certainly heard from some property owners, business owners about their concerns. So all those considerations, but it was always an update. We were always starting from the 2021 map and even look back to 2015. So all those considerations, we looked at the county thoroughfare plan map always of how that matches up.
How long would you say it took you guys to Tetris this?
We started last spring of 2024, so this has been a front and center topic.
And so when you guys put together these proposed parkways and arteries and 100-foot right-of-ways versus 120, what are you considering besides a freeway, Pearland, and those connectivities? Are we considering, like what we're talking about, part of Manvel is very rural, and we have been very vocal about keeping the rural and expanding, like you said, and incentivizing growth on the west side or closer to the freeway. Are those conversations that you guys have? Because I know that you take feedback and y'all are affirm and this is your job. But also, I've heard already several council members say, we've been saying this, and this, and this, yet we're getting presentations saying, consider apartment complexes maybe inside a master plan community. That's a hard no. I don't think anybody on this council is in favor of that. So it's things like that make me wonder, like, who's really sitting behind there and bringing to us these suggestions and not considering this is a council that absolutely doesn't want that? Or is it in preparation for maybe future councils will be for it?
So on that issue, the multifamily issue, we had the discussion to have the discussion, and now it's on the record that we don't want that.
Okay.
So that's what these planning processes are about, is where are we today, and looking down the road, where do we want to be? That's what's going to be captured in the plan.
Mm-hmm.
On the thoroughfare plan side, early in the thoroughfare presentation, you may recall, I kept saying we took that line off the map.
Yeah.
We put that back on the existing Old Massey Road alignment.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that is that northeast area, north being the more rural preservation area on the future land use map. So that was absolutely where we were going in doing that. The flip side being Manvel Parkway, parallel to 288. whatever Kirby will end up being is another alternative way to move north and south, but trying to provide other circulation routes parallel to your major roadways. And yeah, like everywhere, it's not an ideal situation. There's lost opportunities, there's floodplain, there's bayou crossings. So taking all that into account, that was your original question. In the back of the transportation section, the very last thing is a list of considerations when we're doing these thoroughfare plan updates. So it's just a laundry list: connectivity, but all the cost factors, crossing waterways, floodplain, all those considerations. So
Yeah, this is definitely no small feat for sure. So I appreciate all the effort and the work. Like, I can't even imagine putting this together, which is why I said, how long did this happen? How long did it take you guys to craft this? But at the same time, it's just a little concerning because, you know, I live in a newer subdivision. Obviously, we love the luxuries of the HEB and the access, getting on, you know, Highway 6 quickly, and we are struggling with traffic. We are going to become 518 in no time. So I can respect and I can see the benefit of having those other pathways, but I also struggle with the fact that I see other cities around us that actually did those things and they still struggle with it. And there's still other ways to be more creative and just make bigger roads to get out faster than piecemealing through 100-year properties. I struggle with that. But anyway, you answered my question. Thank you so much.
yeah, we worked with Pearland in 2015 when they had just breezed past the 100,000 mark, and it's a reality check because you can do your entire capital improvements program and improve all those east-west, north-south roads, and you're still going to have a fair amount of traffic. So you've got to think about balancing your land use and your roadway network.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Joes.
Councilman, if I may just add, I mean, one of the key important things that Gary mentioned is like, this is an update. So all these lines and all the widths was not like from a blank canvas. We had a 2015 map, which was updated in 2021, and they picked that up, and then with the laundry list, worked on it. And I think another thing to keep in mind is like, this is also not set in stone. As things change, as the market forces change, as the priorities, like the goals of the comprehensive plan become reality, we may have to again revisit, well, our assumption on this is not exactly panning out the way we thought it would, so we may have to make changes. So it's a living document, which we have to consider again and again.
And that gives me a
And when we do not do that, that's when you end up with cities that has tried everything and it's still not solving a problem.
Yeah, no, I can find some peace in at least that it's a living document and it's not set in stone. Because I struggle with taking land from owners, you know, that's a huge thing for me. And just like Councilman Lands, these are people's houses, and if they want to build on the land, they should be able to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I struggle with that, but thank you nonetheless.
Thank you.
We completely get your point. And what Gary also said is like, it's important that we have these conversations as part of the update process. We've heard different individuals on the council on different occasions, different applications, different contexts, give us input on certain issues like the trees, the apartment. However, making sure that these discussions are had, or we talk about these things as part of this process is very important, so that it's on the record, number one. It helps us make sure we're not missing anything. Double checking, that kind of an approach. So that's why we are bringing it as part of this process, not that we haven't heard it before or not that we are ignoring the voices that we've heard.
Josie, you're so good at explaining things. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the clarification.
Councilman Bonner?
I'm sitting here listening to all this north-south connectivity. I can see this same conversation happening with the council and with a group like yourself in the next 10 years just because of the railroad. I think that's going to be the biggest, hardest challenge to figure out how do we get north and south over the railroad. Because that's not an easy task to get over it. I mean, you start talking overpasses, and because connectivity doesn't do you any good if you're always waiting on a railroad crossing. So then you start talking about cost, and I just think, I don't think in yours and our lifetime, Harry's, I don't think that may be an issue, because I don't see the railroad, they don't even like putting track in anymore, much less a crossing. So I just think we're going to have to figure out something different.
Almost 10 years ago, we worked with a community in the Tulsa suburbs, at Tulsa Edge, that has typical railroad corridor next to a highway, and they have been waiting about 30-ish years for that first overpass.
Well, you know how long it took in Pearland to get the two they have.
Yep.
I mean, or two. That took forever. I mean, literally 30 to 40 years of talking with them. So I think we're a little bit safe in protecting the rural area because of that. And again, I like the bigger picture. If somebody's going to come in and make a big development, then they've got to work with us to fit that development into the road plan. So that way we can have a little bit of control on it, and we just have to trust our planning guys too, that have these pre-development meetings a little bit, okay, that they're looking out for the best interest of our people.
I'll provide a final comment here. When I look around Manvel, you can see areas in the past where you wish we had the right of way. You wish that we had the roads built. You know, you try to pull out on Tankersley, Dogwood, or Charlotte now, and you wish those roads were wider where you had the right of way for it. We've seen where developers in the past have, quite frankly, taken advantage of the city, and we're supposed to dedicate right of way to the city and build roads, and they've found ways to skirt around it. And so when I look at those rural areas, knowing that a lot of developers have their eyes on Manvel, I get nervous about how are we going to connect the dots? How do you protect private property rights? How do you make sure that, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, that if a single family wants to build their home and homestead out there, like we need to help them with that. The government is not meant to be an impediment, it's to help facilitate. I think Councilwoman Sarmiento said it once, that government should not regulate, it should help facilitate. And so how do we do that while also thinking strategically and finding that balance? It's certainly a juggling act, and I know, Gary, you have a lot of experience doing that.
I've had this conversation with staff. You can do all the good things, but the people who say, I want this to be rural forever, when they get that offer, and if they take it, and if the people down the road say, oh, they took the offer, and that's how it happens, and that's how land gets assembled for your major developments. So,
a lot of good conversations to have moving forward. Any other comments or questions, Council? No. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Gary, appreciate that. We look forward to having you back forward in November, I believe is what I heard, is kind of what we're targeting there. All right, staff, anything else for that one, or good to move on? All right. 8:31 p.m., agenda item number 3. We're moving now. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all's patience. So next, Ms. Aaliyah, if you want to come forward to the podium here, staff will let you present this item, then we'll allow Ms. Aaliyah to introduce us to BCS. But this is going to be agenda item number 3, presentation update on proposed BCS development. Dan?
Sure, Mayor. Just to kind of frame our discussion tonight. So we have had a workshop with BCS before, about a month or two ago. So it's the same general area, which is west of Kirby, north of Highway 6. It's currently an area that is in our ETJ. So we have had a couple of meetings with their group, and things are starting to firm up plan-wise. Now it comes to, what do the mechanics look like of actually coming into the city limits? They are absolutely interested in being a part of the city of Manvel. We are interested in helping them with utilities and, property tax and sales tax and all those kind of good things. So working through the mechanism of how to actually come into the city, how to come into, going from in the county, they don't have zoning, of course. So in our ETJ, we don't have zoning. So if they come into the city, we want them to come in at the, the right type of zone. And then obviously incentives are something that we need to talk about as well, which is I would guess Wiley is here, right?
That's about right, Dan. You did take about half my speech, but I'm good. We're going to keep things rolling. My name's Aaliyah Vinson with Allen Boone Humphreys Robinson. Of course, I've had the chance to meet many of you, but not some of the newer council members. So it's a pleasure to be back today. And I'm representing BCS, so BCS Capital Group. You have met with some of them before. I'm going to introduce you to them tonight. I want to set the stage just on a few things, and then one of them is going to proceed with the presentation. So today we have with us from BCS Ryan Sweeney, Jack Berger, and James Todd. And it will be Ryan who really is taking the lead on doing the presentation that you'll have in front of you. So there's been lots of discussion tonight about development, lots of discussion about zoning of development and land use. And one of the things I was thinking about a great deal as we were just listening to the several other items earlier was how much of those conversations are really focused on land that's in the city's corporate limits today, right? And of course, when it's land in your city's corporate limits, you have your zoning in place, you have those coming before you for variance requests, et cetera. The land that we're talking about, that you're going to see Ryan present on, is land that's outside of your corporate limits, okay? So this is land that is not in your city limits today. It's in your extraterritorial jurisdiction outside, but land that they are trying to figure out what to do with this, how to do it in the best way and be able to build the best and most enjoyable, beneficial commercial properties to the surrounding community. And so in this situation, they have other options other than coming into the city. They've been looking at other options. They've had the chance to work with staff and with the city and have had some really productive conversations. And their preferred path forward would be to come and join the city, to be voluntarily annexed in. And so that's a little bit of a reset that I just want to make before they start, that this is not in the city limits, and we're talking about a fairly unusual event of a voluntary annexation, not a forced annexation, which, well, no one likes those. So in any case, today BCS is coming to visit with you about their proposed possible annexation. And this isn't just theoretical. Earlier today, they had me submit to city staff the written annexation request from the landowners. And now that written annexation request is subject to a couple of other things happening along the same timeline on parallel paths. And one, of course, has to do with the PUD. So that's a whole different zoning process. We're really not focusing on that today, but that would need to be on a parallel path. And then also economic incentives. And so you see the title to this presentation is Chapter 380. That just refers to the chapter of the government code that's talking about how you can have economic incentives granted by a city to development. So they're going to talk about the presentation today. Ryan's going to discuss the economic incentives that they would need for this project to work, but also benefits that the city would receive if they went through the process of kind of accepting that voluntary annexation and the property taxes and sale taxes and other benefits that the city could receive. So with that, I'm going to sit back down, but I will be available if needed. And Ryan, please come take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here tonight. Glad you guys got the memo about wearing light-colored shirts, so it's looking good.
Well, yeah, I just now realized that. You
color
too, Mayor.
coordinated there. So, Council, we do have their presentation in our packets tonight, and Ryan, you should be able to control it from the computer there
Okay.
on the screens.
Well, thank you, Aaliyah, and you took about half of my speech too. So we're just passing the baton down. No, it's really nice to see everybody again. Appreciate all the hard work and effort so far in getting us to this review. I still consider this as kind of a workshop. That was the plan, to come before you again as we had talked last time. And then we did have the pleasure of sitting down and kind of exploring ideas as far as the economic incentive side of things goes. So just to reiterate, I mean, we fully intend to try our best to work out a deal with the city. We want to be in the city. We want to create value. And it's appropriate that we came up right after, the comprehensive plan and some of the financial summaries and things like that, because they are intertwined. And we are cognizant of what the city is looking to do. I commend the city on their ambitions to create quality development and protect the citizens. well, for generations to come. So we've got this 47-acre site next to HEB at 288 and Highway 6. Naturally, this is a great regional destination. A lot of potential uses could come here. And we've evaluated those. I'm excited to share kind of where we are with our prospect list. I had mentioned that before. Some of our city council members had mentioned that a lot of developers say they've got users, they've got tenants in tow, and to the best of our ability, I want to provide you with a list of those users. Out of respect for some of these tenants and what we're trying to do, I'd like to keep. The reason I printed them off is just kind of a confidential nature, but it gives you an example of kind of where we are in the process with them. Is it okay if I just stand these out and y'all can pass them around? Yeah, so that's the intent here, is to show some transparency, and I've heard some different things tonight about fast food users and car washes and things like that. I mean, we come from an industry that really kind of, we want to promote the best in class, especially in our developments, and those do incorporate car washes and drive-thrus. But as you can see, we've got plenty of other users actively in contract negotiations. We've got a handful of LOIs, 7 to 8 LOIs, I believe, but a number of different users that are really knocking at the door. So looking at the actual Chapter 380, in 2023, we evaluated the potential to annex into MUD 47. That was the direction that we thought we were going to have to go. Just a few months ago, we realized the opportunity to annex into the city, which we welcomed. And one of the things that we had at the liberty of Texas Code and MUD districts is the ability to get reimbursed for a significant portion of our development costs associated with that. And so going into the city, we still have the burden of having these costs, and really the economics of the deal doesn't really work. It doesn't work right now without economic incentives. So we're looking to provide the city the ability to partner with us to create a mutually advantageous partnership via the Chapter 380, okay? This is at no cost to the city up front, where they make zero capital outlays to initiate this process. It's a performance-driven concept where if we deliver the sales tax revenue that we project, we share in some of that profitability over time. The idea here is to capitalize $10 million in net present value to offset our overall construction. That provides a viable economic return for this development, and we could see full absorption of this project within 24 to 36 months is what I expect. So it's a pretty compelling opportunity. The statute itself is pretty impressive and provides the ability for us to really work together to achieve a common goal. For the sake of time, I mean, some of you have seen this presentation before, perhaps. Some of you may have not. So I'd like to just kind of go through it quickly, and then I definitely have two smarter people than myself that can answer more questions about specifics related to the financial models and things. But ultimately, this is what we're looking at here. It's the job creation is the economic incentives that you guys have the ability to administer through the 380, no cost upfront capital to the city. This is kind of going through some of the history of where we got today. We originally thought there was 1.5% sales tax available to the city, but we were updated, informed that it's actually just a penny or 1%. So we've modified our models to create some options. We know that it's a great thing to have options, and so there's a bunch of different ways that we could look at it. So a $10 million net present value is established through a length of time at certain percentages. And so $1 today has a different value than $1 tomorrow. So there's a discount rate that's put into place to capture that $10 million today. There's a lot of different options. I mean, it's probably exponential that we could look at, but we've provided 4, not to say that any one is better than the other. It's strictly to provide some visualization into how the structures can evolve. We've worked with different cities in these agreements. Some cities prefer that we obtain the majority of sales tax in years 1 through 10, for example. Some prefer the city take the majority through 1 through 10. It's really just how the city's financial positioning is. Do they want to capture more money earlier, or do they want to see us get in and out, and then you reap the benefits long term after full stabilization? Does that make sense? So this is the site plan that we're working with. As you can see here, the site has a lot of detention space here. It's separated by a platted 45 or 40-foot right-of-way. So there's some real inefficiencies with the way that detention pond's laid out. It's comprised of about 16 acres. We'll have about 27 acres net usable. That's really the biggest challenge with the site. You know, you're paying market value for land, and you've got detention requirements above and beyond what's typical, just given that it's extremely flat. Some of the users that we're actively talking with and are working with. So here you can see some of the economics behind the property assumptions. It's really important to note that these developments are in concept right now. While we have a lot of interest and we're trading paper with several of these retailers and restaurants and things of that nature, it's not done. I mean, we don't own the land yet. We don't have the property zoned yet. You know, these guys haven't signed on the dotted line, but the activity is about as good as anybody could want in this business. And so we're relying heavily on that to come up with these projections. We've done a lot of these deals around the city of Houston and state, these restaurants and other retailers. So we've got a great pulse on where we are in real time sales tax generation for these groups. And so we've got, you know, at fully stabilized, we're estimating around $116 million a year in total sales. And then at full stabilization, year 1 income is around 1.4. And then it gets more complex as we move through the slide. But we think that's achievable in 24, 36 months. So here you see the impacts to the city of Manvel, and we were asked to show a kind of every year how the values change and how the revenue changes. In this model, we're showing it just kind of in 10-year snippets, but the property tax and sales revenue grow at 3% each year, and so we're just capturing kind of the estimate of what we expect to happen here. I think there's tremendous upside in the possibility to have more sales tax than what we're showing here. We want to take a conservative approach to what we're doing here. In all of these options, and it might take some time to digest it, all of these options, you know, they're provided on different timelines, different percentages, and we can answer questions as we look through those. So this particular model here, I'd like to explain a little bit behind this. So this model that says, or this table that says BCS cost assumptions, Chapter 380 budget, this is derived based on kind of the horizontal construction of the site. It's outside of land costs or any on-site development costs associated with delivering a retail building or a building in everything that goes into that, the vertical side. This was put into place as kind of a starting point with our previous discussions with the MUD district in eligible costs that could potentially be reimbursed, okay? We didn't get too far down that road, but these are updated costs that we intend to pay, and then everything above that too. But that's what that table is showing, and we are looking for a net present value of $10 million today. In order to do that with a MUD district, we'd have to create about $100 million in assessed value. The big difference here is that this is an incentivization for BCS and what we're asking for. It's a performance-based agreement. Again, I'm just saying that to reiterate, because the MUD district, it's heavily incentivized for assessed value. Once we deliver commercial real estate that can be assessed and taxed by the taxing authorities, we get reimbursed. In the situation with the city, we are incentivized to deliver sales tax. So it's not just commercial real estate assessed value, it's sales tax. And we're financially responsible to deliver that, and we take the risk to do that. All right, so this is kind of going back into history, and this was really for some of the city staff and council members that discussed our first kind of iteration into this. This just shows kind of how we deviated from the first. Okay, I kind of went through everything that we just talked about here. So to save time, I'll just kind of skip.
Ryan, before you get into some of these scenarios, I think we might, if we can pause for some questions up to this
Please
point,
do.
and then we'll dive into some of those more detailed numbers. And I believe Councilwoman Roby Robinson, I'll kick it off with you here.
So on the prospect list, I'm just wondering, so out of the ones that are listed here, 12 or more are like auto related. So it's either like an auto store, a car wash, a oil change, like things like that. And then the rest are food. And I was just wondering, like, is there any, because the last time you guys came, I asked about like recreational type activities, maybe a movie theater, just something that you can do locally, like with your family, that doesn't involve like eating in your car. And so I know it said that, there was a possibility. I'm just wondering, like, how do we get, what goes through, I guess, to get this prospect list and then reaching out? Is there certain like criterias we need to have in order to get some?
Yeah, totally. Can I borrow one of those lists real quick? I didn't count how many autos are right here, but
Because then a lot of the restaurants are things you would get in your car. So it's like something to do to get out of the house that's like not with your family, that's not with your car.
Yeah, and so I think the purpose with this piece of paper is just to show you guys exactly what's going on. Like, these are the tenants that have submitted offers that are real. This is not a list of who we're targeting. I remember when we met 2 months ago, we were talking about Cinemark, who we've contacted. And I know y'all don't want to hear this. The way we get the Cinemarks is we have more traffic. Because right now it only takes about 7.5 minutes to get from the Cinemark on 288 and 12 minutes to get to the Cinemark in Siena. So we need more density, more traffic to create better spacing from the regional trade areas to the north and to the west. But
Yeah, I was going to say, as an avid
totally.
it's definitely not 7 minutes. And then there's a lot of issues with the Pearland location. Their theaters are very, very small. The seats don't recline back. I'm just going to put that out there.
Well, I'm giving you the Cinemark feedback.
And I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be a Cinemark. We can have a Star Movie Grill. The closest one to here is in Missouri City, and it's going down Highway 6, but it still takes 33 minutes to get there. Just like something that's like a little bit more than just... Yeah, like, we want to get out our house. Like, we want to do...
Well, and the sales tax associated...
Yeah.
Main event.
Main event.
We're talking to all those groups. And the reality is, I think over time, there's an ability to get them. We are incentivized to bring those groups because the sales tax that's generated from entertainment concepts, whether it be a movie theater, whether it be, any Andretti's of the world, more of these kind of eatertainment concepts. That's a growing segment. And the market's going to tell us, and we as a developer with the sales tax incentive, not ad valorem, only sales tax, are incentivized to do those. We're showing on our site plan at Kelsey-Siebold. The reality is we have to have a base case that'll allow us to close on the land. But there's multiple things. One, for us to get more efficiencies with getting that right-of-way abandoned, acquiring more land to the west, being able to shift attention further north to create more commercial reserves. So I wanted to paint that picture a little bit.
Is there any case to the fact that Manvel is at the center of so many small cities that don't, like even Pearland?
100%.
Pearland has grown, but what do we have? We used to have a movie theater all the way in Old Pearland, but that's not there anymore. The skating ring, I guess that's still there, but it's almost near Friendswood. But it hasn't been renovated since I was in high school, and that was like forever ago. So it's just like there's plenty of places to eat, and yeah, you can go to Cinemark, but if you invested in something that was here, you have
Capture everyone
well, yeah,
else.
you have Alvin, then you have Rocheron, then you have Iowa Colony, you have Pearland, you have Fresno, you have, I mean, just to get to my kids' daycare, I go through 3 cities. So I know there's not really much here. So I feel like there's more of a case, yeah. It's not just like our population. If you pull all the things that are around us, and if a movie theater, if Cinemark's too close, then like, just step it up a little bit more and then get a dining thing. And the Andretti's, I just went to the one in Katy. I had no idea what that was, but I had a good time and I spent a good amount of money. So I mean, just something.
100%.
Yeah, we agree. We agree completely.
And I think that's why we think on the demand side, there's more demand than the 46 acres we have. So that's why we want to be able to buy more land and develop it further out.
Question.
And real quick, I think Councilman Bonner was next, and then we'll go to you, Councilwoman. Are you done, Councilwoman? Okay. Councilman Bonner, and then Councilwoman Sarmiento.
So you mentioned the land purchases and further, and you talked about right-of-way. What kind of opposition are you, previously when you talked about having discussions for the detention with the home buyer that's behind you in that area? Or
When we were exploring the mud annexation route, that was a route we were going to look at taking with Beazer Homes. We're still working with Beazer on some drainage improvements it's really just some benefits to both of us to create a better outfall. But since that's really off the table and they're not within the city limits, it's not proving to be such a viable option.
Because
so we're proceeding under like kind of the base case as Jack alluded to. And once we know that there's a base case that we can accommodate these types of users and we're all incentivized, we're on the same page, there's a partnership to deliver, then we get really creative and explore.
Yeah, because I see you being limited with your site plan right now due to the detention of where would you put a main event? Where would you put a Cinemark? Where would you put some of these type places that we really could look at working more on the incentives that you're asking for? If we can guarantee those types of places are going to be there, but it's kind of hard to do that right now with you having the drainage. Really, I'll call it a problem. I don't know if that's the right word. But
well, what we'd like to talk about is also guardrails. I think just if we can come up with a concept that works for the city on what we have, and at the same time, as Aaliyah had mentioned, we've applied for the petition for annexation. We have a draft PUD that was delivered this morning. I haven't even reviewed it yet entirely. We've been working on that, but creating guardrails that protect the integrity of the project long term. And we're incentivized to deliver the highest of quality. And then if we can create efficiencies to the detention pond, for instance, if we can look at maybe abandoning that right of way, who knows? Maybe that's a possibility. But that would open up a tremendous amount of opportunity for efficiencies of site planning, detention, site plan layouts, et cetera. And that would just be icing on the cake, really.
I mean, I do see a lot of good things that you're interested in, some of the restaurants, because I think a couple of them are more the higher, they're not high-end, but they're more places that people don't have to drive through a drive-through to get to. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't, but that's down the line. So I like the fact that you've listened a little bit to what I think you've heard from different people about we're tired of the same cookie cutters that Pearland has and that Sugarland has. We want some different things here. And I had some really good, another thing I'm not happy with is some of these businesses, you mentioned the medical, the tax on those, the ad valorem tax may be good, but the sales tax, they don't provide a lot.
Yeah, they don't.
So I want us to be real careful about those type places. And I guess that's about all my comments right now.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll go Councilwoman Sarmiento, and then we'll go Mayor Pro Tem Lance.
I love the concept. Just going to say that. I feel like today we're just, that's what's on the agenda here, right? Is to agree that they want to be annexed in so we can at least move forward with developing it so that we can then move forward with this. So just from my understanding, you guys own the land already.
No,
Not yet.
not yet.
So that's another hurdle. So
It's an orchestrated, I'm sorry to interrupt.
no, you're totally fine. So the owners, you guys have an agreement that if this goes through, they'll sell it to you.
That's correct.
When they're partners with us, because
Okay.
they're actually retaining 2 acres
Okay.
to build a multi-tenant building that our company is going to be constructing for them. So they're in lockstep in terms of
Okay.
the viability of the project and working with us towards.
Okay. So, that answers one question. The other question is, do you guys have an agreement with the medical facility that's on here?
We do not.
So we talked about this last time.
yeah,
feel like
I think-
you dropped the name again, but
So I think guardrails is a good term because what
Okay.
we're trying to do is to make sure that we are aligned so that we can make the bet and go buy the land, right? Because if we buy the land and we're not in lockstep,
yeah.
then we're going to be, that land's just going to sit there,
Yeah.
right? And it's going to help nobody.
It helps
So-
nobody,
helps nobody.
especially
But what we
people who
didn't
wanna
want to
build
do
here.
is come and overpromise and show you everything we knew you wanted. We could have thrown Cinemark
Yeah.
or, could have put all these entertainment concepts on there and been like, look what we're going to bring, maybe.
And then bait and switch us and put a
And then bait and
McDonald's
switch you.
there.
So what we're trying to do is show you a very base case. I'll tell you, if we can't overperform these projections, I'm on record, I'll be extremely upset. Once we have the guardrails, then we collaborate. We do the things we're talking about. We get the right-of-way taken care of, right? We figure out how to assemble a couple more pieces, get the detention further north off Highway 6. Now we've got more net usable. We can do a lot more sales tax, bring a lot more amenities, and the things that the city, the constituents want. I think right now it's just, hey, are we teammates here? Can we partner? And then we can go buy the land and go from there.
So one of the things that's very appealing to me is number one, you guys are asking to be annexed in. It benefits no one for it to just sit there. It's not benefiting us at the moment. The second thing that I find extremely appealing is that to Councilwoman Roby Robinson, is that what we do is it's an opportunity to capture the money from outside of Manvel to benefit Manvel. So that's something that I can get behind because HEB isn't only serving HEB constituents and residents and people, like it is serving a mass population with 288 and the extensive growth that's coming. So I can get behind that. I think where a question that I have also is if we decide to move forward with this and everything goes perfect, what's the estimated time for groundbreaking and to actually realize one of these establishments?
So I'll comment on that. So to address your first question, it's going to take a collaborated effort to put all these pieces together. So in order, we don't plan to close on the property if we don't have a path to utilities. The way to get utilities is through annexation. The only way you all are going to annex us is if you had guardrails through a PUD and an overlay district. So they all kind of work in place. And we've worked on a schedule for the last few weeks. We've got an ironed out schedule, all the P&Z meetings, all the city council meetings, all the proper notices to make that happen. So I'm just kind of prefacing that we're on top of that and we appreciate trying to accommodate that schedule. To get to your next question, so if all of those things work out well, we could close before the end of the year. If we get delayed on a city council meeting, I know there's things that happen. Maybe it gets pushed into early next year or a P&Z meeting. But after that, it's really permitting and that permitting period can take 6 to 8 weeks, and then 8 months, up to a year, and then conceivably Q1 2027
Wow.
is kind of what that would be my guess.
Well, let's talk. I mean,
And-
how long do we expect Joe's and Dan permitting to take within the city?
Because the further we delay this out, the further these numbers become a reality for us. And that we're going to be here in a year talking about budget, talking about tax revenue, talking about do we need to increase it? We've got more staff, we've got all this. And so this is a very, it looks appealing to be able to, there's a benefit to speeding up the process is what I'm getting at.
Let me take it, Mayor. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Crystal, one of the things in the incentive, though, is a timeline that would make things happen faster than later, and that's part of the deal, is like, we want you to come, start putting value on the ground now, and that usually comes with any 380 is a timeline, and that can address what you're saying, so that, not like some deals we've had in the past where they sign a deal with the city and then 20 years later, there's nothing happening. We'll give you the incentive, but part of the deal is you have to start right away and get some value on the ground within this timeline, so that can address your concerns of making sure this is really going to happen. And then, like they say, it's all through the mechanics of the process, but that would be part of the deal, would be a timeline.
So real quick, Bobby, just to orient ourselves to this, what we're discussing tonight, there'll be a conversation with the PUD for land use. There will be a conversation about the annexation and having to vote for that. But what we're talking about tonight is specifically, you guys are looking for feedback on the 380 agreement, which of the 4 options is most palatable to us. Because I have a lot of thoughts about the businesses, gas stations, car washes, all of that. But that's a conversation for another day. 380 agreement, timeline, that's what we're really looking for direction-wise tonight.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just zoom back out just for a second. So essentially three things have to happen. So one, they have to come into the city limits, right? So that's annexation. There's a public hearing process. We haven't done very many of these, like Aaliyah mentioned early on, as far as voluntary annexations. But that's a process, and that can be done by the end of the year. They don't want to annex into the city, like I think they both just mentioned, unless they're coming in with the right zoning and unless they're coming in with the incentives. So those are the 3 things. The annexation, if left unattended, if we just annexed any property into the city, it's going to come in as open single-family residential. In other words, minimum 1 acre residential lots. I think we can all agree that's not what we want. Obviously, that's not what they want. So let's just be smart about it. We do this all together, where they come in as a PUD, just like a Manvel Town Center or a Valencia or Meridian, all these other PUDs that we have, a planned unit development, so that we're very specific about where things go, what kinds of things can go. And that's where we get into all the discussion about how much involvement does City Council have in sort of, what things look like, whether it's a certain type of signage. Manvel Town Center is a great example of what you can do when you let the developer have some creativity and some input on the signs, because we have no other signs in the city that look like what they've done out there in front of HEB. It's amazing. It's beautiful. So I'm sure they have their theme, and do we want that to look similar to Manvel Town Center, to where they look integrated? Or do we want it to be its own thing? So all of those kind of discussions come in with the PUD. And then the third one, of course, is the 380 agreement. So the different things, and I think we're about to get into the different slides, none of us have been involved in a 380 from the ground up. We've all inherited them all. So this is kind of exciting, really, because we know what we don't like. It's very easy we don't want this, we don't want this, we don't want this. So this is a really neat opportunity to build one from scratch altogether. It makes sense. They're bringing in sales tax, they're bringing in property tax. For the most part, they're just asking to get reimbursed. So how do we help them get there? What's your appetite like for we've got some of these agreements that are 30 years out, We've got some of these agreements that every single dollar that goes onto the ground, we don't see any of it, So there are a lot of different things, and I think they've gotten creative. You've already got 4 different ideas, just sort of to start the discussion. If we can get there, then literally we could have this done by the end of the year, according to our timeline. The annexation, the PUD, and the 380 agreement. that would be tremendous. Then we're starting in January where we're looking at civil site plans. They're going through the drainage district. They're going through TxDOT. We're abandoning right of way and, all those other things that need to be done. So does that help kind of frame things?
I love that. Thank you so much for explaining it like that, because that helps understand. I can sit here and dissect this out. Y'all know I like to do that. So I'm just trying to get to be efficient so we know what's really on the table here. Am I for it? Am I not? I'm for it. Now, can we get to the 4 options and then maybe land on something we can all agree on so we have direction and we can say, look, we get excited. We've got something coming. I don't see a negative to it.
I concur.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Did we just agree?
Okay, can I go ahead and, I want to,
Did we just become besties?
okay, so I want to go ahead and jump to this, the 15-year. Can I do that?
Let's give 1 second here before we get to that. I think they're going to just quickly cover the options for us, high level, and then we'll turn it over to you to talk, to provide your feedback there. Regarding the site plan and anything like that, Councilman Bonner, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
I just have one. If we're going to talk about the annexation, which seems to be kind of the key deal, if we don't say yes to annexation, everything kind of goes down the road, right? Am I understanding that?
For now,
So
yes.
what's the impact, the dollar impact to us, to Manvel, if we say yes to annexation?
Show 'em over how many years?
Well, that's what I need to understand. Are we going to be talking about immediate impact? Or based on what you're fixing to present us, are you going to give us some options of what that impact will be?
Tell them what that. We can walk through.
15-year deal.
We can walk through a few of these different options.
Yeah, let's dive into those options now, and then Councilman Bonner and Mayor Pro Tem Lands will turn it over to you guys next to provide feedback and comments first there.
Real quick, I think the easiest way to answer that question would be at a minimum at stabilization of $1.4 million in perpetuity. Obviously, that's going to grow over time as property values increase and sales increase as users get more established, but that would be the short answer to that. We looked at this a few different ways to give y'all a few different options depending on the financial state of Manvel and then preferences. Each city's a little bit different. In this first option, we looked at doing a 15-year deal. This one had a blend of sales tax and property tax. It is relatively front-loaded on the sales tax, so you've got 100% for years 1 through 10, and then 50% years 11 through 15. And then for the property tax, it's just a constant 50% over that 15-year term. What that means is this is going to be the lowest capped amount that the city of Manvel would be provided as an option without getting, I guess, even more 100% on sales tax for that 15-year duration. So that capped value of 24 would be the lowest amount in these scenarios, which means y'all are front loading that, which means it's worth more to BCS today. So we're solving again for that $10 million value. The way that you paid less for that is to pay it forward. So that this is just one of those options where you pay a less total amount, but just faster.
And on this specific example, to answer your question, it'd be about $47 million to the city of Manvel over a 30-year period in accretive dollars. And that's a combination of the property and the sales tax.
Well, that's yeah.
We're looking at years 1 through 10,
You're just looking, okay.
In all 4 deals you're going to present.
Cool. Well, the latter 3 and 4 will be heavier that way.
Can you not go backwards on this? Oh, it's just really delayed, sorry. Okay, here's a 20-year version where BCS would get, this is just on sales tax in this scenario, so BCS would get 100% years 1 through 10, and then 50% for years 11 through 20. You can see the increase to the overall share of total dollars. BCS gets 33% now, crossing that 30% threshold, so this deal cap would be at $26 million. And then we just start cascading down where you can see as you push these deals out, the total dollars that Manvel would have to invest over that time period increases to get that same $10 million value. So in this scenario, over 25 years, it would be a flat rate of 75% to BCS. And now you can see this percentage increasing to 47% of total revenue going to BCS over that 25-year period. And then in the last scenario, in faith of showing council a scenario where it cascades down, we have broken this out into 5-year increments for the most part, starting at 80%, cascading all the way down to 50% in the years 21 through 30. And you can see we cross over that 50% total revenue threshold to BCS over that time. And you can see the deal cap is now at $38 million, being the highest deal cap. But in this scenario, the city of Manvel gets a larger portion. It's more equitable over that period of time. So if the city of Manvel wants that property tax revenue, we're not going to take any of that in this version. And then the city of Manvel will slowly start to get a larger portion of proceeds over that period of time, but spend a larger total dollar amount. And again, preface, all these deals equal the same amount of dollars to BCS today. We've been solving for that, and I also wanted to point out earlier, our budget that we're using for these costs, this is also just a coincidence in this first scenario that the $24 million equals that cost that would be eligible to the MUD. They're actually not associated. It's just a coincidence. Just an FYI there.
So if we can go to the 15-year, you're showing that right now. Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you had a question or comment about this one.
I had, yes, a few.
If you could unmute yourself too.
On the previous proposed 15-year deal, our deal cap was $22 million. This 15-year, it went to $24 million. Why is that?
So we've just recently hired a head of construction at BCS, and he went through our civil engineers estimates, and we updated those cost figures. And so our total cost for the development has increased. So this scenario reflects those updated numbers.
Maybe I'll hire the wrong guy.
No, he's great. Yeah, I think he's saving.
He went
us
up $2
already.
million because he reviewed this. Okay, that's one thing. Things have changed since we don't have the 1.5 anymore, hadn't they?
Makes it harder.
So it's made the pill a little bit harder. I do like the 15-year deal. I don't care for the sales tax, years 1 through 10 going to BCS 100%. And the property tax, we did have 100% property tax, now we're down to 50%. So if we look at the 20-year deal, we get the property tax back, but we're still at the BCS getting 100% of the sales tax years 1 through 10, and the deal cap goes up another $2 million. I think we're going to end up really squeezing the pennies here on this, unfortunately. I mean, we want this. There's no doubt about it, we want this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's going to have to be some more work on it. And personally, you have 3 businesses on there that don't produce sales tax. With this thing going to be so tight, personally, I think every business in there needs to be a sales tax producing business. That's my own personal take on it. We can let Kelsey Seabold find another piece of property. That's my take on it.
Yep.
So,
David, we're totally aligned there, because the reality is the only reason we would do a non-sales tax is if it overly justified it. At the end of the day, we're investing all these dollars up front. Like, we're not asking for any of your dollars.
I understand that.
Creative dollars that we're producing. So we're taking on that risk.
And
Right.
as the guy that has to underwrite this deal, I have to be conservative and say that not everybody is going to generate sales tax, and there might be some outliers in there, maybe a financial institution or whatever it may be. I can't put all my eggs in, maybe the entirety of the usable acreage being sales tax generating when I make this
And you have to
projection.
have the right mix of tenants. You can't have all restaurants and all entertainment. One, you can't park it correctly. So you've got to have the right mix of tenants and thinking through how the stacking works and how it all plays together. But we're willing to, let's get collaborative here and really talk through it. At the end of the day, with you, when you win, we win, and vice versa.
Right. And I do feel confident. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't be confident that we wouldn't be able to annex the land and do away with that easement, which would give you more land to work with. What I would like to see is the years 8 and 9, instead of getting 100% sales tax, y'all get 80% sales tax. How can we work that out? On the 20-year deal, to me, that's about a $595,000 loss or difference from going from 80%, going from 100% to 80%.
There's definitely a solution to that. It would just be a slight increase to years 11 through 20.
A little over the 50%.
Yes, sir.
Maybe okay. So anyhow, it looks good, guys.
That was the whole intent for us showing you these options. We didn't expect one of these to be like a glaring preferred route. We didn't expect anything like that. It's just to get this dialogue so we can customize it and show you the different levers that we mess with, time, percentages, basically those.
Okay.
Change everything else. So we'll get you some more.
And I do have, about the restaurants and stuff, I know we're worried about having too many restaurants.
No, not.
But can I just throw out a few and see if these ring a bell to you guys?
Give it our best shot. Come on.
Okay.
Chewy's.
Rue Pour.
Rue Pour.
Rue Pour. Have you heard of that one?
No.
Maggiano's.
Okay.
Yard House.
Okay.
Heard of that one? Whiskey Cakes. McIntyre's. Any of those ring a bell?
Yep.
Absolutely.
You're all smiling.
Well, I'm just thinking about the PUD and the microbrewery stuff. And,
and then of course the biggies, which are really getting hard to get down here, but the Papacitos and the Papados.
Carrabba's.
I know those are heavy hitters, but
that'd be fun.
We're talking to a good amount of the full service guys. We really didn't want to oversell this, but yeah, I mean, Darden's concepts are interested for the most part, which we've named a few of them on here, but all those that you named are like highly sought after users.
And there's nothing around here like that. And that would be just a huge draw to the Manvel area.
We're going to get a nice full service. I think
We will definitely try to get Gringos.
Gringos, Chewy's, Lupe Tortilla.
All right. Any other questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll go Councilman Bonner next. Councilman?
So let's go back to the 15-year. So what would it take to get the property tax split to 100%? In other words, 0% for y'all. How many years on instead of it being 1 through 10? I'm trying to look how we can rework that 15-year.
If we were to stay on the 15-year deal and not play with property tax, I believe it was 100% for the entire duration, or somewhere close to that, maybe a little bit under that for years 11 through 15. But we can look at that. These are just basic examples, trying to take percentages out of it and just focus on time and deal caps.
And and that's what my next question was how would that affect the deal cap?
Well, it would likely stay roughly around there, depending on the percentage.
That's one thing I'm looking at. If we could figure out how to work this into the 15-year deal, that's our best deal cap as far as the total amount of monies.
It's definitely your best deal cap, but looking at the finances of Manvel, it all depends on if you're looking for cash flow now or zero cash flow now and a ton later. So it's just personal preference on that level. You can essentially finance those cash flows that you would get today by increasing that deal cap, but those funds would be released to you sooner and you could go do more projects with those funds. So the deal cap being large is not necessarily a bad thing.
I mean, I don't like the 25-year deal at all. So it comes down to between the 15 and the 20. I don't like the 30 even worse. That's like.
We'll do a 16 and a half, give you back some of the property tax and all of that.
And then every one of these deals is kind of going against what we said we didn't want to do, which is 100% of stuff.
I don't want 100% of anything.
So, I mean, there's.
The good news is that this is based on conservative projections. When we go abandon that right away, we overperform, we get paid back quicker, we're off the hook, and you guys are going with 100% of everything.
Okay, so let's take that into consideration and just do 1 through 8 years instead of 1 through 10.
Well, that's why we have a cap on it.
You know. I don't know, a lot of thought. I'm not opposed to the annexation at all.
No.
Absolutely not. You know, I was just trying to figure out, at some point, somebody's going to ask us, well, what is this going to cost us if we annex? You're doing all the cost for the upfront, but we're basing that first year. When does the first year start?
So there's a few different ways that we can tie when the reimbursement starts, and you guys can incentivize us to make sure that construction actually occurs and we get users there today. We've also tied it to specific users. It's, again,
I mean, obviously, it's got to be tied.
We're open to all of it.
It's got to be tied to being able to get some tax in to have revenue.
We're definitely aligned in that.
We need to tie it to something because we could be exposed.
The practical side of it
isn't
is
delivered.
we close on this property, which we hope it's December, because that's what our timelines are, and that's what we can control. We're going to be beating down everyone's door going, come on, permits, because we own this land and we're paying taxes on it. We got investors, so like we are so incentivized to get those users open.
So let me ask Joe's and Dan a question. Are we able to provide that if we're going to promise it? Are we able to fast track the permitting process?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously the amount of time that it takes to review a Home Depot or a H-E-B or a Lowe's is considerably different from a, whatever, Walgreens or, I don't know, Whataburger for that matter. I mean, it takes, there's a lot more to look at, but yeah, I mean, we've got a great working relationship with our third-party reviewer, and the civil stuff we're still doing in-house, but yeah, I mean, we don't anticipate that being the problem by any means.
Yeah, for the most part, but always the caveat that it's a two-way street. So depending on how well they respond to the comments and stuff.
Yeah, now if y'all bring in, I'll just say it, engineering firms that have no earthly idea what Brazoria County is about, and they've never worked with BDD4 or TxDOT, then you're going to be pushing a rock up a hill. So you need to have somebody local.
Yeah, we do.
We're in the back, right?
Good.
Any other questions there, Councilman Bonner?
No, sir.
All right, we'll go Councilwoman Sarmiento, and then I'll wrap us up here.
Thank you for yielding your time to me. Okay, so again, I'm going to reiterate, as it stands today, we're not losing anything. Right now, we get nothing out of this land that's sitting there unused. It's not in our ETJ. So really the risk to reward here is really more reward no matter how we slice and dice this thing, because whether we get something in 8 years or 10 years, it's something that's going to be there that otherwise isn't there anyway. Though the one thing that I wish we could do is figure out how to, when we get there, to look at these numbers and figure out a way so that we get something on the front end. I know you guys want to get paid, but also that's not paid, but reimbursed. That's the benefit to us, is to say, hey, you don't have anything there now. At least there's something that could start hitting our cash flow, because like I mentioned, we are averse to raising taxes on our citizens. And by bringing in the development for us, obviously this is a long-term game, 15 years. Gosh, I'll be pushing 60 by then. Who would have thought? I don't know, because that's how I look at things. I'm like, man, 15 years, like, okay. So I would like to see numbers like that, as harsh as they may be, but something at least to show us, like, look, you guys, there's no risk, reward, but also how's it going to help us to make some money on the front end as well to facilitate this. But then again, thank you guys, honestly, for looking at this and saying, we're willing to take on the debt for this to be able to bring something to Manvel that we don't have right now. So anyway, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So
Been to them, Mayor.
the path forward, it's really going to tie into what we do with the PUD, because as our city attorney and as Aaliyah can attest through Texas state law and the Attorney General's guidance, that it has to have a clear, measurable value in return through a 380. And many times with that, we ask for oversizing, bigger pipes, larger sidewalks, additional capacity in the detention. And that's not something that we need here. This side of town is pretty developed already. So what's going to be, besides just property tax and sales tax, because with that positive, there's also a negative. Like the 15-year deal, that's not going to provide us enough revenue to give the adequate and the standard that we've set, level of service to your property as it develops. And so really looking at this and fine-tuning the 380 to make sure that you guys, we help out there, because the community has told us they don't want to see us incentivize residential development, but they're open to it for commercial development, as long as we bring in the right types of businesses. We don't want to just see what everybody else has. So that's where that PUD piece is so key as we move forward with this. The other thing, and I've talked to the city manager about this, there's a cost of doing business. As you guys know, you guys are in this industry. I saw your headshots online. Great headshots on your website. Where'd you guys take those photos, by the way? They look great.
Glamour shots.
There's a part here.
Nowhere special.
All right, I love it. It's great. So as we take a look at that, the clearing and the grubbing, while you guys might get that as reimbursable through the mud, you'd be paying a heck of a lot higher tax rate if you were in the mud than you would be in the city. So there's an opportunity here to have a healthy partnership, bringing you guys in. I think we're close. Any healthy partnership has a negotiation back and forth in these deals, making sure it works for you guys. It also has to work for the citizens, also for the business owners that are going to be there in the future. When they call our police department because there's a petty theft, they need to have a quick response time. And looking at the 15-year deal, bringing in just over $122,000, that's not going to allow us to be able to service you guys there. One of the things I'd love to see us do, Dan and Joe, is if we could reach out to Commissioner David Linder. If we annex in this land, the county doesn't have to provide any services to it. They're not having to police it. They're not having to maintain the roads. They're not having to do anything of that. We're taking that on, yet they still will be able to benefit from the property tax and the sales tax, because they get that 0.5%. And so there might be an opportunity if we talk with the county to say, we're going to take it in, so you guys aren't going to have to service it at all, but can you help us out by also entering into some of the tools that the county has available to possibly add a little bit extra juice to this engine. If we could have that conversation, maybe we can bring you guys in it. That might be an opportunity there, because I know previous proposals had that 0.5% that the EDC gets, which is already pretty heavily committed already. Not sure if there's going to be an openness to that. It's an aggressive timeline, but I think it's a worthy conversation there. And as I look at this phased approach is nice. It's ideal. We don't have that with every agreement that's in place. So I really appreciate you guys putting together the different options, because it's allowed the juices to flow a little bit and the creativity to come out. So I think we're close. It's going to be a very aggressive timeline these next few months. And Dan, Joes, what would you guys say is the next steps here tonight, kind of taking in some of this feedback? I think the general census council is that we're open to this. We're excited about it. We're close. We're not quite there yet, but we are heading in the right direction. So what would you guys say is the next step?
Probably plan on an executive session, I would think, for the next council meeting, so that we could talk about all the nuts and bolts behind it, to make sure that we are conveying the information appropriately. I think we keep our foot on the gas with the timeline that Aaliyah and Bobby have worked through. Is that still good for y'all, Aaliyah?
I'm going to have to adjust the mic since James is talking. I think that that's a good plan, Dan. If we kind of proceed with, I think the other things that we could do is work with Bobby to have a draft 380 agreement for consideration so that when there's discussion at executive session, we're kind of taking these concepts and trying to distill it down to something that is real. And I will say, I'm not sure how great this is, but I have definitely built several 380s from the ground up, and there is really the opportunity for creativity. And so I've been taking notes the whole time y'all have been talking. It sounds like there is generally very good support for the concept, which is really what we wanted to hear today, so that, these things that need to move along in paths together, we kind of have buy-in on the concept. And I think that we have it today. And I think what we need to tweak and adjust is a little bit of incentivizations and how they would work. And so I think we can play with that, but we can try to deliver, some documents in advance of your next meeting so that you have something to talk about. Oh, Bobby, that's right. Well, I'm going to do the drafting. But we'll keep it moving. We'll keep it moving, for sure.
Coordinate with Joe's there. We'll work.
That's what Joe's meant about the timeline. See, so that already the timeline slipped 2 weeks because of Bobby.
Well, what we can do there as well, before that next meeting, staff, if we can reach out to Commissioner Linder, have a conversation there, get some insight. If we could also possibly see what a framework for the PUD would be, because understanding what the community is going to get from an investment of their tax dollars in the long run, that's going to be important. Do you think we would be at a point where we could see a framework for the PUD? Are we?
So we already have a document that was submitted today, and I have a phone call set up with the EHRA team member tomorrow to just go over it to make sure it captures what we need.
Awesome, love that. And the next meeting, we will wear gentle red, okay? We'll coordinate in advance. Awesome.
Glad we can coordinate that.
All right, Council, any other comments and/or questions for this? Or we could wear black, Councilman Rossi Knox, his thing's black every meeting, so we could do that there too. So, thank you so much, Aaliyah. Gentlemen, thank you guys for being here tonight. We appreciate your time. Oh, you got some hand claps from the councilwoman here.
Come back with it.
Council, I think this is going to be an easy agenda item next. We do have, for agenda item number, what number is it, Joe's, for
16.
not for 16, for the auto? 7. So, Council, she's graciously been sitting out there, one of our local Manvel business owners, for agenda item number 7. Joe's had mentioned it to me there in the back. If we can move that item up, I think we can knock that one out pretty quickly. What do you guys say about that? Okay.
Yes.
So guys, I will put this on the table and we'll make a motion for it, but this is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance number 2025-0-26. We did get a presentation from staff during the public hearing. Council, any comments and/or questions about this agenda item?
No.
Hearing none, do I have a motion for this agenda item? We have a motion from Councilwoman Roby Robinson, a second from Councilwoman Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Congratulations. We do have a second reading. It will be on our next agenda, but on the consent agenda, because it was a unanimous approval tonight. So we should be good to go, but we'll get it wrapped up at our second meeting there. Thank you so much for waiting here. Congratulations.
1-minute transaction. Wouldn't it be good to just go to these?
We don't have anyone here for these. We do have people here for some other items. Yep.
Yeah, it's already.
Okay. So agenda item number 4. This is consideration and possible action to approve a variance to the subdivision ordinance and authorize the city manager to execute the development agreement. So Dan and Joe's, you guys gave us an overview during the, we did not have a public hearing about this one. So Dan and Joe's, can you guys present this item to us, and then the applicant is here, we'll have them come forward.
And this one is item number?
Agenda item number 4.
Yes. So in the interest of time, so this is a variance request, and this is a variance request to our subdivision ordinance, and it relates to 2 sections. One which requires dedication of land for right-of-way, and then the second being construction of one half of the street and inclusion of sidewalk. And the dedication of right-of-way and the construction pertains to the perimeter road. This is a subject site which is an approximate, just want to make sure I get it right, close to 3 acres?
3.66.
3.66 acres. And the applicant is requesting approval to not dedicate the right-of-way along the south side of the property, and a variance to allow escrow of fund instead of construction of the required street and sidewalk. This went to the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission, and staff recommended approval of the escrow part, but staff recommended that the sidewalk be constructed, and did not recommend approval for waiver of street dedication. However, the item was tabled at PD&Z, and then when it was taken up at the subsequent meeting, the applicant provided additional information. They provided some documents that supported the fact that this is a unique circumstances, and our team did look at some of the engineering-related information we have related to the basis for the request, which is the fact that within the current right-of-way area where land would be dedicated for the right-of-way, there's an existing drainage easement which provides detention for one of the property in the area. The applicant is here. I believe he can answer any questions you all have, and if you all have any questions of staff, I'll be happy to answer, rather than me going on like the whole detail.
No, thank you, Joes. If you gentlemen want to come forward, introduce yourselves, and we'll let you guys give your presentation, and then open it up to council comments and/or questions.
I was just hoping to stick around and talk to Mr. Booth about riding his horse to school, but he left. Right up there and grab my notes.
And just to make sure, and I know you all are reading it on the report, but the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this variance request.
Yes. First of all, thank you for letting us come and present this item to council. Really appreciate your time. It's getting kind of late. I've been here before. If you don't know me, I can't remember. I know there's one new council woman on the commission since I was here last. This is my 4th development in the city of Manvel. One was in the ETJ, so 2 in the city. And I just wanted to say, when I heard a lot of conversation about taxes and other things, that we had, last one we did was a lot of, Dan helped, the city's been super helpful, but even at that time, we did a project. We bought this land in 2016, and at the time it had a tax value of about $7,885. I checked just to see what those taxes were producing in 2024, and it's producing $294,789 in property tax revenue now. So that was a pretty good swing on our last development that was here. This development, it's not speculative. We have been working on this heard about the development timelines. I know all those guys. Matter of fact, Ryan Sweeney, the guy on the right, is the person who sold us this land. He was the broker for Stripes when we purchased this. So when I hear the timeline of development, we've been working on this for 7 years. All these are real tenants that we have. Whitewater Car Wash is coming up in a minute to present a special use permit here. We'll be discussing that too over here on the far west side of the development. We have a planned retail building to go into the middle of the development. We have Dutch Brothers that is just continually asking me why we're not moving forward at a faster pace. And I'm telling them I don't have their deal. I don't have the city's total buy-in yet, but I'm trying to get there. And we have an LOI. We've had a long time with Popeyes, and again, they really want to be there. We like them there. We think they do a good job. And that's our current tenant line that we have. We do have 3,377 square feet left. Just so you can just kind of see, flip the side. We've heard a lot about building, trees. There's no trees on the site. We'll be adding trees. Dutch Brothers is our building that we are would construct. There will not be a barber shop in there because the mayor doesn't like non-tax producing, sales tax producing businesses here, so we can make a deal on that. Popeye's latest building, it's an actual photo from one of their last developments. This particular franchisee is from Houston. They have about 131 franchises. And this is the aerial photo that we have. It just kind of shows our development in relationship to the HED in case someone wanted to see it. Just so you know, we're about 125 feet from the light, the current lighted intersection at Kirby. And kind of a little bit of an overview there. The problem is we dedicated 10 feet of right-of-way on this side, of the west side of the project, to the city already. The city came, when we submitted the plat, came back and they wanted us to request that we go ahead and dedicate an additional somewhere between 20 feet on the far west end and about 14 feet on the far east end. And the colors, this line right here is our property line, right there. And this would be the requested dedication that was asked of us. And then this blue, and because it lines up with the drainage easements wants a different color. And this blue, though, all that represents the BDD4 30-foot maintenance burn setback. We went to BDD4 and said, hey guys, if we actually dedicated any of this land as a right-of-way to the city, what would that trigger on this existing drainage easement that we have right here? And BDD4 said, well, if you do that, then we're going to trigger all detention requirements to current standards. So I don't have any idea what that would take. All I can tell you is that we need every inch of this land to make our development happen. In the first P&Z meeting, we were here, I think, September 8th. It was asked of us when I made the comment that it was impossible, basically, for us to deed this land over because of this drainage easement that's been in place since 1993. No, 2000. What is today? Oh, yeah, it is 93. That drainage easement's been in place since that time. And so he wrote the letter and sent it, I guess it's in your package, as to why, even if we wanted to, it would be impossible for us to dedicate that because if it was ever used as a right-of-way, it would trigger all BDD4's requirements. All I can tell you is that I've heard a lot about engineers. We're using a local engineer that you guys also use. And we're ready with the project. We have another important component of it, as I've been asked, get the one off with a little less color, is we went to TxDOT and approached TxDOT about the driveway, and they're going to make us put in a deceleration lane right here. So we'll have a deceleration lane, comes in with a 25-foot parallel access easement that's required by the city all the way across the front. And then we have a right-in, right-out drive. Not only does this affect us, we needed, the council helped us, Manvel Economic Development Council also helped us to get water from the north side to the south side. And as Ellie said tonight, we're going to get the water from there. That's going to cost $400,000. Those plans have been submitted to TxDOT and approved by TxDOT, which is kind of miraculous to get a permit out of them that fast. They're ready to issue the permit for the drive, depending on us, depending on our contractor's insurance is the only thing missing from that. All I can tell you is that we are ready to develop. And this project, I don't know if I said it already or not, but this project, does have a property tax impact because we've got, in 2024, the property tax was $10,242. Post-development, we're estimating conservatively $130,914. And then the sales tax revenue, just from this entity and this entity alone, produced about $67,500. And then in our Manvel Economic Development Agreement, we have in the agreement itself, we have said we're going to have 45 employees just across these three lots, these three reserves. And they have 12 employees. They have 12 employees. So that's 24. They have 12 employees. That's 36 already. And we still have the 3,377 square feet to lease. In addition to that, I don't think that Johnson Welby Financial can pull off the development and support paying for all this if we don't participate and do it together. And they have an additional 12 employees there. And they've been in and had meetings with the city as well. So, river development, ready to go. Need your help again.
Thank you for that overview, Mr. Rayner. Appreciate you and Scott hanging out late here with us tonight.
Always fun.
About to pull on my jammies here. So, council will open it up to any comments and/or questions. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, guys. I'm glad y'all are here. Excuse my glasses. These are my wife's. I left mine in my home. So
I can relate.
So the deceleration lane.
Yes.
TxDOT's requiring you to do that. There is no acceleration lane coming out.
No, sir.
Okay. I like, and you said the bottom part, let's go back to that bottom part there. The part you said they can't be, I think they wanted to do a right-of-way there, or they wanted you to.
And I didn't do it. I apologize. I should have brought one that didn't have all the color on it. But this orangish color here is what is being requested from the city to give as additional right-of-way. So this triangle area right here is an existing drainage easement on the property. So that portion right there benefits the Chevron. Chevron flows, has a 10-foot easement back here, flows into this detention pond, back out, flows straight down, and discharges into the TxDOT right-of-way.
Okay, so it's an existing pond that's the reason for their wanting the right-of-way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was the blue and the purple on the other one?
That is, for some reason, and we even went, just so you know, we're not just totally relying on the city to give us variances. We went to Brazoria County Drainage District 4, and we had 3 variance requests. They immediately granted us 2 of the variances. I don't even remember what they were for. When we mentioned the fact that we wanted them to even entertain the reduction of that maintenance berm, it's a 30-foot maintenance berm because it abuts a right-of-way. They immediately said, no. We wouldn't even have discussion on it.
Okay, so that's county that was asking that?
No, it's Drainage District.
Drainage District. Okay. Okay. And just looking at it, the one thing I wish something could be done different is the one entrance in and out for 3 businesses.
I do too.
Yeah. That's a TxDOT constraint there, Mr. Lance, so unfortunately. That's the whole purpose of that, the 25-foot public access easement there, is you get your spacing on your driveways.
Okay.
And be connected at the same time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So in the PD&Z meeting, that gravel road,
Did you guys get that resolved, where there was a long discussion about that gravel road?
That gravel road is off of our property.
That's not your problem, right?
No, sir. That gravel road is a benefit to Aspect Energy, who has a oil well over here. If you go out there and look at it, it's got a gate across it, it's got locks on it. That was permitted, TxDOT permitted that as a low-use permit from TxDOT, which means agricultural use and petroleum use only.
Okay, yeah, so it's not your problem?
No, sir.
Okay, so now, is your property the property we granted the pump detention to?
Yes, sir.
And that's still
Yes, sir.
planning on that?
And that's it. I noticed their detention costs earlier $1 million. I kind of went, wow, and I looked at my engineer and said, hey, how can they build detention on
19 acres.
19 acres for $1 million? And this is costing me $500,000.
I think that was their design cost.
Yeah, it must have been. I was like, wow, I need to know who that contractor is, that engineer.
That was actually hired the staff civil to.
Yeah. You did, and this is the pump detention with redundant power. An expensive development.
That's his favorite.
It is per pound, it's about double. This is what we do. I've been doing it for 30-something years. And this development is pound for pound on the, going back to the building of what we'll have, is about double what we normally spend. Because the other thing we're doing is we're escrowing $150,000.
The amount you'll have to
$150,000.
propose, and then city engineer would review and approve it.
Which you said the city engineer already had reviewed it. The city engineer's already reviewed it.
Okay.
Yes.
Construction cost of it.
What I heard.
Is like one of
P&Z meeting.
In the P&Z meeting, the condition that is proposed is that the amount would be proposed by y'all, and we'll review it and approved by the city engineer.
Okay.
And since I have the mic, I also wanted to clarify one little thing. Mr. Rayner said that it's a requested right-of-way dedication. Technically, it's a required right-of-way dedication.
Yes.
If it was requested, he could have just denied. So it is a requirement of the subdivision ordinance, and the requirement is basically if there is existing right-of-way on the perimeter of a property proposed for development, there has to be dedication made to bring the existing right-of-way to the minimum standards of the city, which in this case, on the south side, there would be a certain amount of land that needs to be dedicated. But like the applicant indicated, the portion that is required to be dedicated includes an existing drainage easement that functions, and then there's requirements from the drainage district that complicates it a little further. And then looking at some of the existing engineering plans that we have on record, and plus some of the input that their attorney provided, all of that clearly points to the fact that there's a unique circumstance here. Our original recommendation was to not approve the waiver for dedication, because generally we recommend approval of waiver of an existing dedication is when we have clear plans for development in the entire area. But right now, that is not the case. However, because of the unique circumstances involved, we understand what the applicant is saying, and we can support an approval if that's what the council chooses to.
Great, thank you,
And
Jose.
on the DA and the report, we've listed some conditions, and the council also has the option to review it and see if any additional condition would be required for the approval.
Awesome, thank you, Jose. Council, any other comments or questions? Councilman Rossi Knox, and then we'll go Councilman Bonner.
Okay, so the piece that you're asking, I guess, is the yellow piece on the bottom?
That's correct.
So does that just shift those other two down in a sense, or does the berm kind of go, the berm goes away?
Berm's still going to be there 30 foot, but it's at the current property line. Right? If we had to dedicate the additional 25 foot of, or 30 foot of right of way, then it would move it up.
Yeah, that's, if you look, and I should have, again, I apologize for overcoloring here, but there's our 30-foot berm. And I gave site plans that showed all that, and I don't know if you're in your package, but this is the 30-foot maintenance berm right here on our property for our new detention pond. They can't go back and tell them to put the 30-foot maintenance berm in because it's there, they allowed it. BDD4 approved that, this pond.
So so staff is suggesting that we we don't, we do approve this? I know that it says right here that
So we've included like our original recommendation to PD&Z, and then we've included PD&Z's recommendation, and in the narrative, we've mentioned that at the meeting, additional information was provided. So it's basically the existing drainage easement and the detention for the gas station, which is conveyed through that acreage, passing through the bank's property and coming here, and the berm data, all of that, it creates that complication. So if they dedicate, they are sort of not following the requirements of the drainage easement, and then we have requirement which requires them to make the dedication. So there's too much going on. And usually we do not recommend approval unless we have, like for example, if Valencia or Manvel Town Center is developing the whole thing and there's an existing right-of-way in between, and they ask for a variance to not dedicate it or abandon the right-of-way, then we are able to look at everything and comfortably say yes or no. But in this situation, the original information, we didn't have enough information, or we were not able to review enough information on time, so that's why the recommendation was different. But at the PD&Z, they're recommending to approve 6-1, but the recommendation, their motion passed to approve.
Hey, Gary, Councilman Gary, in an effort, probably, I'm overselling at this point. But I've been here and I'm really ready to get this development going. The reason that this is all taking place, and I was listening tonight, and thankfully I came early and heard the presentation that Gary gave you guys on your thoroughfare review, and he said something. He said, you know, that all these reviews, when it came up, and Councilwoman, you questioned about the plan, and he said, well, hey, you know, we did this plan in 2015, and it evolved to 2021, and here we are in 2025, and these plans for these roadways evolved. This all came about because there's a right-of-way that was platted in 1912. So we're holding firm on something that occurred in 1912 when less than 1% of the population of the United States owned an automobile. Mr. Booth rode a horse in 1950.
I mean, I definitely want this. I want to see this happen. We just set through budget season, and we need more sales tax. We need more property tax. We have things we want to do. We want nature trails and water, and we want parks, and we want wetlands. We want to do things as a city, and we need to be. I heard Councilman Bonner talk about this a lot. We need to be a city that focuses on commercial development, and this is what you're offering. And the little pictures look good too. I like the little black and white on there. I always make an emphasis about it was the building on the other one.
Okay. I'll put it back up for you.
Yes, please. Yeah, it looks great. So this is kind of stuff that we want in Manvel, and I'm in favor of it for sure.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Bonner?
Yeah, walk me through a little bit about this, the escrowing of funds for the sidewalk construction.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about along Highway 6?
No, sir. We're
Along
required to build we're required to build
Yeah, that's why-
on Highway 6, and it's there.
Okay, and we're talking about on the west side. I mean,
West and the south. We're escrowing funds from the
Yeah.
west and the south.
but not along Highway 6. You're going to do those.
We have to.
Yeah, because those don't matter right now.
sidewalk?
Yes, sir, or a sidewalk. And I do the same thing you do, and then I quit one day because I got scolded by TxDOT and other people for saying, why am I going to put a sidewalk there? But yes, we're putting a sidewalk there.
I like sidewalks, but
As a reminder, if they don't, then we will have to do it.
That's why I'm asking to make
Because
sure.
all of that property south is owned by Weitzman, and they will develop it commercially one day.
They're gonna.
The only piece I'm worried about never getting is sooner or later at the corner, you know, but that's not your problem. So, I'm like Garrett. I can't see a real big problem with this, and this easement in the back. I just really don't, so. I'm good.
Thank you, Councilman. Well, gentlemen, one of the concerns that I always have about when we escrow funds is the fact, and we've seen it here in the city and other cities, that later down the road, when it comes time to build, the cost to build is now a lot more than the funds have been escrowed. And so that's, of course, one of the risks that we take as a city whenever we escrow funds or agree to allow funds to be escrowed, knowing that we're going to have to commit some of our budget in the future to that. And so when I look at this site plan and the development agreement for variance, knowing that risk that we're going to take on, I certainly understand the variance request for the backside, and that makes complete sense to me. You guys jumped through a lot of hoops, and you guys explored all these different avenues to try to make it work, and that's very much appreciated. I'm wondering if you guys would be open to adding some additional limitations in as conditions for the agreement based off of traffic and congestion regarding, when I look at this, there's only one in and out. There's some other items going on there. So would you be open to putting limitations around, only one fast food restaurant, only one drive-through coffee shop, only one potential medical use? What are your thoughts about that?
I think I shared with you at some point that the property is restricted against fuel because we bought it from Stripes. And it's restricted against Mexican food, of all things. I know that should be outlawed to be allowed in the state of Texas to restrict any property against Mexican food, but it is because Stripes wants to protect their Laredo grill. William F. Buckley Jr., who's the father of current conservative movements of today. We know who William Buckley Jr. is. You guys may not. But he said, hey, I'm here to start this movement because I want to, I want the values that started America, made America great, so our belief in our country, God, family, and the free enterprise system. And I don't like restricting the free enterprise system if I don't have to. I can work on some things if you'll give us some sunsets to go along with those. We're going to have this building with a drive-through in it. And I'll tell you, that's the only drive-through that will go on that site. That's Reserve B. On Reserve C, I can tell you that we will build a building there with one drive-through in it. And that's all we can do. I can't speak to any restrictions on Reserve A because these gentlemen have it under contract. And contractually, I can't burden that property unless they agree, and you can ask them that question.
Okay, thank you for that feedback.
But I would entertain your thoughts to say yes, retail. I respect that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for that perspective. Councilman Bonner?
Aren't you really just talking, though, about the property maybe that he doesn't have a tenant for in the works? Or the whole? Because, he's already said he's talking feverishly with Popeyes, and he's got the coffee place. That's where your empty space is in the middle building, correct?
Yes, you're right here. But even when you have, like the Dutch Brothers
I know
lease
the
agreement.
deals aren't done yet.
Yeah, well,
I understand that.
even when you have assignment and subletting clauses, to get Dutch Brothers to commit to open and stay open, I had to argue with them for a month and had to tell them the city of Manvel is going to expect jobs out of you, and you're going to open a Dutch Brothers, and you're going to operate it, I think, 5 years, which is highly unusual to get a retailer who has thousands of locations. Don't ask me why. And that's their only business to say that that's what they'll open. So they're going to lease it, and they're going to open a Dutch Brothers. But in my agreement with them, 2 years from now, if Manvel decides or Robert Kennedy says coffee's bad for you, we got a new tenant.
Yeah. So you're worried, you're wanting him to say, protect them,
glad you caught that,
the
Dan.
scope of the deal.
Yeah, because if we're looking at variances and escrowing funds and there'll be some limitations on mobility as we look at, I mean, you can drive through, there was a Dutch Brothers that opened up in a city to the east of us, and they've got a line out of the parking lot onto the highway. You drive through Starbucks, and it's a good thing. That's a great problem to have, but you look at Starbucks right here, and they're coming out onto even Highway 6 sometimes, waiting to get in there in the morning. And so when I look at that and I think about future, what does this mean, knowing that there's going to be limitations to the west, limitations to the south? That's the biggest concern.
Couldn't that happen everywhere?
Yeah.
I mean, that's putting a pretty big strain on development, I think, to try and say, we want you to always have these type of businesses there. I'd rather try and see us structure his escrow money to where we maybe limit that to an amount of time, and look at an increase of look at say a 3% increase every year, and say out to 5 years, and then say if we haven't built the sidewalks by then we look at some type of agreement there where we're protecting ourselves a little bit over the cost of materials.
The inflationary costs.
And then at the end of the deal, when the sidewalks are built, then if there's money left over, we can give it back to him. But at least we've covered the cost. And if it goes past the 3% cost of living every year, that's just, at least we're not behind 3% for 5 years. I'd like us to do some of these escrow deals a little bit different to try and protect ourselves.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I said this to Jose on the telephone. This road will never be built.
No.
Never.
I want to agree with you, but
No, Kirby Drive is Kirby Drive from this point to here is 75 feet to that red light, to the existing red light. This road will never be permitted for a real public road. Even if somebody would, I would tell you, council and mayor and city staff and everybody, you jump up and down and say, no way, no how, ever, because if this is the light, this is a little bitty 75-foot piece of frontage that's not going to generate much revenue for you. You take in the complete 125 feet, you can put somebody there. You can put a casual dining establishment there. This is too little. You get rid of that road one day, then you have a really nice piece of property for someone to develop. It is the prime piece of real estate out there. It is through the light, on the right, on the way to work.
Hey, Jose, what's the building offset for active wells or abandoned wells in the city of Manvel? So I think if you look at that, you'll also find that this property to the south is not going to be developable either because of that well that's there. So I think the reality of that road or sidewalks being needed down there are very, very, very slim.
In the property that I mentioned earlier,
When the well is plugged, though, that can be developed, for sure.
Yeah. The property that I talked about that is now generating $294,789 last year in sales tax revenue, I still have an escrow there for the same scenario, $108,000, and had the development agreement right here.
Well,
for the road, and it's still
I
not there.
disagree a little bit with your colleague about the well property. I think with its closeness to the feeder, I think it will be developed sooner or later. So I can see that road going further south, possibly. So that's, yeah.
Well, council, any other comments and/or questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion for this agenda item?
I motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilwoman Roby Robinson. Do I have a second?
Is that with conditions?
Conditions as presented, or because there are conditions within the agreement? And Joe's, just to make, I think I have it here, the conditions as presented recommended by PD&Z, funds shall be escrowed for construction of street and sidewalk, plat shall include a plat note, shall establish a minimum building setback of 40 feet, and the variance shall expire and escrow fund shall be refunded if it does not start within 2 years. And that was recommended by PD&Z with a 6-1 vote.
Yeah.
So
with conditions.
With conditions as stated in the agreement. Okay.
I'll second.
We have a second from Councilwoman Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Congratulations. All right. Next agenda item number 5, consideration possible actions to approve a variance to the subdivision ordinance and authorize the city manager to execute said development agreement. So Dan, we will have you and Joe's present this item. Mr. Brad, if you want to come forward, and then after I step out for a minute, let you guys present, and then Brad, you can step right into it.
So, Mayor and Council, this is a similar request. This also relates to a variance request pertaining to construction of perimeter road and sidewalk. But unlike the previous request, the applicant is dedicating the required amount of land to bring the right-of-way width to the minimum standards. However, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow them to mill and overlay the existing portion of the Jordan Street that their property abuts to. But however, they're going to do that for the entire width of the street rather than their required 1/2. And they're also requesting a variance to not construct the sidewalk. Now, this was, again, it had a similar track. It went to the PD&Z first, and the applicant withdrew the application based on some of the recommendations from staff. Staff originally recommended approval of milling and overlay of the existing asphalt road section. However, staff did not recommend approval for the variance to not construct the sidewalk. However, at the subsequent meeting, the applicant presented some information and elaborated the reasoning behind not constructing the sidewalk, and staff was able to support that and acknowledge that this is slightly unique. Generally, in the past, staff has never recommended approval of not constructing a sidewalk for multiple reasons. One of the reasons being what Dan had mentioned: if it's not constructed as part of the development, then it becomes city's responsibility. We'll be spending taxpayer dollars to do that for the most part. So that is one of the reasons, and another reason is like sidewalks are important amenities. A lot of times we see that we would see that it may not be used for certain reasons. Sometimes we feel that the sidewalk doesn't go anywhere. However, staff's position is that it is an important amenities. If the dots are not connected, subsequently it will be connected at some point in time. However, in this situation, what we see is that there are some challenges because of the existing surrounding uses, which Brad will elaborate more in his presentation. So staff is able to support that request on this. And like the previous request, again, staff usually would not recommend approval for variance of construction of sidewalk. And depending on how the council votes on this item today, staff will go back and take another look at the subdivision ordinance, see if we have to make any changes to the sidewalk construction requirements, or if we have to go ahead and take a look to see if we have to change how we make recommendations depending on the location, the surrounding land uses, etc., whenever a variance request is made. And on this one, Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission is recommending approval. The motion for approval passed with a vote of 5 yeas and 2 nays.
All right, good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brad Schweitzer with EHRA Engineering. I'm here on behalf of the developer, Rise Communities. Thank you, Joe's, for the explanation and the good background on this process. So this all kind of originated with the, as Joe's mentioned in the development report earlier, with the commercial development that's proposed at the corner of Meridiana Parkway and Jordan. And so this is kind of the last step to getting the plat recorded so that they can move forward with construction. So we're kind of at the kind of finishing up all of the last development issues before we can move forward with this, but also there's also a proposed section, we call it section 16 right now, just west of that, that's also kind of in the development process. So this entire quadrant between Jordan and the C12 ditch and GCWA Canal and Meridiana Parkway is kind of in that development process right now. So as Joe's mentioned, there's two variances. The first is to not build half of Jordan Road, which is the requirement per the subdivision ordinance, basically just building the half of the road that we can control, and to not have a Frankenstein type roadway where you have half of a concrete road, curb and gutter, drainage system, and then on the other side that we don't control, an existing asphalt road with open ditch, and to not have that kind of, what's going on? Do I need to get over? Do we need to close down a part of the road? How does that one side of the road drain? And I think that everyone's kind of in agreement that it makes sense to do something different. And then the second part of that, as a result of the solution that we came up with, is to not build the sidewalk along the south side of Jordan. So in the kind of the easy, and what's been done around Meridiana and along Jordan Road, or excuse me, along Rogers Road, to great success, I think, is to, instead of building half the road, building a full mill and overlay asphalt road. And I think you can see here that existing Jordan, if anyone's driven down Jordan anytime recently, it's been torn up. A lot of it probably due to the TxDOT construction of the bridge that connects over the GCWA Canal. And so this is what we think is the best solution, especially for the future commercial that's proposed at that intersection. So if we do this, instead of building that Frankenstein type road infrastructure improvement, then that leads to the question of, well, where would we put sidewalks? Would we put sidewalks, and why? If we wouldn't, why wouldn't we? So there's a litany of issues for why we wouldn't do sidewalks. And let me just, big picture, Meridiana is not anti-sidewalk. And I'll get into it, but I mean, Meridiana developers built miles and miles of sidewalk. But I think this takes a nuanced approach. It's smart growth. It's hitting the goals of, let's get new asphalt roads, overlays where we can do that. And that was one of the things that was mentioned by the representatives from Kendrick East. But also doing something that's not going to create issues for the neighborhood, for creating safety hazards, a number of things on here. So first thing, constructability issues. So if we do mill and overlay Jordan, which is probably the most logical thing to do, that keeps in place the drainage situation for the open ditches on both sides, and they're 3 or 4 feet deep. So it's a pretty significant kind of valley there. So there's no place to put the sidewalk, excuse me, if that existing condition is met. In addition to, excuse me, the right-of-way dedication, so that would push everything back further, as we're not opposed to the right-of-way dedication to bring Jordan to a ultimate 80-foot right-of-way. So that would put the construction of the sidewalk on private property further away. And if you know drainage situation in this area, this is pretty deep in the floodplain, so it's going to require, any development of the area is going to require, well, as Mr. Booth mentioned, it floods quite a bit. And so to develop this area properly and to avoid the flooding, it's going to require the raising of the property at least 3 to 4 feet, if not higher. And my engineer colleagues and Dan and Joe's know this, that that's going to create potential cross slope issues if we put a sidewalk on that area where we're trying to grade back down to the existing grade in those open ditches. And also, if you've seen a sidewalk on a steep slope, you have to bench it, and then it has to keep going down. And in that scenario, you're going to create erosion issues for that sidewalk and create, again, potential slip issues. You get dirt and mud on the sidewalk all the time. And obviously, the HOA or the city would try to do the best to avoid that situation, but it's kind of just a statement of life that that's going to be the case in that scenario. So the other thing that's been talked about a lot tonight is the preservation of the neighborhood character and that rural feel for the area. So I took a picture here. Well, this is Google Earth, but I went out there. My picture wasn't as good as this one, but this is where the sidewalk would end if we built the sidewalk. And I don't know if, I mean, I wouldn't want that in my yard. Just a dead-end sidewalk, just random potential people just walking up, having nowhere to go. I don't know who that leads to coming to the neighborhood. It's just out of place. There's not any other sidewalks along Jordan, either side, and there won't be. As mentioned in the report, Jordan's not on the capital improvement program, and there's no real viable redevelopment in this area of this road that would require additional right-of-way dedication. It's rural neighborhood acreage lots. So the possibility of additional sidewalks going up and down Jordan Road is minimal. And then also the thing that this would lead to is lack of visibility. So you'll see here in a sec, the Meridiana site plan, basically in an effort to, one, kind of turn back to the neighborhood so that we're not interfering with the neighborhood character, and that's been done to effect as well on Masters, is really just keep Meridiana development internal, leave the neighborhoods alone as much as possible, and that creates a lack of visibility and a security and safety issue if you did put a sidewalk behind houses where there's limited visibility on Jordan. So this is the site plan. A little bit better. We're going to call the neighborhood Rosewood. But so you can see that there's no existing entry, or there will be no entry on Jordan from Rosewood from section 16. There will be a driveway along the commercial track. But the purpose is to connect people. The sidewalk is going to connect people to destinations. So one day there's going to be a sidewalk that goes from Highway 6 all the way down to 288 through Meridiana along Meridiana Parkway. And there will be a sidewalk along the entirety of Meridiana Parkway, and that will lead to parks, schools, other neighborhoods. But putting a sidewalk to the west along Jordan will not provide any pedestrian connectivity, and it will basically not be visible to anyone, as this neighborhood will be 4 feet taller than the open ditch along Jordan. It'll be, in people's backyards. And so, yeah, it just provides no connectivity. The other thing this will do is it's going to create maintenance costs. You got to expect that there's going to be maintenance on this sidewalk. And the reality is, if there is ever a sidewalk that gets connected to, the sidewalk will have been in place for a decade, at least, I would say. And sidewalks, soil's in this area, clay, and the soil is going to move the sidewalks around. And so there's potential that by the time you're going to connect to it, if you ever do, you need to replace the sidewalk in its entirety anyways. And so just the pros and cons of just financial of putting a sidewalk here and then actually coming back and trying to, okay, now it's time to utilize it, very minimal. The other thing, I think this was brought up in our monthly meeting that we have with staff, that there's a resident, could have been a resident, who came to city council at the last meeting and mentioned that there was an accident that they'd been involved in trying to cross Meridiana Parkway. And the developer, and I give him great credit for this, was like, well, we need to try and solve this. I mean, safety is one of our #1 issues. And so it's a civil engineering issue to see if there's a warrant to put a sidewalk or to put stop signs here, but we're committed to trying to put stop signs at that intersection and making it a 4-way intersection. And so that shows the commitment to creating safer intersections, creating safer places for pedestrians and cars. And this will just add an unnecessary potential pedestrian conflict at the driveway with that commercial development for no benefit. If there's someone walking on the road, they're going to have to turn right back around. And so it just, again, pros and cons. There's not a lot of pros to having a potential pedestrian conflict at that driveway. And then the last point I'll make is just the bridge at the Briscoe Canal. This was recently constructed 1,000 feet away from this. There's not a pedestrian crossing over that bridge. And so for policy consistency and just the reality of where that sidewalk actually goes, I mean, even if there is a connection, it's still going to dead end at that bridge one day. And so just logically speaking, for those reasons, we don't think it makes sense to build the sidewalk here. And also, I think that the easier one is to not build half a concrete road with a curb and gutter on one side and leaving it in its current state on the other. So happy to answer questions. sure there are a few, but.
Thank you, Brad. Council, any comments and/or questions? Councilman Bonner?
I had a question. I'm looking at the drawing of the corner property, and we show an in and out on Jordan.
Yeah.
But none on Meridiana?
There will be one on Meridiana.
Because I'm wondering about your sidewalk issue there on that side.
Yeah.
So when y'all develop this commercial, you'll be putting the sidewalk down Meridiana. And then how far around the corner do you plan to do that?
So I don't have an updated aerial, but I think there's already a kind of a staking of where that sidewalk will kind of connect to when it comes down from the bridge.
But it will go around the corner to
I think there'll probably be for
C-store.
potential sidewalk ramps and things like that, but not any
Right.
further than that.
That's the only question I had, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. So you mentioned earlier that the site will have to be elevated quite a bit.
Yes.
You said 3 to 4 feet?
Probably higher than that.
So what kind of entrance and entrances are you going to have going from 3 to 4 feet elevation down to the existing road?
That's a good question. So it'll have to be pretty sloped back from the main pad area to be passable grade for cars. So it'll be a longer driveway likely to get from
And for your
the development to Jordan.
Gas tanker trucks to come in there in and out of?
Yes. There has been talks with staff about trying to potentially limit the tanker trucks from exiting on Jordan, or from entering on Jordan and just exiting to limit the traffic load on Jordan as well. And I know that's something that developers willing to entertain and try and work with staff on.
Okay. Well, I know we're probably going to have more discussions, obviously, on this. I could probably get behind the asphalt idea, but as far as the sidewalk, I mean, there's ways to put a sidewalk in there. You could do a stone wall or something other and for your drop off for your elevation. I think we could get around that. But okay, I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So you kind of hit on one of my concerns, which is the bigger vehicles coming in and out. In my understanding, Joe's, is that usually gas stations would require an SUP because it's important that we look at the location, because this is not a good location for a gas station. I'm anti-gas stations anyways, but this is just, it's clear with how dangerous that intersection is. Even putting it at stop signs, if you have a C-store, you're gonna have bigger vehicles dropping off food, dropping off supplies, delivering gas. It's a bad spot. But this is baked into the cake because it's a part of the PUD, so it wouldn't be required to go through an SUP process. Is that correct?
That is correct. Since we have the PUD established, the timing of it, and the way it has been applied up until now, the SUP doesn't apply on this particular location.
Which makes sense. So Brad, I can get behind the variance request. As long as the sidewalk is built along the Meridiana Parkway, that's important to have the continuity all the way up to 6. But I'd like to propose that for the asphalt work that's going to be done on Jordan, it doesn't stop at the end of the property line, but it goes straight forward to the bridge. Since you brought up the bridge, which I'm glad you brought that up, if the developer can carry it all the way to there, I'm on board with giving the variance for the concrete curb and gutter and the sidewalk along Jordan. Thoughts?
I can't make that answer. I can't make that call today. So if that's where council is leading to, then we would just want to request a deferral to provide an answer to that question, because I just can't answer for the developer.
Because we're seeing more and more traffic being produced by Meridiana. It's more wear and tear on the roads. Concrete's going to hold up better. So being asked to give the variance for concrete and the sidewalk, just because the sidewalk doesn't lead somewhere now, doesn't mean it's not going to lead there in the future. And so that's what I'd be very interested in, because then it gives some improvements, because these neighbors around here are going to be greatly impacted by all of this that's coming around them. And if we can deliver a benefit for mobility and traffic throughout that stretch in lieu of giving the variance, I think that's a win-win for everyone. Council, what are your thoughts on that?
I kind of agree. I'm I was really thinking about that, and I want to say I may have even said that to somebody. I can't remember, but I was worried about how the road would be when you put brand-new road, and then you've got how far is that from the bridge down to where the new asphalt?
It's roughly 1,000 feet
Yeah.
from this track that we're talking about.
Sooner or later, that's going to have to be replaced, and it's
Right.
probably not done at the quality you're fixing to do anyway.
Because you do great quality. Excellent.
Well, I mean, I've seen the other end where they did the road, and it looks great. I really would like to see, and I know you can't know right now, but how it might be for not allowing the supply trucks, especially the 18-wheelers, to come into Jordan versus coming down to an entrance that's maybe at the back of the commercial property off Meridiana.
Councilman,
Number one,
can I address that real quick? So we had a meeting with the group that is actually gonna build the gas station and the C-store, and they did mention that their fuel tanks and the fuel trucks would be entering and exiting from Meridiana Parkway and not from Jordan.
That keeps them on a concrete road, number one.
Right.
I'm worried about them tearing up a brand-new asphalt road that just got built.
Right.
And I think it's safer that way.
These are entering and exiting only?
Yeah, they said like our project won't involve building out all our fuel trucks will enter and exit through Meridiana Parkway. Now, I don't know if there's no way for us to control that unless it's made part of a condition on the development agreement. And I don't know if they're not here to confirm though, but we have that as an email.
I just think that's something we need to think about it with that agreement. Because I think it's a safety issue to have them coming out the blacktop. I think just having it, if they come out onto Jordan, they're going to make a quick stop, then a turn here. It's one turn in. They're on a road that's constructed to handle that weight. I just think it's a better deal.
So what if we do this, council? If you're open to it, we postpone this item tonight. 2 takeaways for Brad and staff, because I've seen some gas stations that say, here's where your trucks need to enter, and other vehicles can enter over there. So if we can take those away and circle back up to this here in 2 weeks, y'all open to that?
And I will just mention that the reality is that it's probably going to be a cost-benefit financial decision, and it may be cheaper for the developer to just not request the variance and just build half of the concrete road with the sidewalk. And so if that's where it takes us, it's probably a cost analysis, and that may be just where it goes. But
yeah, we can. Having a conversation, we've had a great working relationship with Matt and his team and with you guys, and I think we can find a path forward here. Manager Dan?
I was just thinking, the only thing that might put it over the limit though, Brad, would be the storm sewer, because you're enjoying an open ditch.
Mm-hmm.
If you end up putting that in a concrete pipe with concrete road, with concrete sidewalk, anyway, that just keep that thought.
That's in my mind as well. Yeah, I understand.
All right.
Plus, it would look bad.
That's kind of where the developer is trying to think of what's going to look the best and be the best.
I know we already got a McDonald's at the
area.
entrance and now another gas station, so we got to make sure this looks good, guys. All right. Council, any other comments and/or questions? Hearing none, I will make a motion to postpone this agenda item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll give the second to the councilwoman. She's on a roll tonight. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to postpone passes unanimously, 7-0. Brad, thank you for being here tonight. Go home and give the kids a kiss.
Thanks, Brad.
Appreciate you, Brad. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Yes. And please tell your wife we said thank you for hanging out here for so long. All right. Agenda item number 6. Consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance number 2025-0-25. Council, this was presented during the public hearing. We got an overview. We heard from people during the public hearing about it. Do I have any comments and/or questions regarding this agenda item? This is agenda item number 6. This is regarding the home that is south, that about wanting to live and also use it as commercial.
I've got some questions.
Okay, we'll go Mayor Pro Tem for questions first.
So let's go back over some of these points. So this is land that is currently zoned commercial, correct?
Correct, light commercial.
Light commercial.
Light commercial, and there's a house on it. When did it change to light commercial?
When the original zoning was adopted.
When what?
Which would be 2015, no, 2005, I believe.
2005, early 2000s.
Yeah, early 2000s.
Okay, was the house occupied at that
Remember
time?
that date? Yes, when the original zoning was adopted, light commercial was adopted, the house was in use, and it was what we would call a legal non-conformance. But if the use of the house ceases for more than 6 months, and if it is not actively on the market for sale, then the legal nonconformance is lost. And so what we understand is, like, at some point, the legal nonconformance was lost. There's the existing house and the property is zoned light commercial. So now the use of the property and the building and structure will have to be commercial.
So was the house, did you have water and electric to it all this time when it was not being occupied?
So I bought it in 2019, and so I also got a letter from your previous owner. They said that it was always been used, and it was never abandoned. So in 2021 or 22, I went to the center point and asked them, actually, can you please check your records, see actually any time of the period it was disconnected. So Centerpoint gave me a letter. This letter is from 2022, and it says that we can go back only 5 years, which is until 2017. And they say that, until 2017, it was not disconnected. It was been always there. And 2016, it was Harvey, it was damaged. So, so the history was saying that it was, of course, city might have some proof that some point of the time it was, but I'm not sure when it was. And but as for the center point, it was never disconnected since their last record they have.
Okay, and because it's light commercial, the city's telling you that you cannot use it you cannot put an employee there or something other.
No, basically the question is, it was came that it has to be light commercial, not residential. That's what I've been told. So, and once again, I tried it to go commercial, but the location of the house is so behind, and the direct communications issue, it is not actually practical for the commercial at this time. Even I'm not sure when it's going to be even. So this is one of the place really, and the house locations. And as I mentioned earlier, I tried the LoopNet and other the agencies. Never got a call. Only one person came down, say my neighbor, and I think he's lived there. He said, hey, I'm going to put some dog grooming business. I said, sure, why not? Then he never contacted me. I call him back. I say, hey, what's going on? He said, my partner not interested. So, but I did get a lot of call for residential, since actually my neighbor also living there. So, there is next door, or there's no commercial on the next door even, and people are still living there. And once again, I've been myself maintaining this house almost since 2019 almost, and 5-6 years now. And and since nobody lived there, I'm not allowed to put somebody in there, and it's very hard for me also maintaining it. I got 2 times broke in. Yeah.
Okay. Well, see, our manager stepped out for a second. I'm more concerned with if we rezone this to whatever what we're trying to get a rezone to, down the road, what kind of issues we may be having with the city. If he decides he doesn't want to do a nursery system, something else. What are we opening ourselves up to? What other business could come in there? that would be,
I can try to answer that if you're okay. So like I said during the presentation, the highway mixed use in terms of land use allowance is very similar to light commercial on the commercial side. The only additional land, and there's a table in the report which actually gives you like the difference between what's different from light commercial and highway mixed use. So highway mixed use is the zoning district that we have along Masters Road. And it was established with the reasoning that there are some properties which do have a residential use and also a business. So it was to make sure those properties are in conformance when zoning was adopted. So the difference is like some of the residential uses, like your agricultural kind of uses and your single-family dwelling unit, those are allowed in highway mixed use. However, it also allows for most of the uses that is allowed in light commercial. So moving forward, if this is zoned highway mixed use, the residential use can continue as long as it exists and it doesn't lose non-conformance. Or if somebody would like to use that property for commercial purposes, they can pretty much do everything that light commercial allows for. And there are certain other types of uses which may be approved through an SUP process. That means that it'll have to come to the council and get approved. And those are like just a handful of 3 uses. One is heavy and civil engineering construction related use would need a SUP. Social assistance related uses, it is permitted in light commercial, but highway mixed use, it'll have to come in front of the council for an SUP. And then daycares, it is permitted in light commercial, but needs an SUP here. And single-family home is not permitted in light commercial, but is permitted in highway mixed use.
okay, well, we've already heard from our citizens that they would like it to stay like commercial, right? So would it be possible, would it be possible to just do a variance and let him use it, the home?
So the variance in the zoning process does not allow for land use related changes. Yeah, what was that? Right, and that's the process that we have here. And the variance goes to a different board, which is the Zoning Board of Adjustments, and as part of their authorities, they don't have the authority to waive land use related requirement. That has to come to the council through the rezoning process, which is this.
So we can't do a variance on a zoning?
Because the nature of the land use comes before the council. You have control over land use, not the zoning board of adjustment. And there's just no variances for land use. That is the rezoning process. You're changing from one land use to another to allow certain rules that go into effect.
And I think the councilman is asking, zoning related variance doesn't come to the council. It has to go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. And that's what the state legislature provides us with.
Okay, but we took a single-family piece of property and we made it like commercial.
Correct.
We did that. And there's no going back. There's a check valve. That's like, we took that away and can't go back.
That is how zoning works. But if there is an existing use which is not allowed as part of the zoning district, as long as it continues to be used for that purpose, it can go in. But when it is not used for a certain period of time and it is not advertised, it's not on the market for sale as residential, then it loses the non-conformance. And the whole purpose for zoning is with the future in mind, and the zoning is derived from our comprehensive master plan, where the city council decides the direction where the city would want to go. So that's what the basis for the zoning is.
And David, I think that's where the issue comes into play, and then Bobby would let you weigh in, is the fact that it was unoccupied for greater than 6 months. It lost its legally allowed non-conforming use. So,
But if the electric and water was still on it?
And that's what has been looked into in the past, which is because there was electricity, because there was water, because the taxes were paid, but the ordinance is specific that
Correct.
it has to be occupied, it has to be lived in. And because it's so specifically written, there's not a lot of wiggle room that's there with it. Bobby can.
Which is that, the non-conforming, it commonly is called grandfathering. So if you change the zoning, and under the new zoning, you couldn't do what you're doing now, the law allows you to be grandfathered, but you can lose your grandfathering status if you're inactive for the 6 months and all these rules that kick in, you can lose your grandfather. And that's what arguably happened here, that when they changed the zoning, you really wouldn't allow it to have a single-family residential use, but he was grandfathered. So that's fine, except at some point, they lost the grandfathering. And that's why it has to be rezoned to a category that would allow that use.
So just a question here, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go to Councilman Bonner. Could there be a condition added in that says, because right now the request is to allow it for 814, private household, and 111, crop production. Could we say that if either one of those two uses stops, it reverts back to light commercial?
Well, the rezoning would work differently compared to an SUP or like a PUD. It is either rezoned or not.
So there's not a way to trigger it to go back
Yeah.
upon it not being used for a certain purpose?
Yeah,
So
I'm
even
not aware of.
with non-conforming uses, you can't do it.
Correct. I'm not.
But SUP is where you put a lot of conditions in and stuff, but this is not an SUP type
So
of
it's not that
rezoning.
we can't do anything like that?
Correct.
Okay, just trying to think outside the box there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't think so.
Okay, Councilman Bonner?
What's the property next to that? Looks like residential?
To the western.
Correct.
To the east. I'm looking at page
Yes.
2 of 15.
And
Right.
and that's Pastor Stewart's property.
So is that the only residential that's in there, is the pastor's house, or is there more along there that's already residential?
Not immediately adjacent to it, but I believe there may be one more residence in there. Yeah. And I can also mention that ever since I've started working here, Mr. Mohammed has been trying to explore the options to use the house, and we've looked at this from several different angles, and eventually, and he did try to use the property commercially by leasing it. I know that because I've seen documentations on that, and eventually, like with no luck right now, he was like, hey, okay, what would it take? And when Bobby, myself, and staff looked, this was the only mechanism we have to allow for residential. So that's why it's in front of the council for a decision.
Any other questions, Councilman?
No.
Okay.
I was just wondering, so what is the downside for us rezoning? Like, or rezoning it back to what it was?
I'm not 100% sure if I'll call it a downside, but it's not, so one thing is it's not best practices where you create these zoning, city has different zoning districts, and now we have an area which is predominantly light commercial, but then you have a small spot that is a different district. Usually, the whole idea of zoning district is you have districts within the city. Now, if we rezone this to highway mixed use, that would create a different district surrounded by another district. That is one of the things that we see. Plus, the biggest factor why staff is not able to expressly recommend approval is the fact that the highway mixed use district, the purpose of the district was not to allow residential within commercial. It is very specifically put in place for properties adjoining a Highway 6 or a FM road like Masters Road. So it does help the applicant achieve what he's trying to do. However, the district was not created for that purpose. It has specific locational requirement. So in terms of best practice, it's not ideal. That would be the downside. But we do have other instances in the city where a similar approach was taken.
And when the zoning was being, did the owners of any of the property, do they get any say in the zoning, or did the city just say, this is going to be turning into this, but you'll be grandfathered, and then?
I believe the whole process had public participation, and I know Pastor Stewart was here at that time, and I've heard him mention several times that it was adopted through public participation. People were involved, and I'm sure there may have been residents who were not aware of it. But the entire process by legislature requires public participation. So.
Did you know, Councilwoman, there's actually an exemption in our city code named the Stewart Martin exemption?
Wow.
I know.
That's so cool, guys.
I'm getting tired, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. No, so he had the mixed use, then,
He never had the mixed use.
Okay, commercial.
So the property
like-
before adoption of zoning had a house on it. There was land and house.
Right.
So when zoning was adopted, it was decided that those two blocks would be light commercial between Highway 6 and, I guess, Bissell. And every property that was used residential could continue to stay residential without any problem.
Okay, so it was like commercial, and then because it was empty for 6 months,
Or
no one
more.
was living there, he lost the residential part of it. So
Yeah.
now he can only do commercial. But the where it's placed is not a good spot or for commercial as of now, so you haven't been able to sell or do anything with it, but you have people that have wanted to live on it, but you can't do that because you lost it.
This is correct, ma'am.
Okay, and then is anyone else who was grandfathered in like commercial, have they lost their residential too? Do you know that? Is it just like now his is the only one in that plot that is only commercial?
Situation where somebody lost non-conformance in that area, Dan, historically, do you know?
Not in that area. Behind what's going to be Heritage Park. Over here, there's a house on the other side of it. If that one ever goes vacant, it's not zoned residential, so it would lose its conformity. But I'm not aware of any homes that are on the market right now that lost their conformity.
So since he's the only one on whatever this strip is that has lost it, so he's the only one that's purely commercial, maybe I understand it's not best practices, but he's just asking to go back to what his counterparts have
Correct.
in this plan.
Correct. And this is the only mechanism. And just FYI, staff wish we had the authority to say, yeah, fine, go use it as residential, but we don't have that authority. The only way to get it done is go through this process, come in front of the council, and have the council make a decision on this.
All right.
All right.
Any other motion?
I got one quick question.
Wait a minute.
So if you passed,
That's the third person. Bam, bam, bam.
I'll wait on you.
That's okay, go ahead.
All right, we'll go Councilman Bonner, then we'll go Councilwoman Serling.
Go ahead.
So-
If we passed this tonight, which would allow him to have his business there, one of his employees would be living in the house, okay? So it doesn't mean you have to be the owner of the house and live in it to make the zoning work.
Yeah, it can be residential use,
Residential
like a
use,
private
okay?
household.
So say 6 months from now, we've changed this to allow that, and this gentleman decides for some reason to pack the business in and go elsewhere, now that property can still be used for anybody that wanted to buy it and live in it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
But can we make a, it was a question off of his question.
I'm done, y'all.
And but can we, I mean, if he loses it again, is there some type of like additional verbiage we can put? If you lose it again, we're not changing it again. Like,
So this district, the beauty about this district is not going to lose it.
All right, Councilwoman Sarmiento. Councilwoman
Did you just poke me?
Yeah, come on.
Girl, I got earrings on. No, I'm kidding.
Do you have anything, Crystal?
Of course I do. Okay, so my question is, basically in the beginning, when we were having the public hearing, what I heard was you were not asking to move into it, you were asking to have both things, your business while having an employee there so that they don't steal things from the business. Is that right?
No, I'm sorry.
That's what I heard.
No, I
That's
said
what I
that
heard was part of the case was this house is, I can't use it commercially, and I would like for someone to live there. And then you mentioned something about a business. What was the business that you said you wanted to operate out of there?
Oh, it's a tissue culture.
What is it?
Tissue culture?
Tissue culture.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
All right. I'll explain.
So it's like a home lab where he owns a nursery business in Liverpool, Texas.
A nursery?
Nursery,
What
like
type of
plants
nursery?
and
Plants,
stuff,
okay.
and it's not like
Agricultural.
it's not like it's not for retail but wholesale.
Okay.
And tissue culture, I mean, there's a couple of different things associated with that. But what he's doing is taking like leaves and parts of plants and kind of within a controlled condition help it become something that can be planted and becomes
So
a.
it's a biolab.
It is, but it's more like agriculture type because if you do from the tissue culture, the plant grow very fast.
So are you planning to use this for like garden, like are you gonna sell?
Not in here.
Nursery.
Not in here.
Okay, so this is gonna be the lab to create, to grow, and do tissue culture.
Correct.
While also housing a human being on the property.
It has to be, yes.
To protect the tissue samples.
To control it, to see if something goes wrong.
Control it, to see it.
Exactly.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to wrap my head around how we got from wanting someone to live there to now you have this business, which I think is great. But I'm just trying to understand the journey of that, of how we got there. And if we tonight decide, hey, you know what, we're going to approve highway mixed use, are those plans still going to work for you? Or are you going to get what you want out of it and just be able to reside there and have someone living there?
Of course, I'm not moving in there, definitely not. And this place is right now, actually, since I already have a business, actually I'm looking for a couple more places, my extensions. And so I just bought it last year, October. That place is 18 acres property. This is one of the place I found it, like I can use it for lab. I mean, like this types of product things. And so definitely like any other business.
So you don't have any other space that you could house a human and run a lab? It has to be this location?
No, I have it right now, so I'm thinking to use this one is the best for me. I'm not going to use in my home, like, the kids and things stuff, So there may be going to be a couple, I'm not going to say one guy, maybe a couple guys, because they're going to turn it around. If it's 24/7, people has to stay there.
So it's a 24/7 operation?
Yeah, I mean, the plant's not going to sleep,
Okay, so you already have this business, is what I'm hearing, somewhere else?
Yeah, I have this business, a nursery business. So I bought those plants from Thailand mostly right now. So I want to grow it in USA. So I don't have to pay right now additional cost. It costs right now almost 30-40% since we got a tariff issue.
Mm-hmm.
So why not I grow in USA? And I'm getting all kinds of informations.
Mm-hmm.
And especially as I think I mentioned earlier, desert rose. I want to do that.
Say that again? I didn't under,
Desert Rose.
Desert
Rose.
Rose?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one you can buy, like Joseph Nuts, around 80, 90 bucks, like just one small plant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my thoughts are, what you're asking for us to do is not so much that you just want to have someone living there. You want the ability to use it for both, for business.
Yes, basically.
And have someone live there at the same time for business purposes.
Right now is my business purpose or plant purposes. In the beginning, actually, I came to Joe's office and asking him, actually, is it part of the light commercial? And he put it down, looked it up, said, oh, no, it's not really. Okay. So I thought maybe it is light commercial. So once again, actually, the whole nutshell is here. I'm just looking for here use of this for the last 5 years. It's not been used,
Yeah.
It's a nice place. I show him the pictures, and some of you actually.
I saw the pictures.
Yeah.
Do you own any other property in Manvel?
My house.
Your house?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, I got 2 properties in Iowa Colony and 1 in Liverpool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, that's really all I wanted to know. I needed to know what really you were looking for. Are you looking to have it as a business where you can also house human bodies there? Or is it mainly? Sorry, it is what it is, y'all. Sure. Humans, employees, right?
there.
It's not family members. So for me, I'm going to be honest. If you were to tell me, you know what, I want to put my mother there. This is a home. It's a 3-bedroom. It's perfect to house a family member. It would be a little different for me.
Right.
But I am hearing you say that you want it to be business purposes and be
Right.
able to have 24/7 employees on staff. Basically, to me, that sounds like a 24-hour emergency center or something where we have to have someone there all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling with,
Let me try this. So he intends to use that property as a residence, and also the NAICS code classifies it as crop production, indoor agricultural activities.
I mean, I've never heard that before. So sorry for asking questions, but I mean, I
Yeah,
understand what
absolutely.
we're approving.
Absolutely. So he wants to use that property for these 2 things. One is a private household. The other one is crop production, indoor agricultural activities. Both of those uses are not allowed in light commercial, which is the property zoning
That he has
designation
now,
right now.
but it can be under this other one, which is light.
Correct.
Highway mixed
use.
use.
But those 2 activities are also allowed in a single-family residential, like a open single-family residential or a other single-family residential.
But we're not approving to go back to residential
Because it's these are like polar opposites.
No, I
You
get that.
Light commercial, and so there is a district highway mixed use, which
I
allows
understand that.
residents and this.
I understand that.
So
What
he's
I wanted
requesting
to know
that.
was the history of the business. What type of business do you need to have a person there 24/7 to justify occupying it and living there? That's my concern, not just an employee to be there from 9 to 5 or 9 to 10, but you want someone to sleep there, live there 24/7. So what type of business is that? We've never had anybody come ask us that, so that was my question.
I get it.
So, and I don't understand why anybody would be opposed to that if it doesn't harm anybody or if it's just a house that someone's going to be working in 24/7. So, okay.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman.
You can have your mic back.
We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Lands and then Councilwoman Roby Robinson. Okay. Councilwoman, you want to call the
I
question?
want to make a motion
Okay.
to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve the first of 2 readings. Do we have a second for that motion? I will make the second. All those in favor? All those opposed? What was your vote?
Honestly, I would love to abstain on this one.
Okay, so that counts as a no vote. So we have motion passes 5-2. All right.
Thank you.
And so thank you. So this will come back at our next council meeting and will be on the regular agenda at that point. So we still have additional conversations that can happen 2 weeks from now. All right. Thank you, everyone. We already took care of agenda item number 7. Now on to agenda item number 8 of 16. We have consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance number 2025-0-27. We had this item presented during the public hearing. The applicant is here, so we would like to invite the applicant forward to give us a presentation, and then at that that point, council will open it up to comments and/or questions. Thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight.
I was going to start with good morning, but we're not quite there yet.
Close. The over-under is if we get out of here by 11:30, so we'll see.
No, but seriously, thank you for having me. I would just like to spend a couple minutes kind of talking about our business in Whitewater and why we want to be in Manvel, why we think we're great for the community, and just a little bit about our business. Thank you.
Love it. The best concept ever.
Well, my name is Steve Mathis. I'm one of the founders and the CEO for the business. We founded the business in 2016 in a community that kind of felt like where you guys are right now in Tomball, Texas. Since then we have grown and expanded. Currently we have 131 locations, 65 of those are in Texas, with 25 of those in the Houston area, which is one to your neighbor, I guess. Pearland. Which way would that be?
North.
So, why we think we're good for the community is we're obviously locally based. I think I can say a lot about us and our business, but I think it's really more important for what other people say about us. But I guess one thing I will mention is when we think about the car wash business, which I've heard the car wash name 6 times during this meeting, is kind of Jack and his guys were up here, and I do want to know where he got his head shot because it looks definitely a lot better than mine does. But as we kind of think about our business and why we're good for the community, one is obviously we're very eco-friendly. A lot of people when they talk about car wash businesses talk about what does it do to the environment, what happens. We're probably one of the lowest water users of any car wash that you'll see out there. At home, you typically use around 100 gallons to wash your car. We use 20 or less to wash the car. We really think about the whole activity, the friction, the chemical usage, and the water and the drying techniques to be able to get the car correct. But kind of looking at our presentation here a little bit, I think the things that start to separate us are the intangibles about the business. One of the things that I've really loved kind of now my second time here to the city is thinking about the city on the rise and our involvement in communities. Ever since my partner and I founded the business, that was one of the things that was always really important to us is how do we get involved in communities? How do we stay involved in communities? So we stay involved in a lot of different ways, from the local sports teams to the local churches and activities around it to something larger to, I heard breast cancer awareness earlier when I first came in. We're one of the major sponsors for Susan G. Komen, not just for what we do from cash donations, but you would have seen a lot of our employees at the walk last weekend. The Make-A-Wish Foundation is another national charity that we support. We wanted to be able to give back to the communities that we serve. And I think that really makes a difference for us. I'm sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice. We've been here for a little while. Really start to make a difference in the communities for the people that we serve. I also added in there a couple letters from some local cities. One of them happens to be here close, Tomball. And the other one is a little further away in Ionia, Michigan, if you're not familiar with Ionia, Michigan. We worked with the city very closely as we kind of developed that unit. At first I couldn't say they were really excited about the opportunity of building another car wash. It's a town of like 15,000 people. But when we've come into the city and how we've helped not only improve the competition and how they've improved their business because of us, but also how we've gotten involved with the community. And unfortunately, we had a natural disaster there where we got hit by a tornado. Really kind of hard to say to get hit by a tornado in Michigan, about our responses and also the community responses when we reopened the business. But truly what I think makes a difference is what our customers say about us. I think as you guys talk about what you're looking for in the city of Manvel, you're looking for first-class operations, and what you can kind of see some of the pictures of our building. Hopefully you guys see that. That's conceptual drawing as well as some actual drawing. But it's what our customers say about us. If we take a look at the location just north of you guys, Pearland is an example. We opened there in May of last year. We've currently had 1,500 reviews at a 4.9 rating. We're obviously, we pride ourselves on not just creating a clean, shiny, dry car, but amazing customer service and first-class facilities. One of the things you'll see at our facilities, we'll have at least 2 people there, if not more, at all times for the whole time that we're open. We do that from a safety concern as well as a safety concern as well as a service. As we kind of think about, well, not only that, but we also have a dedicated facilities team. Like we have 5 people in the city of Houston, that's all they do is go through and service equipment or service the facility outside of our normal people that are at the unit and contractors that are there. There's some more information about the washes, but one of the things I thought was interesting, if you think about the continued growth of the city and driving additional people here to the city to be able to trade in commerce, as we saw BCS talk about theirs, we do the same thing. We put a couple of examples in there through a lot of really colored charts, and so I don't want to get too caught up in the colors, but if you take a look at where people come to visit us from, they come to visit not only from the 3-mile radius, but also the 5-mile radius, but also further out to come and trade. Because what we see is when people go to do their car wash, they go to do something else as well. As you guys go to get your car wash, hopefully, at Whitewater, thank you, that you're going to do something else as well. And so when you go to do that, we'd like to see them do that in the city of Manvel. Hopefully I said that right. So, happy to answer any questions or talk about Whitewater some more.
Absolutely. Well, I'll get us kicked off here. Thank you so much, as I've been saying to everyone tonight, for hanging out here late with us. And, I know that there's a lot of people that I've heard from that are excited about you guys specifically coming, that they choose to get their cars and vehicles cleaned with you guys compared to others. There's a lot of people that the general sentiment is we don't want another car wash. And I think the argument for why you would have another one is it's on this side of 288, the west side of 288. So 288 is kind of that dividing line. I think if you target one for each, I can see that. I want to talk about some of the more operational logistics side, because one of the concerns that I have is water and wastewater capacity with a car wash specifically coming in. Dan, I was taking a look at this because my understanding is we had set aside about 52 connections for them. Is that correct? And this would be for all of those lots right there, which is not just a car wash, but taking into consideration that the EDC is providing this grant, get utilities underneath Highway 6, about
Yes,
52
sir.
connections. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was the number that Mr. Rayner's engineer had provided, last spring, I guess it was.
Okay.
A total of 52, and I think 40 of those connections were for an anticipated car wash at the time.
And so that's what we worked to make available to
Right.
them was 52 connections. And so looking at the math here, so 52 connections, if we focus just on the water, that's 360 gallons per day per connection. And if you guys would take up 40 of those connections, that's about, let's see here, that's about 14,400 gallons of water that you guys would be using. Does that sound?
That
right
sounds
there?
like that's a lot.
Okay.
We use less than 20 gallons a car.
How many cars on average do you guys see come through?
I mean, it varies per site, but the way that we try to typically look at it is around 500 a day at kind of max kind of capacity. So that would put you at right around 10,000 gallons.
Okay. So you guys then wouldn't need the full connections then what was proposed by the current landowner?
I haven't seen all the math. What number did you say you used per
The
single
number
family
that we
connection?
were provided was you guys were going to need 39.6 connections, which would come out to, for water, you'd be looking at 14,256 gallons a day.
That's, correct. But I can't project exactly how many cars this would wash.
Yeah, you kind of
but
take the
that would
average.
definitely be on the much higher end.
Much higher end, okay. Because then looking at
the,
it here.
the 700 he's mentioning. Yeah.
I'm just going to tag
Sorry.
team here.
There
I'm the
you go.
engineer, the landowner just gave me his calcs here. So we run on a 2-inch water meter. So for perspective, like a Bucky's car wash, like in Katy, it's a 6-inch water meter, significantly larger. So we run on a really small meter. We also have a sediment trap reclaim system that they put in as well. So in these calculations, I think we're going to be more comparable to fast food, to be honest with you, because they're going to be running on a 2-inch meter as well. So even though, I'm not sure exactly the basis for these, I was just handed these, but even though if this basis is just based on some formula for a car wash, we may be operating a little bit outside that boundary for whatever the formula is here, because our meter size is quite small.
Okay, because I think some of the information that we had, which if you guys needed 40 ESFR, that would equate to a 6-inch meter, not a 2-inch meter.
Which is why I brought up Bucky's, right? Totally different scale.
So we have 130 locations.
Yeah.
Nobody runs over a 2-inch meter.
City engineer, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm intrigued. I mean, because that's exactly what we calculated, was that you need a 6-inch meter. So practically speaking, how do you do it? What did you mention about the sediment? So are you recirculating?
Water side.
Right. So you're not reusing anything on the water side?
We are. Yeah, we have recycling programs, and we have water settling tanks, and then eventually, for what doesn't get reused, we'll go back out through the city sewer system.
Okay, so you are reusing, do you mean for irrigation or for car washes?
Well, we typically have a separate line for irrigation. I don't know what we designed here, but typically we use 1 inch to 3/4 on irrigation line.
Right.
Okay, but on the car washes themselves?
It's recycled back into the car wash.
Yeah.
It doesn't go.
No, it
onto the
doesn't go
plants.
out into the grass. No.
Well, that's the big difference then, yeah.
Yeah.
It's significant.
Yeah.
And these may have just been assumptions. I don't think we had input in this.
Yeah, because when I'm looking at what was originally provided compared to what you have there, it's a lot different, because what we were provided would show it at a calculation of 250 gallons per day, but our design criteria manual has it at 360 per day for water, 315 for wastewater. And so if we approved this, then that would greatly limit what else could come on the property, and you would probably only be able to build a quick service restaurant or a fast food restaurant, and that was it based off of those calculations. But if it's a 2-inch and you don't need the full 39, then that opens up. I still think it's going to be tight for the rest of the development that comes, and that's not y'all's problem, but that's something to make note there. Another question, I was looking at your site plan here, and I didn't see any trees plotted on your site plan. Are you guys aware of?
We have a separate landscape plan. So just to keep the plan clean and visible so you can read everything, all vegetation, trees, screening shrubs, decorative grasses, all of that is on a separate sheet, LP 1, I believe.
Okay, and that would be submitted as a part of the overall permits, Joe's, that they would need to pull for construction. They'd have to submit the tree, the overall site plan, and everything there. Okay. And how many people would you be looking to employ through this job? Was it?
Around 12.
Around 12?
At this location.
At this location?
Yep.
Okay. And is that permanent positions? Or is
Yes.
it seasonal?
Yeah, we don't do seasonal.
You don't do seasonal? Okay. Well, those are the 3 questions that I had. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
We'll go Councilman Bonner, and then you have something.
Let's start down there on that end this time.
Start down on that end? Yeah. Councilman, we'll go Councilman Rossi Knox. Go ahead.
I think the sentiment is that people are tired of junky car washes, and there's a lot of those in surrounding areas. I think that I've seen the one in Pearland. You'll have definitely an upscale feel about them. And I love that you're interested in building here in Manvel. So keep it simple.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Hello, thank you. Okay, so I recently discovered Whitewater, and this is personal story, not why I'm saying I want you specifically in that location. But I will say that to echo what he is saying, is there something to be said about your business model, the cleanliness, the efficiency. It's like finally someone figured out how to do it. And I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you've been able to do this 130 times and it's just now getting to Manvel. So I congratulate you on a business aspect because that's phenomenal. It's just, I canceled my membership somewhere else, tried somewhere else. we love the concept. I can see where you need a 2-inch versus a 6-inch, because when you think of the big scale drive-through self car washes, they have a lot of water and they're huge and they're made to pump multiple cars at once. Where from my experience, I would say when you get in there, I think there's about 2 cars at once and it's really fast. And,
Yeah, less than
and
3
you don't
minutes.
experience like a bunch of water. It's like the soap, the water, and then you're out. So I can kind of see that, but I would ask the council members to go and see, to put eyes on it so they can experience what it is that you guys are saying and why it's different than others. I am worried a little bit about, like what Mayor said, that we maximize the resources that are already allocated there, because clearly, as Mr. Rayner showed us, there's plans for other things there. But he did mention a Dutch Brothers, which, how much water are they going to use? And there's not enough, I think, space there to bring something massive where you're going to require a lot of water. So personally, I think that this is a great place for it. And I don't know why anybody would say we have enough car washes. We don't have one good one in Manvel. So I'm excited. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, thank you for saying that. I guess it's part of why I show up at a city council meeting at 11 o'clock at night, because we work in our business every single day.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Councilwoman Diaz?
No.
No. She's enjoying her salad. Councilman Pfleger, anything for you?
No, I've used their service, it's all right.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem? All right. Councilman Bonner?
Is your location in Pearland, is that the one across from like Hometown? Or the one right in there by the bank?
It's right next to the Walgreens.
I'm by Home Depot.
Yeah. On 518.
On 518, not on Pearland Parkway. Right across from Home Depot down there a little bit?
Yeah.
Entrance inside, entrance goes into a neighborhood, Longwood?
Yeah, there's actually an apartment complex behind us.
I go to that.
Yeah.
I go to that one. So you mentioned 16 or 12 employees. How many did you say?
12.
But then you said you'd always guarantee 2 there.
Whenever the business is open, there'll be a minimum of 2 people there. We never have anyone there by themselves. So there'll be anywhere from 2 to 6 people there at a time.
Okay. So I'm assuming that's because of the hours that you work, you need that many more people so you don't have to pay overtime. Okay.
Correct.
What's your business plan say that your sales are on other things? Do you sell any products or anything like that?
We do not.
Okay, so
I think that's part of the attraction of why we're so successful. We don't complicate it. We're there to wash cars and take care of people.
So the estimated sales tax is fairly low?
0.
Correct.
Is in 0?
Yeah.
Okay.
Selling water.
Selling water and ad valorem.
Yeah.
Okay. Traffic impact. Has there been a traffic impact that I just missed on the total property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's already been,
Already approved.
okay. And I'm assuming that's why the cut had to be added in, because of the traffic impact? Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from council?
I want to say real quick, this one in Pearland is beautiful. I like the design better than this one. What's the difference in like do you'll have a whole bunch that you interchange depending on where you go?
We try to match the local area as much as possible while still keeping it as close to our brand as possible.
Okay.
So we are flexible to some extent. We want to be able to fit within the community. That's why you would see some variances between
I like it.
locations.
Like the wood on there.
So you're a fan of the Pearland location design?
It's very pretty.
Okay.
Sticks out from all the junky wood.
Some notes for you guys to take there. Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Bonner. Do I have a second? Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes in a 6-1 vote. Gentlemen, congratulations. Welcome to Manvel.
Thank you. So excited to be here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We're working. Next step, Dan and Joe's for them. This is going to be 2 readings. but we'll just put it on the consent agenda for the next time, that's fine. And then once that's approved, then you guys will reach out to them and start the next phase? Perfect, all right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. All right, agenda item number 9, consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0-31. Chief, give us a lowdown.
This is brought to you as an amendment to our parking ordinance for commercial vehicles. We've been receiving several complaints about the commercial vehicles that have started parking along the access roadways along State Highway 288. Going back and look at the ordinance, I found the commercial vehicle parking, we already had a section in there. We just amended the ordinance to include the feeder roads and access roads to the main thoroughfares were posted, which is State Highway 288.
Great, thank you, Chief. Any comments or questions from council? Hearing none, I will make a motion to approve. We'll give the second to Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Look at that. All right, agenda item number 10, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2025-R-38. Quickly, this is just the annexation of Dorothy's property into the Meridiana mud. This is not bringing them into the TERS. This is just simply bringing them into the mud. Is that correct? Okay. Any comments and or questions from council?
Make the motion.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Rossi Knox, a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? What was yours, David?
In favor. I'm still not quite sure what we're talking about here. We're racing through it a little too fast.
Okay, we'll slow it down for a second. We'll kind of back it up. So, Joes, can you give us an overview of what this agenda item is before we redo the vote?
So recently, a few months back, Sundance Ranch, I believe, Dorothy's property was annexed into, not annexed, sorry, I'm using the wrong word. It was made part of the Meridiana PUD, but that property was outside of the mud, and now this request is to bring it into the mud so that it develops as part of Meridiana overall master plan. Now, like the mayor clarified, it's not being included in the TERS.
Okay.
So.
Gotcha.
And Mayor, just to qualify, the reason they need to be in the mud specifically is for utilities, to get water and sewer to.
Okay, thank you.
So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Is everybody ready to vote? All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. We have consideration and possible action on the Texas Municipal League Region 14 Director Election Ballot. Alyssa, are you doing this one for us?
I will say on this one, I think you got some bios, maybe. Were there some bios in there?
There are some bios.
Wow.
So council, for the Texas Municipal League, the state is broken up into regions. We get to elect an individual to represent our region, Region 14, on the TML board. I'll speak to specifically Sally Branson. She's been a council member for Friendswood for a long time. She is the incumbent. She's done a good job being our voice on the Region 14 board. There are others there, so if you guys would like to bring forward any others that stand out, but we'd be looking to make a motion and a second and a vote on who we'd like to put our support behind for a ballot.
I'll speak.
Councilwoman.
Yeah, I don't know anybody on here to be able to throw my name behind them other than Emmanuel Guerrero, council member of Pasadena. He did send an email, from my understanding, to all the council members here. And I do know that, Mayor, you requested for him to not just ask for a vote, but rather invite him to like coffee and get to know him before he asks for a vote, which I respect that, which he did. He did reach out and ask me to meet with him for coffee. So after meeting with him and aligning on a lot of things, not everything, that's who I'm going to be supporting tonight, is Emmanuel Guerrero.
Anybody else that you guys would like to bring forward for a vote? Okay, Councilwoman, we'll let you kick it off here. Councilwoman Sarmiento, we'll let you kick it off with a motion there if you'd like to make a motion for Mr. Emmanuel.
Well, I'll make a motion to vote for Emmanuel Guerrero.
All right, do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
We have a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion fails in a 2-5 vote. Thank you, Councilwoman, for bringing him forward. I'm glad that you guys were able to get coffee there. Council, I'll make a motion for Miss Sally Branson. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Rossi Knox. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes for Miss Sally in a 5-2 vote. Good job, Miss Sally. Look forward to her representation. And for all of the individuals that, Miss Robin and Tom and the rest of them for putting their names forward and being willing to represent us, we appreciate each of them. Yeah, I know Sally.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, you know her too?
Yeah. All right, agenda item number 12, consideration and possible action to approve the city manager's designation of the 12-month rotational schedule, designating an acting city manager to perform the duties in case of his absence or disability as required by section 5.02F of the city charter. Dan, anything you want to share with us? I know that the rotational schedule is in the packet. Anything else that you'd like to share?
Just that last 2 times we've done this, we did it as a 6-month rotation, and so we said, why don't we just do it as a 12-month? And so that way we've got a whole year prepared for you.
All right. Any comments and or questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion from Councilman Bonner. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? You need us to slow down?
How come we don't have any engineers on here?
I think we have a question, Manager Dan, for you here.
Oh, these are the 6 directors. So we just, if I'm out, then one of the 6 directors that is obviously committed, because they're still here tonight. So it's just them. It's all 6 of them, and then all 6 of them again.
Okay.
All right.
Someone with engineering experience would be helpful.
Okay, so we will now call the votes. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Agenda item number 13. This is consideration and possible action to direct staff on a request to waive the permitting fees for building homes for heroes / Pomona by Hillwood Home at 4808 Mulberry Shrubs Lane. Dan Joes, can you kind of give us a high level for this item? And then Councilwoman, I'd love for you to speak about that ceremony briefly. Absolutely.
Yeah, just real quickly, Mayor. So this is one of those where, like Joe's mentioned earlier, if staff had our magic wand and there are things that we could do at the staff level, this would be one of them that we would love to do. But obviously these are city funds, and so we just want to make sure that we're in alignment with council. I suspect we are, but this is a great thing. I think, Crystal, you're going to talk about it, though, right? The specifics.
Thank you, Manager Dan. Councilwoman?
I would like to make a motion to approve. How do I say it? Oh, yeah. Consideration and possible action to direct staff to request to waive the permitting fees for building homes for heroes, Pomona by Hillwood Home, 4808 Mulberry Shrubs Lane.
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Bonner. Before we take a vote, any comments and or questions? You good, David?
Good.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? All those opposed, motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Staff, thank you for bringing this forward. It's a great idea. Councilwoman Sarmiento and I were able to attend the groundbreaking, and we're really excited for the family that's going to get to step into this beautiful home. Agenda item number 15, Council, I'm going to ask that we postpone this one, but I'll read it off. Consideration possible action to direct staff on establishing a volunteer chaplain program. Look forward to discussing that with you guys at the next one, but I will make a motion to postpone for tonight. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Lands. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Last agenda item, consideration and possible action to direct staff on a request to extend the hours of operation for Croy Park for the Spartans Youth Rugby League. Dan?
Yes, Mayor. So I think they're not actually wanting to start until December or so, and they're going to provide their own lights, but they would like to use Croy Park. So it's very exciting that someone wants to use it for rugby. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're actually relocating from Pearland. So that's a pretty big honor that they want to come a little south and use our facility. Well, I think we've already worked on an agreement, right, Bobby? If not, we'll go through legal.
Get council approval first.
He tried to get it to him before he goes out for 2 weeks, right? He goes
We
on his
just dump it
PTO.
on his desk. Rubber stamp.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Dan, for that overview. Councilwoman Sarmiento?
We're not charging them any fees to utilize the park, right? Okay.
I'm sorry, Chief said absolutely, and it threw me off for a second. I don't
Okay.
believe so, unless you want to.
We do have park fees.
Park fees, but I mean, they're nothing like what you're thinking. Yeah, very nominal. Yeah.
So they are going to pay to utilize the space,
With no lights.
like with fees, and they provide their own lights?
So is it other than headlights?
Are they willing to do this?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they-
they're
well,
asking
then
to come
Yeah,
here
Garrett,
and do
they've
that, so-
they've been having meetings with staff. They've walked through the full process. This is the final thing that they need to get it all set up.
All right, fine, I'll make a motion
Motion for what?
to approve and direct staff to request
Do I get to ask my
extend the
question?
hours of Croy Park.
I had a green light.
Agenda
Councilman
item number
Bonner said he had a
16.
question before you made a motion.
I'll let you still make the motion.
Yeah, so we have a motion. Let's get a second, and then we'll open up for comments and questions. Do I have a second?
Second,
We have a second from Councilman Bonner. Any comments and/or questions before we take a vote?
you say they're doing their lights, but are they doing their power too?
I was under the impression that they were
Portable lights?
right. The portable ones like have their little gas powered.
And I'm sure the contract will be written that they maintain their own trash pickup and stuff
Exactly.
like
If they make a
this.
mess and all that kind of good stuff.
Is there anybody else that normally uses out there, any of the soccer teams or?
There used to be, but I'm not aware of any because we'd have to be physically sending somebody out there to open a gate or whatever for them off time. So
So we're not imposing on somebody that's already
right,
been doing this?
right.
No.
Yep. So Councilman Bonner, there's people that will go out there during the normal hours, and there'll be baseball practices or soccer games, cricket. I'll see them play, but this would be extending it so that way they don't interfere with any of that. Yep. Any other comments or questions, council? Hearing none, do I have a motion for this? Or we already have a motion in this second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Any mayor or council comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, Councilman Bonner.
So, one of the things I wanted to remind.
If you can unmute yourself, Councilman.
You're muted.
I wanted to remind everybody, this Saturday is the North Brazoria County Metro Go Texan Car and Air Show out at Wolf Park from 9 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. They're expecting right now 30 to 40 airplanes. There's games where you can win a helicopter ride on site. There's stuff for kids to do. There's food, all of that. DJ playing some music. Judging's going to be actually my esteemed colleague is one of the judges. And our mayor is actually going to be a master of ceremonies. So come out and enjoy that. Tell all your friends and neighbors to come out. And then my last thing is I put some flyers out up in front. The Pearland Neighborhood Center is doing their annual Christmas program. It's only for Pearland, Manvel, and Brookside. If you're not familiar with that program, that's where they provide gifts and food for deserving people, but there is an application process where they vet people to make sure that they're qualified for this. But if you have anybody, I go every year, Becky and I do, and we load the trucks up and they get a big old bag of food for Christmas and a gift card for a ham or a turkey from H-E-B, and then they get presents if they've got kids. If you're interested in working at that, I can contact me and I can get you the dates. It's pretty fulfilling to go up there and just help people. But they are open. The applications start on October the 27th and run through December the 10th. And then the actual day they do it is closer to the week of Christmas. But that's available. There's, like I say, there's flyers back in the back. And then the last thing I want to do is I'm going to turn this into Tammy to kind of pass around. But I want us to look as a city hall area up here. I know the police officers already do their Christmas deal where they go to Walmart, and a bunch of us have participated in that. But I want us to look at this Santa's Helper program where we try and find a family that is in need of having a Christmas, that has kids, and a lot of times you find a single parent that's struggling to make ends meet, and we try and gather up enough things to provide them Christmas. We find out their sizes on clothes, and we find out what, a little present that the kids want. And I'll get Tammy the information, and maybe we can talk it around a little bit and discuss it further. But I'd really like to see us as a group do that. I think I've got a guy that can play Santa Claus and help us out. I even thought if we could do this, what if we brought them right up here and we had a Christmas party for them or something like that? A lot of times, I've done this a long time ago. We used to do it every year, and Becky and I used to do this for our family. And sometimes the families don't want you to come to their house. They feel like, they're embarrassed a little bit, and so we got to where we were trying to bring them to a place and do it. So we can look at all those details, but I think it really gives you a better feeling when you're helping somebody that really couldn't. The look on kids' faces when they get presents and they've been told all year long, hey, we might not have any Christmas, and all of a sudden they've got a tree to take home and things like that. So just something to think about.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Councilman. If you could send all of that information to Tammy and Alyssa, and then they can work with Dan and get it out to us, that would be amazing. Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or? Yes, ma'am.
On that note, obviously Abby was able to speak just a little bit earlier today. I do want to take the opportunity to say she's got 20 days to raise quite a bit of money. And she kind of mentioned it towards the end, but she and I and Byron have signed up again for the half marathon and the 10K in order to raise awareness for her, for every step, for donation. So if anybody here is led to any amount, 5, 10, 20, 30, 100, whatever, abbyshoes.com, if y'all can help spread the word. Yes, I have to do a lot of the work because it's me. She's only 13, so unfortunately, I'm limited on the amount of time that I can do. But also on that note, not just donating the money for it, we welcome, you guys to nominate families on abbyshoes.com. There's a form to nominate families that you may know. And right now we do kids, but we have heard of families where the father needs work shoes and things like that, and we provide those. So just wanted to take that opportunity, and then maybe we can even do something for the family that we come up with later on for Christmas and get everyone in the family a pair of new shoes through Abby's Shoes. So just wanted to mention that. She's running the 10K again, and then I'm running the half. But it's all in efforts to raise awareness and stuff like that. So thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. And I'm very slow. Trying to have Dan train me so I can get faster. Thanks, guys.
Can you donate shoes, like new shoes, or is it just monetary?
So you can donate shoes. The way her organization works, and this was her idea when she was 6, is she wanted the kids. So there's a lot of drives, right, where people just go and you just, whatever you get, you don't throw a fit. Her heart is more of, I want to know what they want and buy them a shoe that they're proud to wear. Like, oh, I really wanted this shoe, and they're proud to. So there's creative ways to do that. Is saying, hey, can you tell us what you like, and then we can figure something else like that. But really, that's why it's different, because it's not like here's a bunch of shoes, come pick whatever might fit. You know what I mean? It's more specific and tailored, and then it's presented to the kid with the name. Like, it's very personalized for them. But yes, ultimately we can be creative. So, and we do take used shoes, and those go to the orphanages, which they get new shoes, but also we take the used shoes to them, and they're very thankful for those shoes also. So Dan's donated a lot. Councilman Bonner's donated, as well as Councilman Lands. So, and you too, I think, right? You've donated. I'm not sure. He can't remember, but anyway, thank you guys. Anyway.
Yes, Manager Dan.
Just real quick, it is Abby's, but it's ABBYS, SHOES, and it's important because there's an ABBEY, and that's not hers. There's an Abby.
Really?
I don't know if you're listening, Crystal, but I was just telling them it's abbyshoes.com, but there's no E in the Abby because if you do Abbey with an E, it's a different website.
ABBY.
Yep.
Abby's, and then another S, Abby's Shoes, yeah.
Yep. Just to make sure you're getting it to the right place.
Finance is on the front page.
So she,
Why don't
what
you
he's saying
send
is
us
there's
the
somebody
link?
that made a website with it ABBEY shoes
Oh,
that people can donate to.
That's for my money.
Yeah.
someone did that? There's another Abby's Shoes?
Why don't you send us the link
Okay,
or put it on your site?
okay. I'll put it, I usually do that. I put it on the bottom of, huh?
Business cards.
Business cards, that too.
QR codes. All right, any other comments and or questions? Good find, Manager Dan.
We'll make a move.
Hearing none,
adjourn.
we have a motion to adjourn from Councilman Bond, or do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from the Councilwoman Ruby Robinson. All those in favor? All those opposed?